this innovation, India-Sweden Innovation Summit. I think this is music to my ears because I come from the automotive industry, and innovation comes with so much disruption. The automotive industry comes with so much disruption that innovation is key for our survival. This morning, Robin said it right. And the ambassador pointed out, we've landed on the moon. We've had a mission to the sun. We've had millions or lots of sports wins, and we've had a great G20 presidency and a successful G20. And I think, innovation is something that we are living with today on a daily basis in every industry that that you're in. With the disruption that's happening across the board and the size and the growth of India, I think the opportunity to collaborate is phenomenal. The opportunity to collaborate across the supply chain in every industry is phenomenal. If you look at and I go back to the automotive industry, if you look at the beginning of the automotive industry in India, it started with a lot of collaborations. It started with joint venture partnerships with the intention to absorb technology. Some of that has happened and some has not. However, the technology has come into India. It has come at the tier one level of every industry. I think where the technology needs to seep into India is across the supply chain, down to tier two, down to tier three. And I think the opportunity is huge. When we go out and talk to different countries about technology, 5 years ago, India would be last on their list. Today, India is first on their list. And, in a recent McKinsey interview, it was very well pointed out that we have 4 Ds that are going for us: the demographics, the deglobalization, and that's the China Plus One strategy. And we've seen great growth in the China Plus One strategy when it comes to the automotive industry. In fact, we grew 33% last year in the auto component industry alone. And then you've got decarbonization, which is, everyone's talking about it. We've got a 2070 goal of going carbon net zero. However, companies have, other goals of 2030, 2040. So there's a great opportunity there. And finally, digitalization. We have India Stack. We have one of the fastest digitalization programs in the world. And that's, again, something that, is there to leverage. So I think India's, a great opportunity in terms of market size, in terms of industry. And I think a collaborative approach for Sweden and India in the area of innovation, in the area of technology, in the area of technology adoption is something that is here. And the time is now. And I'm glad we have this opportunity to, meet at this summit and exchange ideas, exchange, opportunities to collaborate with each other.
Thank you so much. And of course, innovation is this catch-all phrase today. As you say, it cross-cuts all our sectors. You make a really interesting point of it having to seep down to tier 2, tier 3 across the supply chain, because right now maybe what we're seeing are the headlines of this transition taking place. But for it to be sustainable and robust, it has to actually deepen and enrich. And I'd like to come on that question to Ashish with us online. Innovation, of course, is not new to you. You've been working now with LTTS on this for quite some time. When we talk about green transition and digital services, what does this mean to you in terms of how we've worked and how we need to work moving forward?
Thank you, Aarti, and thank you to the organizers for having me on this meeting and this panel. Thank you very much. It's a privilege. Just before I answer that question, and the earlier speakers alluded to it as well, and so did Honorable Minister Andreas Carlson. The advantage of India is not only speed, scale, and talent, as the Honorable Minister said. It's also aspirational demographic. There is a demography advantage, of course, but the key part is that this demographic dividend that we have is one of aspiration. And that's relevant in a sense to your question, because when you have a very aspirational demography, you are looking at means through which you can make a difference, accelerate growth, and take those initiatives and make those investments that is necessary for the same. Now, that reflects in many ways in the type of culture that was mentioned right now, in the sense that a large number of Indian companies, an overwhelmingly large number of Indian companies, have started investing in programmatic approach to innovation. So you see, in the end, a larger number of patents being filed in the country, a larger number of people really writing papers, a larger number of people participating in forums which set standards for technologies at different levels. Now, that's really at the core of what's happening. Now, that again drives behavior. And what we see now from our perspective uh, in the industry is that I'll give you an example that when we were looking at setting up a greenfield plant for a FMCG major in India, the goal was not capacities. The goal was that this plant has to meet the SDG goals. So what would you do? How would you design a plant which would meet the SDG goals? And for that, if you have to use new technologies, for that, if you have to invest or have to leverage partners, do whatever it takes, but get me a plant which will meet the SDG goals. That the moment you have that type of an approach coming in, not only do you explore partners, not only do you explore innovative ways, not only are you looking at meeting SDG goals, but you're really putting your best foot forward in the way you're going to be innovative, in the way you're going to approach the whole problem. And that is the type of conversations and discussions that we are seeing in many ways. And that's where the intersection of digital starts happening with SDG goals, with the type of transformation that we are talking of. Now, that's a pattern that's no longer relegated to a industry or a geography or a customer type. This is the type of conversations we are seeing across the table increasingly by the day. And these cannot be just brushed off as an approach which one can fundamentals on innovation, employee participation, encouraging employees to think out of the way, is not in place. And that, in a great sense, gets driven by the fact that you have a demography and you have organizations which are very aspirational, which then drive the behavior towards innovation. And that starts intersecting with sustainable goals that organizations have. A huge way to go, a lot of things to learn from Sweden, a lot of things to learn from Swedish companies who excel in certain market segments. So it's a net positive for the relationship that we have with you people.
Thank you so much, Ashish. We are so happy to take from what you say in terms of this global growth of the middle class, not just India, but across the world. And of course, the consumer base, to have with us on stage a young company, a new unicorn, who actually has been born digital and is taking us forward in terms of the India-Sweden relationship as well. Truecaller is no stranger to AI communications, and what you've been working with in Sweden has bloomed in India. It'd be great to hear from you, Nami, about what your thoughts are.
Thank you. Well, to start with, thank you for having me here. We have at Truecaller been working on AI technology for many years now, and the prime objective has been to basically stop fraud and spam. But since many, many years, we have had a ton of companies reaching out to us, businesses reaching out to us saying, can you help us stop fraud in our systems as well? And by using AI, we've always been able to help consumers to prevent them from, or prevent spams and scams from happening, but especially fraud, where you have senior citizens being defrauded on a lot of money, on their pension savings, on things that really matter to them. And we've tried to help them, supporting them, letting them know with our community of millions of users to prevent those things from happening. Now, what we've done recently is, just last week, we launched a new business service called Risk and Fraud Intelligence. And it's built on AI technology, and it's specifically tailored to businesses. Why did we go this route? Well, it actually goes back a number of years when India started to do this digital transformation, and the government really pushed hard for financial inclusion. and the introduction of UPI and a lot of other digital services that helps transition the population into a digital world. We saw these things in Sweden many years ago. As soon as you moved from, writing checks at the bank to being able to send money to someone digitally and immediately, what happens is fraudsters want to be there. They want to be where the money is. And so they will do anything, and they will actually innovate. They will use new technology for those benefits to try to scam people and lure people out of their savings. So we saw this happening in Sweden, and immediately when you rolled out, when this digital transformation started to roll out and really take place in India, we could see the same transition happening. Now, luckily for us, we were positioned in such a way that we could harness our community of over 300 million users to kind of prevent these things from happening on the consumer side. And what we've realized along the way is that this transition happening is actually also happening on the business side, because even businesses have this problem of wanting to drive with the mission of India of financial inclusion and these things. They want to enable these kind of services, the financial services, which creates prosperity and inclusion into the country, and their means to do so are limited, because there's a lot of people, millions of people that are unbanked, that have no registry of credit, that have, where the government identification even was limited. Each of these steps have been addressed by the Indian government, but at the same time, what we've seen is that because of that financial inclusion mission and the lack of extensive information about a person over a longer period of time, these tools cannot necessarily be utilized fully. So we realize that our mission is not only to stop fraudsters, but also to enable this financial inclusion for the people who are on the record within the Truecaller ecosystem, but are not necessarily in the financial sector. They're not included in all of these, financial services that are available. So how can we enable that? And that's what we've done recently by building this AI technology that basically monitors risk and fraud, and then enables people who have been really good citizens but have been outside of that financial sector or that financial inclusion, to enable them that there is a signal that tells us that this person is actually not a fraudster. They're not going to bail on that credit line that you want to make available for them. They're not going to disappear tomorrow. They've been around for many years in our system. And those signals are really valuable, and those things are the ones that we've built specifically for India. Now, coming back to Sweden, I mean, right, Sweden, Truecaller is a Swedish and Indian company, I would say. However, the transition for Sweden, I would say, is not complete either. When you look at India, the amount of issues or these kind of signals that you need to look at in data and otherwise to create this financial inclusion forces us to think outside of what you would otherwise do as a kind of in Sweden or many other Western nations, where a lot of this infrastructure is already available. What I believe is in 10 years, these tools will actually be exported from India to Western nations, because they will just be so much better. To Sweden as well. They will be just so much better, triangulating a lot of the different issues that can arise when it comes to fraud and also inclusion, and triangulating them, doing that for the vast population of India, and then exporting those models to countries like Sweden or other Western nations will be happening in the next 10 years. And that's where we're focusing.
Thank you so much. I mean, of course, I'd like to just say 15 years ago, 12 years ago, I was sitting in Delhi, and Truecaller was something that I had by my bedside all the time, because what you're talking about and what was important for us living in Delhi at that time is institutionalizing trust. And in a country like India, maybe also Sweden, there are certain KYC documents, know your customer documents, that still need to be ironed out a little bit. And how you get to know someone is building that ecosystem and networking, which Truecaller has done really well. And of course, there's a market for trust, because your growth numbers have showed us that. And then I want to come to Nicholas on digital transformation AI and striking the balance, because of course, there is a conversation that is maybe new and very young. ChatGPT is about 1 year old now, and of course has shown us a different way of engaging every single one of us, working with it on a daily basis. And there is a balance when it comes to green transition, AI, digital transformation, and data. How do you as the Energy Agency look at this as you move forward, especially when you're looking at joint calls in these areas?
Yes, thank you very much. So it's a very broad question, and I think it's a very important one. India is one of our key focus countries today. We have programs in 18 countries in total. Having said that, India is probably the country where the digital element is the biggest, but we also see a lot of potential in multiple sectors and also multiple areas of expertise. So having said that, it's important to find the solutions that can combat climate change very quickly and very efficiently, but it's also important to not forget the digital components, how to do this. We've seen in Sweden, for instance, how we can change both in terms of hardware but software. We were able to decrease the consumption of electricity within 1 month's time just by using electricity differently. So I think the key here is to find the synergies between digital transformation and real transformation and combining them in order to find the real solutions. And I would also like to comment what was said earlier, that there is a lot of potential, there is a lot of interest dealing with Sweden and India. I think we've had 5 or 6 incoming or outgoing delegations the last, I would say, 9 months between Sweden and India. And I think that's unparalleled for us at the Swedish Energy Agency. There is a strong interest. Having said that, we also have, of course, the India-Sweden Innovation Accelerator running for over 10 years, introducing over 200 companies to India. But maybe more interestingly, looking at the industry leap or Lead It, where India and Sweden are partnering up now, and there is a lot of potential in that field. So it will be interesting to see what we can actually do. But my point is, now there is a lot of interest from both sides. Now we need to find these projects that can accelerate the transition even faster and pinpoint the collaboration between Sweden and India, because we are at a competition with other countries and other collaborations. So we need to really show that we want this and show commitment. And I think looking at the digital element in India, I don't really see the same potential in any of the other countries we are working with.
That's good news for everyone sitting in the audience here today, because then the Energy Agency will be one of the key players as we go forward. But you made a good point. The digital transition has to also accompany the physical transition. They have to be balanced and work together. And of course, one of the key players doing this on the ground in India, Swedish company, growing and also manufacturing for the world, is Volvo Group. And Kamal is with us today. Maybe Kamal is not with us today. I will actually then move over back to Nami. Kamal, good to have you with us.
Yeah, thank you. Good morning.
Kamal, I want to ask you, you've heard what the speakers have said before in terms of the way in which digital transition is growing. It requires both a physical hardware and also AI and communications to move forward. Volvo, of course, is focusing on achieving net zero in your supply chain by 2040. India is one of your hubs. How do you see this happening working from an Indian perspective?
Thank you, Aarti. Good morning. Greetings to everyone from Bangalore, excellencies, colleagues, friends who are present in person in Stockholm as well as online. Pleasure to be speaking on this very distinguished panel. Aarti, as you know, we are celebrating 25 years of Volvo Group in India, and we have been working very closely on the automotive and transportation solutions, both at industry level, at ecosystem level, and at the government level. And going forward, we believe India will be a significant contributor and the key architect in Volvo Group's net zero journey. And I say this because of the following reasons. Number one, the development of Volvo Group in India over the last several years mirrors that of Volvo Group globally. For instance, we have manufacturing plants for trucks, buses, engines, construction equipment, and we also cater to exports to several markets. In fact, the 5-liter and the 8-liter engine is produced exclusively in India for the entire world now. So I think that's something very important. The second within this is that we source components from India for the world. This is set to grow 10x of what is today over the next 5 to 6 years. 10x in the next 5 years. We design and have engineering centers in India for the world. In fact, India is now Volvo Group's largest R&D and digital and IT center outside Gothenburg. So obviously, there are engineers who are working on future technologies, on emerging technologies, whether it is e-mobility, hydrogen, and digital transformation. So India will play a stellar role in meeting the strategic objective of the group to get to net zero very, very quickly. And of course, the second point, of course, is that there is a natural emerging advantage India, which many speakers have talked about. I don't want to labor hard on that, with the growing talent from India. And I think that's something very, very big. And Volvo Group in India has nurtured a highly competent talent of engineers over the last 10 to 15 years. And we are about 5,000 strong people in that respect. The third element here is that India is a fast-growing domestic market. I think Sanjay Kapoor also alluded to that when it talked about automotive industry. We are amongst top 5 in any segment of the automotive industry, and this is going to grow further. And India is doing very well when it comes to its climate change performance and its ambition to meet the 2030 targets, whether it is on renewable energy, whether it is on transport economics, logistics efficiency. And we believe that the transport demand in India will grow by 4x by 2050. Niti Aayog estimates that 9 out of 10 trucks by 2050 will be either electric or fuel cell or with alternate fuels. And this is actually being supported big time by the PLI, production linked incentive schemes across hydrogen, battery chemistry, semiconductors, and advanced automotive components. So to my mind, this is going to be very, very big. And finally, in India, we have already started taking steps in the arena of heavy vehicles. We are bringing in an LNG truck, which is under trials, pilot trials. We are discussing on methanol as a fuel for marine applications. We are working on a hydrogen value consortium where we are going to have a pilot where we will run between 2 cities on hydrogen as a fuel. We have already introduced a couple of electric construction equipment. And I think all this is to realize our net zero ambition by 2040. So India is going to play a very, very big role in the overall journey of Volvo Group, especially when we talk about net zero.
Thank you so much, Kamal. That's actually very inspirational to hear in terms of how India has become not just a subsidiary in Volvo Group, but actually growing in its own and working with Making in India, but exporting it to the world. Naomi, before I go in a lightning round to ask the panel for their views and the way forward, I would like to get from you, given you've had the experience with Sweden and India, Is there a difference in the way Sweden innovates and goes to market compared to what we're seeing in terms of your experience and Kamal's experience with India?
I would say absolutely. And this comes from me being an entrepreneur and seeing other entrepreneurs, speaking to other entrepreneurs, both here in Sweden and in India. And the way I've perceived it with entrepreneurs, at least in the digital sector, in Sweden, is that you start always, and this is what many of our mentors when we started the company used to say as well. You start out in Sweden, then you go in the Nordics, maybe you go to Denmark, maybe you go to Finland. Next step, maybe Germany or UK, one of the two. And then in the end, you go to the US, and that's how you expand. This is like the footprint that I think is institutionalized in Sweden when it comes to both investors and to education and many other walks of life. And I think this is really something that needs to be changed. What we believe is that once you, at least in the digital sector, again, I do not have experience from other sectors, but in the digital sector, when you build something, you need to let it go to the world, and then you see where your product market fit happens. And this is the issue that I've seen many entrepreneurs in Sweden and in Europe generally take, that they immediately try to go these specific footsteps because that's the largest economies of today. But then if that would have been our step, we would not have been at the forefront of one of the fastest growing economies globally and one of the most ambitious and most probable leaders of the world in 10 years, in 20 years, we wouldn't be there. We wouldn't be partnering with India if those were the footsteps that we took. I also see the same thing in India, by the way. We spoke to, like anecdotally, a company in India a couple of years ago that they'd NLP, which is basically natural language processing, to process text and understand the content of it and these kind of things. And they were building it for India and stopped at having built it for 8 or 9 Indian kind of text languages. And that's where they stopped, and they're like, okay, yeah, so we're going to build this for India. And we're like, yes, but how do you know that people in Nigeria don't need this? Nigeria is also growing really fast. How do you know that people in Indonesia don't need this? And you can see this if you look at all these unicorns, many of the unicorns that grew in India the past couple of years. You can see that their first and foremost focus has been India. I'm not saying that that's wrong, but I do think that once you have a digital product, distribution is free, and you need to take advantage of that, and you don't know where that takes you. So just appreciate the fact that distribution of digital products is free, and try to make yourself available for everyone, because you do not know where the future is going to lead you.
Thank you so much. And we have time for one more question, and I'm going to come to Nicholas for that, because of course we've talked a lot about different sectors now. And one sector has been alluded to again and again, and that's the hard-to-abate sector. Pulp and paper, cement and steel. That, in terms of hardware, when it comes to the balance that we talked about as well, seems to be a very important next step. What is the Energy Agency looking to do with this hard-to-abate sector?
I think that makes a lot of sense to focus on just those industries. I mean, if you look at the total emissions in the world, those sectors certainly account for, if not the majority, almost the majority. I think Sweden we account for 1 per mil of the world's emissions today. But in terms of solutions, we aspire to present far more solutions when it comes to climate change. What Sweden has focused on, and what we have supported through the Swedish Energy Agency, has historically been industry transition, where we have certain programs like Industriklivet, the Industry Leap, also sort of going hand in hand with what we're seeing from Lead It, for instance. So I think we had a very interesting delegation in February this year, focusing on just those industries, and I think the interest was quite good. We saw some of the leading companies from India coming to Sweden to see what we're doing, not because we are helping them, but we are working together in order to find the solutions. And I think it's so important to mention, somebody mentioned talent. India has a talent pool that is, I think, unparalleled to Sweden. We need to collaborate. We need to exchange ideas, people, knowledge, in order to both find better solutions for Sweden and India. So we will continue to focus on the industry transition from our point of view and from Sweden's point of view. That's where we see the real sort of potential. So we are looking into building new programs for India where we can focus on the transition, how we can implement, let's say, green hydrogen into the industry process, but also looking into how we can make the industry processes more efficient, both in terms of smart meterings, AI, and so on and so forth. So I think there's a lot of potential there, and I can only see that our team and our activities in India are increasing. So that's a good sign, I think, looking at why we're here today.
Thank you so much. And of course, sitting next to you with Mrs. Sanjay Kapoor is a delegation that is visiting from India to Sweden, and you lead that delegation looking for solutions, collaboration, research. In one sentence, can you tell me what you expect with your trip here this week?
So I think, thanks for that question. We're very keen to sign free trade agreements across Europe. We're working on free trade agreements with the EFTA, the ETFA, and the UK Free Trade Agreement. We're also it's very encouraging to see the government push towards technology and innovation and creating a manufacturing base in India. For us to grow at the rate we're growing, we have to increase our manufacturing footprint in India. And to create a manufacturing base in India for the world is where we're headed. We talked about the PLI schemes. If you look at the production-linked incentive schemes in 14 different industries, it's all geared towards investment in future technologies. So the government has a great push in terms of investment in technology. And we're able to create a footprint for the world. And, some speaker before me also spoke about the fact that Swedish innovation made in India. I think that's phenomenal. That's a phenomenal idea of Swedish innovation made in India. And then whilst we talk about academia and business connect, I think the government, academia and business connect, the three-way partnership is something that will really help us. And I hope that, through the CII Europe Committee, we can achieve more success in these areas.
Thank you so much. And before I conclude, just to reconfirm what everyone has said, so we don't forget as we move through the day after the leadership conference, India for the world. Kamal has made that clear as well in terms of what Volvo is doing and what the potential is in your delegation that's with us this week. Industrial transition, led by government, setting the framework for where we need to be in the next 25 years. And most importantly, ladies and gentlemen, throw out the rule book. Thank you so much for joining us. If we can give them a warm round of applause. I'd like to hand over to our next moderator, Erik Åstedt, to take over the stage.
Thank you, Artie. Thank you so much. Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for this great event and celebrating 10 years of India-Sweden Innovation Day. My name is Erik Åstedt. I am Deputy Director at the Ministry of Climate and Enterprise. And I will be happy to host this session on the Sweden-India Innovation Partnership. Without further ado, I would like to introduce our speakers in this panel. We have Dr. Per-Arne Wikström, the Science and Innovation Counselor, Embassy of Sweden, joining us digitally. And also would like to welcome Malin Petersen, Program Manager at Vinnova, and Helene Ågren, Director at the Swedish Ministry of Climate and Enterprise, and Cecilia Oskarsson, Trade Commissioner of Sweden to India and Head of Business Sweden India. Please come up on stage. And I also believe that we have digitally Ruchika Dral from Indian Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change. And I saw someone joining just in the lobby here. Believe Dr. Ahmed might be coming from Department of Biotechnology as well. So we have a great list of speakers here today. And maybe I should just start by saying a few words about the Innovation Partnership. Dr. Ahmed, glad to see that you're joining us here today, and also welcome Rushika Dral and Per-Arne Wikström. Great to have you here in this session.
Thank you very much.
This is a special day for me because I was there back in 2018 when we signed the Innovation Partnership, our prime ministers between Sweden and India. Could you please mute your microphone? Thank you. And I'm happy to say that this Innovation Partnership is stronger than ever. And I think the event today really shows that. The Innovation Partnership really is an agreement on the highest level between two prime ministers. And we heard Minister Carlson say earlier today that innovation collaboration has become one of the cornerstones of the relationship between India and Sweden. And I think that's true. Because the governments of India and Sweden quite quickly recognized that we have very much to gain from collaboration in the field of innovation and science. And I think we also heard that from the companies speaking here before us, that there is much to gain from collaboration. The innovation capacity in Sweden and the innovation capacity in India, they look a bit different, but they are very much complementary. Sweden being one of the global innovation leaders for a very long time, and Per-Arne often talk about the unicorn companies in India, how India has more than 100 unicorn companies. We like to say in Sweden that we're also a unicorn company. We have a lot of unicorns per capita, but in absolute numbers, India is really, it's really thrilling to learn about all the Indian unicorn startups. And we also know that the Indian government is investing a lot in innovation clusters and building a strong innovation system. And I had the privilege to visit some of these innovation clusters together with Malin actually back in December last year in Delhi and Bangalore. And the theme today, accelerating green growth, it's very much about co-creation, co-developing solutions to solve the large societal challenges. And we can really see that working alone is not an option here. We need to work across national borders and sectorial borders. So with that being said, I'm really happy that we have a list of speakers, both from India and Sweden here today. And all of these people are really key to accelerating the green growth and green transition through innovation. And I would like to start with Dr. Per-Arne Wikström. Per-Arne, you've been in Delhi for more than 2 years now, and you are the Swedish Science and Innovation Counselor. I believe that you have a great job, Per-Arne, and a very exciting job. Can you please tell us about what you're doing and what kind of activities you're working on and planning for in the near future?
Sure, I will do that. Hello and namaste and hey to everyone. I wish I had been in Stockholm today. It would be nice to meet with all of you, but it's this, as you know, and you heard already earlier today, this is the place to be, Delhi or India, anywhere. This is where it happens. So this, I prefer being here. Anyway, so it was actually quite interesting to listen to the previous session, which to a large extent evolved around the concept of innovation. And I just realized that actually based on what we're doing here at Office of Science and Innovation, we're having maybe a slightly different definition of innovation than is being used with many of the stakeholders here today, or it's linked to it, but it's not perfectly focused on the innovation that you would have, the definition of innovation that you would have from a business point of view, where the aim is to develop and deliver and maybe even scale new products or business systems for customers. The aim that we have when you work at an Office of Science and Innovation is broader, and it's much more focused on innovation as such. As you know, innovation in Latin, it says innovare, and that means into new. And what we're aiming at here is to facilitate collaboration between not only, of course, larger companies, but also between researchers and the scientific community in order to support Sweden-India science and research to move into the new and to make a new understanding of how things are fitted together and how it works together. I mean, look at the Nobel prizes that are awarded. Many of them you would maybe not even at the first glance understand what kind of business use it might have, but in other cases, like in medicine this year, you would see the obvious link to the COVID vaccine, for instance, and such. So that's just a parenthesis. When I look at what we're up to here in India, I would say that we have, during these 2 years that I've been here now, and I'm on to the third, and I'm really, as I said, I'm really enjoying myself. We have plenty of delegations, as someone already said. For the next couple of months, we will see, I mean, at the moment we have Swedish Energy Agency here, and you also heard Niklas talk about that. We have a Vinnova delegation, Cis Big Night coming in. We also have a huge, talking about research, we have almost 50% of all the universities in Sweden coming to India to try to establish collaboration with Indian scientists and researchers. So this is something going on that is totally new. We had a similar delegation trip last year, which attracted 5 Swedish universities, and now we have 16. So there is something happening also from the Swedish side, lots of interest, and we're really looking forward to that. Some other things that I think that would be interesting to mention here from our point of view is while we're working, I think that, I mean, we have Cecilia here also from Business Sweden. I think that the collaboration within Team Sweden is, it's all the time we're improving and taking steps in order to achieve more efficiency in the terms in how we're collaborating. But I think I expect to see even more collaboration in the future. I would, for instance, see collaboration with Business Sweden and maybe with SIBC in terms of life science. We also have Lead It coming up here. Also, again, Business Sweden and the Green Transition Partnership that they are up and running on. So I expect to see a lot of collaboration between different actors within the Team Sweden context, and that will be very exciting to see as well. Finally, from my point of view, I would like to point towards things that are happening in India that will be also very important for us to have a look at from the Swedish point of view. I'm thinking the National Research Foundation, for instance, which maybe from a business point of view, you don't look at it from a Swedish business point of view. You don't look at this with a lot of interest, but maybe we should, because it's National Research Foundation, NRF, will encourage companies to be engaged in research in India. And I expect that for Swedish companies that are already very much engaged in research and science, it will be easier for Swedish companies to engage with India through this NRF scheme. So I'm really looking forward to that. I think I will stop there. I mean, we have the Swedish big companies, many big companies that are very much investing in research, science and innovation that is bordering, you know, the scientific innovation and the business innovation. And that's where I think we will gain a lot of opportunities. Thank you.
Thank you, Per-Arne, and I just want to underline what you said about, I mean, you really are positioned in the intersection between business, academia, innovation, stakeholders, the innovation system. So that's what really makes your role so very interesting, that you are a translator and building bridges between those different worlds and understanding business culture, academic culture, and so on. So I think that you are doing a very important job. Speaking of green growth, green transition, is there anything that you look forward to, or do you see any specific topics with regards to sustainability and green transition in the field of innovation and research? Is there anything sustainability related that you would like to mention from your perspective?
I mean, from my point of view, as I said, it would definitely be the things that are very interesting from this point of view. I would say what Cecilia and Business Sweden is doing on the green transition area. We have Lead It's ambition that I know that you will hear more about. Yeah. So these are two huge areas. And of course, with also we have Volvo here and some of the larger companies, they will be very much influential here.
Great, Per-Arne. Thank you so much. I will get back to you in the end of the session and ask you to give some final remarks as well. Now over to you, Malin Petersen. You are program manager for India and other countries as well at Vinnova, and you have a long background working with India. I hope your microphone is working. You know, Vinnova is really one of the most important stakeholders in this innovation partnership. Vinnova, of course, being not just a funding agency, but also facilitating connections between innovation stakeholders in India and Sweden, connecting incubators, science parks, and so on. And we heard from Minister Singh, actually. Minister Singh himself highlighted Vinnova in his inaugural speech. Very happy to have you here today. And two of your main collaboration partners are also the Department of Science and Technology and Department of Biotechnology from the Indian government. And you've also had quite a strong sustainability focus. We also heard Minister Singh mentioning the circular economy collaboration. So can you please tell us, of all these interesting things, is there anything that you would like to highlight? Anything that you've been doing lately with India or upcoming activities?
Thank you, Erik. Excellencies, colleagues and friends, it's really good to be back here. And like we heard from our distinguished ambassadors and honorable ministers at the outset, there's so much going on in Indo-Swedish collaboration on innovation. And of course, Vinnova, as the innovation agency, we're contributing to the implementation of the partnership, innovation partnership. And for example, we're supporting matchmaking between innovation actors like yourselves, innovation actors in Sweden and India. We would like to connect the innovation systems, and we do this by various means. We organize delegation trips. Per-Arne mentioned one. Erik, you mentioned one. And we have several ones coming up. One together with SIBC, the one that Robin mentioned at the outset, Innovation Bridge. We have other matchmaking activities coming up. We fund Indian large corps. We find out their needs and match them with solutions developed by Swedish startups. We also have a LinkedIn group called Sweden-India Innovation Initiative. I hope you're part of the group already. If not, please do join. In this group, you can find others interested in collaboration between Sweden and India within R&D. And in this group, we also post information about funding opportunities. And since we last met on this very amazing occasion about 1 year ago, Vinnova and partners have funded 8 projects within circular economy, supporting the transition to circular economy. And it was mentioned by Minister Singh at the outset. So these projects, we co-fund them together with an impressive list of funding agencies. DBT, represented here today, is one of them. The Indian Department of Biotechnology, also DST, mentioned by Erik. And on the Swedish and Ministry of Earth Sciences as well, on the Indian side. On the Swedish side, we have Formas, a research council for sustainable development, as well as Forte, Research Council for Working Life and Health, as well as the Energy Agency. We saw Niklas here in the previous panel. And last but not least, the Swedish Research Council. So a long list of funders, we came together and funded these circular economy projects. And each project received about €500,000 on the Swedish side, amounting to approximately 40 million euro in total, a rather substantial amount, I'd say. And in addition, we have the Indian funding agencies funding these projects as well, so actors can come together. And we also have more funding opportunities coming up. We have one at the moment within sustainable cities, mobility, digitalization, and AI. But to apply in this case, it closes on Thursday already, the 12th of October. So I suppose to have the slightest chance, you need to have a clear idea in mind, as well as an established partner. And if you don't feel like working day and night until Thursday, there are more opportunities coming up. We have one that might interest some of you within health. It's a call between Winnova and DBT, and you will hear from them in a moment. It's a call within health, and we have 3 sub-teams: circular economy, biodesign, and AI-based digitalization. And on the Swedish side, we welcome applicants from different sectors: academia, enterprises, regional actors. So please have a look, and you may also approach me or my colleague Jannica here at the back. During the day, we will stay around in case you have any questions. All right. Thank you, Eric.
Thank you, Malin. And perhaps maybe I could ask you more questions, but I'm thinking about the Department of Biotechnology. Perhaps we should invite them to the conversation. Do you have anything you would like to add before we speak to DBT? So I believe that we have a late arrival from Dr. Ahmed from Department of Biotechnology. Dr. Ahmed, thank you so much for being able to join us. And DBT is a very interesting part of the Indian government. And I've been visiting your premises in Delhi and also working a lot with BIRAC during the years. Could you please tell us a little bit about the collaboration between Sweden and India relating to what Malin Petersen just told us about DBT and Winnova joining forces? And also a warm welcome. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Yeah, thank you very much. Actually, I got the charge of this department today only. So as per the information given by Dr. Binita, just I received some information, and she has informed me that currently we are working on some calls, basically health in the AI digitization, biodesign, and circular economy. So I just, for the first day, I look forward to work together for the better cooperation, and also looking forward to work for the sustainable development and new opportunities. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ahmed, and really looking forward to see the outcome of these calls. I mean,
sure,
bringing the stakeholders together and having this funding opportunity is really important seed money for building new collaboration and creating new constellation of stakeholders. So our next speaker I'm turning to is Helene Ågren. Helene, you are director at the Swedish Ministry of Climate and Enterprise, and you're my esteemed colleague at the ministry. Thank you so much for being here today. I know that we will be talking about Lead It today quite a lot. Lead It is a very interesting initiative, and rightly so, given the importance of addressing climate change and also the industry's role in green transition. And you're representing the Swedish government in this case, so would love to hear that perspective. Could you tell us a little bit about your work at the ministry and the way that you're interacting with the Lead It initiative, please?
Absolutely, and thank you for having me in this panel. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, friends, good morning, good afternoon to you online. The Leadership Group for Industry Transition, it was launched in 2019 by the Prime Ministers of Sweden and India. actually under the mandate of the UN Secretary General at his Climate Ambition Summit. So we now have 18 governments and 19 companies in heavy industries that are joined in this initiative to accelerate decarbonization in sectors such as steel, iron and steel, cement and concrete. And the aim is to achieve net zero emissions by 2050. So it's a huge task. These sectors, steel and cement, are responsible for approximately 7% of global emissions each. And only 5 years ago, the emissions in these sectors were seen as hard or almost impossible to abate. And today, one of our members, SSAB, has produced the first fossil-free steel. And our latest member in the group is one of the 10 largest steel producers in the world, Tata Steel. So since 2019, this group we have worked with our members to set the international agenda around the industry transition. And we have enabled transition plans in these sectors in various countries, including India and South Africa. And we have developed policy analysis and tracked announcements of low carbon investments and transition roadmaps and plans. However, the uptake of the industry decarbonization technology is too slow, and the long investment cycles in these sectors risk locking in carbon emissions for decades. So we must move faster towards transformative change through research and innovation, collaboration and co-creation, experience sharing, policy development, and also investments. And at COP28 in Dubai, LEADIT will launch its next phase, and we are seeking to take this initiative from planning and closer to implementation.
So that's very interesting, and of course a lot of innovation is needed. I saw some figures from the OECD. The research shows that about 50% of the emission reductions needed will come from technology that is not yet in the market. So there's a lot of technology that needs to come into market in order for us to enable decarbonization. So I think the LEADIT initiative is very important. When it comes to India and Sweden, could you tell us something about your interaction between Sweden and India and the bilateral aspects of this collaboration, as we also will hear from Ms. Ruchika Dral here soon. Could you tell us a bit about that?
Well, as I said, we need a lot of technological innovation, but this is not the only place where we need innovation. We also need innovation when it comes to financing solutions, policies, and collaborations across value chains. We need to, I think, review and innovate in the way we work together, north and south, but also academia, governments, and businesses, and also business to business. Otherwise, we will never be able to reach the 1.5 or even 2 degree targets. So if we are not willing to question the way that we have tackled climate change before, and I think we need to build trust, we must coordinate and collaborate closer, we must innovate and share in a way that can benefit us all. And actually we see movement in the global scene. International institutions and partnerships are discussing how the needs of emerging economies and emerging markets can be met at speed. And Sweden and India, we have high technological competence, we are innovative and strong research nations, we have ambitious companies, and we have good relations. So this is something we should build on. And we see a lot of opportunities in working closer together and inter alia by including green industrial transformation in the India-Sweden Innovation Partnership, and by taking LEADIT to the next level towards a green and just transition and towards more concrete action. So this is something we are discussing a lot right now.
that's great to hear. And I remember speaking to Per-Arne about the G-20 presidency also and the global south and how India has been doing a great job of really highlighting the importance of the global south in the G20 context when it comes to sustainability. Well, thank you so much, Helen. And now I turn to Ruchika Dral. You are Deputy Secretary to Government of India at the Climate Change Division at Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change. Welcome to this seminar, this event, Ruchika. Could you please tell us a little bit about your work at the ministry? I know from Helen that you also work with the Lead It initiative. What kind of activities are you working on from your side at the ministry?
Thank you, Erika, and good morning, good afternoon, and God morning, everyone. Thank you for inviting me to this interesting session, and it is my absolute pleasure to be part of this esteemed panel. And thank you, Helian, for providing a brief background on the leadership group for industry transition. We call it Lead It in short. It was co-founded by India and Sweden in 2019 by our honorable prime ministers. And I would also want to highlight that it is one of the 9 action tracks identified by UN Secretary General to boost the climate ambition and action to the implementation of Paris Agreement. And as Helian has already highlighted that the group now boasts of 37 countries and companies as its members, and 4 of those companies are from India. That includes Dalmia Cement, Mahindra Group, SpiceJet, and Tata Steel being the latest addition to the group. And just to give you a quick sense of what this Lead It group is all about. It is about, the purpose of this group is to provide the policy and decision support for industry transition roadmaps towards low carbon emissions and enabling collaborations for high-level dialogues and facilitating financing transitions to strengthen the NDCs of individual countries. And the group intends to provide a platform for sharing the know-how and the technologies for sectoral and cross-sectoral learning for commercialization of new technologies. In this regard, the group has been, working on 3 major impact areas during the first phase that began in 2019 and it ends in 2023. The 3 broad areas of the work included the Partnership for Change, Evidence for Action, and Industry Transition Roadmaps. And during the first phase of Lead It, it provided inputs for the industry transition roadmaps for the cement and steel sector in India. And it provided some key policy recommendations for enabling and supporting the requisite transition in these 2 important sectors. And going forward in the next phase of Lead It, we call it Lead It 2.0. In addition to what we have been doing so far, the initiative intends to support transitions on the ground level through a structured framework that is being finalized in close consultation with the key stakeholders of the group. And this is something, very important and exciting that we look forward to at COP28. So this is about the Lead It work that we have been doing so far. And as far as my portfolio at the ministry is concerned, Lead It is one of the key activities that I look after in India. And me and Helian represent India and Sweden in the management board of Lead It, along with the colleagues from World Economic Forum. So we really look forward to the next phase of Lead It, and we hope to make it more meaningful and impactful on the ground. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ruchika. Very, very happy to hear about so many things going on within this initiative and also having all these very important companies on board We will soon hear from Cecilia Oskarsson from Business Sweden, also with a lot of insight in Swedish companies. But I just wanted to hear from you, if you look into the future, what potential do you see for this collaboration? Will we make it? Are you optimistic for this collaboration and the industry transition?
Yes, absolutely. There cannot be a better day to talk about the India and Sweden long-standing partnership than today, because it has been, strengthened and formalized through various, MOUs on important subjects. And one of the MOUs that we have with Sweden dates back to 2009, and it is in the field of environment. And that MOU basically identifies several potential areas of cooperation, including clean production and technology, which is, very closely linked to the transitions in the hard-to-abate sectors. And both the countries are looking forward to strengthening this partnership with focused cooperation on transition of hard-to-abate sectors in the upcoming phase of LEADIT. And our company members will play a very critical role in determining the shape of this cooperation and also ensuring the effective implementation on the ground. So the cooperation that we look forward to will be in, various areas that will include joint research and development projects, demonstration projects, co-development of the technology, exchange of scientific and technical personnel, and of course capacity building of both the sides. And with these kind of ambitions in mind, we request, the continued involvement and support from the Swedish as well as the Indian industry in making this partnership more meaningful in, the times to come. India is also receiving support from EU Climate Dialogue project, which is specifically in the hard-to-abate sectors and also strengthening the LEADIT initiative in India. And, I would also want to take this opportunity to, thank our Swedish colleagues for their sustained efforts in forming up the, LEADIT through widening the membership of the group and also by deepening the involvement in the sector's transition. So thank you once again.
Thank you so much, Ruchika. It makes me very happy to hear everything that you say. And from the Swedish government and from the Ministry of Climate and Enterprise, I can assure you that India is a very high priority for the government, and we will do everything we can to live up to your expectations and make this collaboration even stronger. So thank you so much for being with us today. Now, Cecilia Oskarsson, you are the Trade Commissioner of Sweden to India, and you're the head of Business Sweden in India. We all know that Swedish companies are world leaders in sustainability and pioneers in green transition. And many of them, as we know, they have a very strong presence in India for a very long time. Could you please tell us a little bit about how Business Sweden is working with innovation, sustainability, and green transition in India?
Absolutely. Dear guests, dear ambassador, very nice to be here today and to be able to talk about innovation. So at Business Sweden, we definitely aim to be a partner on the ground in India, and we aim also to be a catalyst when it comes to driving Swedish innovation, but also the sustainability agenda in India. We are really striving for connecting and establishing long-term partnership, but also moving forward with strategic programs and also some advisory services. And as mentioned before, we have a very unique mandate at Business Sweden. We both have the government hat, but also the private hat. And as Per-Arne mentioned, in Team Sweden, we work very, very tightly. So do we with Business Sweden, Embassy, Consulate, but also with our leading agencies such as Vinnova and, as we heard before, Energy Agency. So sustainability, innovation, and green transition are always the focus themes on all of our strategic projects that we work with, a lot with the triple helix model that we heard also before. I can maybe mention 3 different programs that we are working with. The first one in health, the India-Sweden Healthcare Innovation Center, a collaboration between AIIMS Jodhpur, AIIMS Delhi and Business Sweden. And it's founded on 3 different pillars. The first one, fostering innovations, where we take care of scale up, foster and mentor innovative startups, both Swedish but also Indian, within the healthcare sector. The second one being 2 different center of excellences for bringing on a more holistic patient pathway in India. And the third one being an upskilling center for nurses, where we build capacity and spread knowledge in different areas of, in this case, diabetes care. So the second program I'd like to mention has already been mentioned a few times here, the Green Transition Partnership. And it's really there to accelerate the pace of green transition across different sectors, but especially different hard-to-abate sectors. And last year, when we started this program, we started with cement, steel, and automotive. This year, we have added a few more sectors. What we see, the outcome of this, is plenty of pilots and also a few commercial projects already, only after a year. It's really focusing on the footprint reduction of carbon footprint. I also believe that here we do have a few technical workshops, but also innovative workshops between Indian players and the Swedish sustainable solution players. So that's 2 very important ones. Quickly, I'd like to mention something that has also been mentioned earlier from Niklas at the Energy Agency, the India-Sweden Innovation Accelerator Program, which actually starts already tomorrow. I believe that Ludwig Lindström in next panel will talk a little bit more about that. It's a 11-year-old program which has introduced more than 60 innovations of green technologies into India already. But what we talk about when we talk about innovation is always cooperation and collaboration. I and Business Sweden, we do believe that it's not about implementing something, but it's about co-creation and co-developing together with Indian companies from our side. So all in all, 15 different strategic projects we are working on at the moment on this level. All laying the ground and foundation of green transition, but also inclusiveness and innovation. Maybe I can mention the last addition to this, a fintech delegation happening together with our finance market minister end of November. And that is all about innovation within the area of fintech.
It's great to hear. Very interesting initiatives. If I could ask you maybe to speculate a little bit about the future, where do you see our collaboration heading when it comes to innovation, sustainability, and business collaboration between Sweden and India? Would you like to look into the crystal ball? What do you see?
Absolutely. And maybe I can try to mention something which hasn't been mentioned here before. We know that India will add almost 200 million people in the working age population in the coming years, which is great when it comes to keeping competence within India and also keeping the Indian population productive. However, when people get older, which they also do in this part of the world, it also means that hospitals, infrastructure, elderly care need to be developed. And I do believe that this is an excellent area for Swedish companies to continue to co-create and develop together with India.
Great. So welfare technologies in different ways. Thank you so much, Cecilia. We are reaching the end of this session. We have about 1 or 2 minutes left before I believe we're going for a coffee break and to mingle. So I will not keep you going longer, but I just would like to give Dr. Per-Arne Wikström maybe the daunting task of coming with some final remarks, because like I said before, I'm so impressive of your ability to have this helicopter perspective with this overview of everything going on in different parts of our collaboration. When you listen to these speakers, both from the Indian side and also Swedish agencies and so on, is there anything that comes to your mind about the collaboration and where we're heading in this partnership for innovation?
Yeah, I think that Cecilia put it very well. But if I were to add something maybe to this, is everyone that we listen to tell us the story of a long-lasting collaboration that we've had between Sweden and India. We have a history, we have a relationship, these two countries. We have areas where we share an interest and an understanding that we have to work together on this one. We also have many of the hows. We know that we need to exchange resources through research and development, through basic research, but also through business contacts. And Cecilia also mentioned the need for mobility programs. I mean, these 200 million people that we talk about. So if there is one area that I might want to touch upon that would be interesting for the future is that, and that's very Swedish-oriented perspective then. I mean, Sweden is one of the best countries in the world when it comes to innovation, but we're very small in one sense, and so we need to be smart. And Sweden and India together needs to be smart. And I think that many of these initiatives that are up and running that really works, Take Lead It, for instance, that's a UN initiative as well. So you would have the UN engaged, but we also have other groups where we can become not only small and smart, but a little bigger and smart. And that is, for instance, working together with the Nordic countries. We share a very similar idea and view upon how sustainability needs to be approached. We have the European Union with many, many different opportunities where we can definitely work closer, and also with individual countries. We've had discussions with the Germans here and with the UK, for instance, and we can go together with them, together with India, Sweden, India, and separate countries. And the final thing that I would like to add to this is also that it's possible to open up the lid and not only look at it from a Swedish-India central point of view, but also look at the Indian states, the Swedish regions. How can we collaborate between these different entities? That's another area where we could collaborate. So triple helix, that's the key word, and we need to be very innovative and try to find new ways to use the relationships that we already have.
That's great to hear. I absolutely agree with you, Per-Arne, and working with Indian states, regionalized innovation collaboration is very important also for building people-to-people connections and new networks. Thank you so much. Thank you to all the speakers. From the Swedish government point of view, I can just reiterate what I said, that we believe a lot in this innovation partnership, and India is a very high priority for the Swedish government. So thank you so much to everyone who is contributing to making this innovation partnership a reality. We need a lot of brains and a lot of boots on the ground to make it happen. So thank you for listening to our session. Thanks to all the speakers, and have a good day. Bye.
Yeah, we'll have a quick coffee break, and we'll be back here in 15 minutes, please. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, if I can ask you to take your seats before we start our next panel. Great. If I could ask for the back doors to be closed as well before we start. So our next session is titled Scaling Swedish-Indian Industrial Transitions Through Energy Collaboration, Technology and Innovation. I'd like to call our speakers on stage. Professor Cecilia Wollmark, Director of the Hydrogen Initiative, Luleå University of Technology. You can go start the back. Hitesh Kumbut, CFO, complementary Power. Ignore the steps. Throw out the rule book. Isabella Gustafsson Ismodis, Research Program Manager, Industry Leap, Swedish Energy Agency. Per Andersson, Head of the Secretariat, Leadership Group for Industrial Transition, Lead IT. And Ludwig Lindström, Senior Business Developer, International Market Developments, Swedish Energy Agency. Great. I would like to start by asking everyone to introduce themselves briefly to the audience and also to say in a few words what about today is interesting to you and why you want to talk more about what you do on this panel. I'm going to start with you, Cecilia.
Thank you so much. It's very nice to be here. Thank you for having invited me. I would like to start with your last question, maybe. I'm very happy to be here since I think we really have to work together regarding the green transition to reach the climate targets. So that's the main objective, and I will get back to that. But what I do, I am, as you can see, the director of the Hydrogen Initiative, CHESS, which we have located at Luleå University of Technology. And it's a broad initiative. We are cooperating both with researchers, with industry, and with public partners to work on three different major things, I would say. So one thing is regarding research, of course. There is a lot of need for research in the hydrogen area. For the second, it's also about education. We all need to know more about hydrogen. And for the third thing, to support implementation also in the society of the hydrogen, such that we can receive and reach the climate targets that we need.
I think the microphone here is...
My time was over.
Very subtle about how we nudge behavior here.
Yeah, but since we know that hydrogen is now already stated as a key to reach the climate targets, we need hydrogen, and then we need to do all these things to succeed, I would say. So that's...
We're very happy to have you here because we'll unpack more about that later in the panel. Hitesh.
Well, first of all, it's so much interesting to see such a high level of energy and interest in these topics between Sweden and India. And I am privileged to sit next to somebody who is going to talk about hydrogen. And to produce hydrogen, it requires a tremendous amount of energy, power. And we are one of those companies which are working towards bringing power to people. So that's a brief introduction to us. We are a company who is engaged into construction of power lines, transmission lines, and grid infrastructure. And I'll talk about it a bit more later because many of you might be wondering, constructing grid infrastructure in Sweden, what are you doing here? So if Sweden is 100% electrified. But we are part and parcel of green transition. Our company is called Kalpataru Power. We are one of the leading construction companies from India. We do construction of not only power lines or grid infrastructure, but also other critical infrastructure like water, railways, etc. And I am based in Sweden and we are one of the leading construction companies in this segment in Sweden. I would say one of the topmost in this segment. So we are quite privileged to be part of this journey here in Sweden.
Thank you so much, Hitesh, and we'll come back to talk more about that, because I think you sit in a critical position with one leg on both sides of this corridor, seeing the challenges from different perspectives, and it'll be really valuable to hear more about that as we go forward. Ludwig, you were here last year as the Energy Agency talking about, as Cecilia Oskarsson mentioned earlier, the India-Sweden Innovation Accelerator. But we're taking that next step here, talking about broadening that scope. Could you give us a quick introduction, and we come back to your summary points once you hear the conversation?
Didn't really get the question, but...
Introduction.
Yeah, my name is Ludwig Lindström, and I'm working for the Swedish Energy Agency. We've been active in India since 2009. And as you heard, yes, we've been running the program India-Sweden Innovations Accelerator together with Business Sweden and CII GBC. It's been a quite successful program. Today we're looking at some 250 collaboration projects, and that is after government support. And now we're looking into how we can expand our footprint in India and develop and leverage on all the contacts we have created throughout the years. And now we're aiming for the bigger impacts and then looking at how to collaborate with larger industries, and we're looking at the hard-to-abate sectors.
Great. Isabella, the question of course, give us an introduction and an indication of what you'd like to see on this panel. Why are you here? What do you want to talk about?
Thank you. Thank you so much for having me here. My name is Isabella Gustafsson, and I work for the Swedish Energy Agency together with Ludwig here. I work specifically with a government assignment that's called the Industry Leap, that has been mentioned here today before also. This is a Swedish support system, but I believe that there are a lot of opportunities to be able to build this ecosystem, that is the word of the day, together with other partners as well as India. So I think this could be a really interesting day to see how these partnerships and ecosystems can form.
Thank you so much. Per, lead IT has been mentioned several times this morning. Tell us about the Secretariat.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Pans, and I'm the head of the Secretariat. So the people you saw in the previous panel is 2/3 of my line management and the board. And we are leading, as you know, is today 18 member states. So it's a global initiative formed at the 2019 summit when the UN Secretary General asked India and Sweden to spearhead the initiatives. Why are we here? We see that the bilateral relationship between India and Sweden, maybe specifically in the innovation sector, is really progressing. Personally, I believe that if India and Sweden can show a deeper, strengthening partnership, this will have, in our field, in the industry decarbonization, where change is so needed and green transition is so needed but so complicated, it will have a real effect. Here is a chance for two perfectly fitted partners to spearhead how to partner and how to do it innovative, how to do it well structured, even though we need to have that kind of disruptor mentality we heard about at the beginning. I think this panel is the perfect composition. You have research, academia, you have the companies, and the government sector. So I very much look forward to this.
Great. And I'm going to take from what you said, Per, kind of setting the stage. When we talk about collaboration and moving forward, we need to set a baseline in terms of what can we have as reference points, what's best practice, what do we want to take, replicate, and scale. Isabella, I'd like to come to you because, of course, you work with Industry Leap, and you've been working on this question-led application for some time. Tell us about that and some of the case studies coming out of this, especially in light of today's conversation on industrial and green transition.
Yes, that is correct. The Industry Leap was formed in 2018. And like I said, it's a governmental assignment where the aim is to reduce the emissions in Sweden and from the industry through innovation. So it's very much an innovative approach where projects need to have this high degree of innovation to be able to reduce the carbon dioxide emissions or greenhouse gas emissions through the industry, but also in the society where the industry can play a large role. What we have seen working with this for the last 5 or 6 years, we have seen the need for a lot of different technology pathways, and we have identified 5 technology pathways that are key to make this transition. One of them, of course, being hydrogen. The other one, electrification, biomass, as well as carbon capture and storage and carbon capture and utilization. So these 5 key technological pathways are what we support through the Industrial Leap, and the projects need to have some of these components and a high degree of innovation, of course. And to give you a few examples of what we have supported so far, of course, the most known, I think, internationally is the hybrid initiative from SSAB, Vattenfall and LKAB together to create fossil-free steel. We have supported that project through the entire development phases, the different development phases that they have had, from research to pilot plant studies and different pre-studies as well. And there you can see a combination of hydrogen and electrification that is needed to make this transition. And we were earlier also talking about the hard-to-abate sectors. So if we look at the cement industry, for example, you will see that you will need a mixture of electrification as well as carbon capture and storage and also biomass. And I think we haven't talked a lot about the chemical industry, but if we look at the chemical industry and the refineries, we can see that also there we will need a mixture of hydrogen, electrification and biomass, as well as CCU, carbon capture and utilization, to be able to make this transition. So this is very important for us to be able to help these industries and help the industries help the society to make this transformation.
Of course, hybrid has been in the news a lot. And of course, you've got the research from A to Z and now the customer base as well. And that allows us to create this value chain that is so essential as we transition. The wanting to is not enough. It's the how does it happen. But I want to take a step back because everyone in the room might not be on the same page when it comes to this magic word that we keep tossing around, which is hydrogen. And we're so happy to have Cecilia with us to kind of break it down and build it up so that as we move forward, we're all on the same page. Now, we've seen the outcomes of hybrid, green steel, looking at how to make industrial goods for industry that is actually decarbonized. But I'd like to ask you to start from the 101 for the room. What is hydrogen? Why is it important for the green transition question? What does it replace? And why should we care? A lot in one.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm happy to explain. Hydrogen, you might know already. That's the first element in the periodic table. It's a very lightweight molecule. It's the most lightweight molecule that we have. And it has very good properties, I would say, that we'd like to use. And when we speak about hydrogen, normally we speak about it as an energy carrier. It's very good to use this hydrogen. For example, we have it already in water, we have it in biomass and so on. But when we decide to split water, you know, water is H2O. It's hydrogen and it's oxygen. When we decide to split water, we need a lot of energy to do that. But what we get is hydrogen on one side and oxygen on the other side. And that hydrogen, which we have put a lot of energy to split the water to get lows, or to actually use biomass and take the hydrogen out of there, then we have an energy carrier, which is very, very interesting, because when you decide to use it again, it will not emit anything else than water again. So then we have an energy carrier which is helping us and assisting us to give an emission-free value chain. And we can decide to store this hydrogen in comparison to another energy carrier, which you know very well, electricity, which you also speak a lot about. That electricity has to be used in the same moment as we produce it. It could, of course, be stored in batteries or so, but here you have a possibility to store large scale in longer time. It could be stored, although it's very expensive, it could be stored for days or for longer term. So this is the idea, to use hydrogen as an energy carrier. So that's the first step regarding the production. And then we can distribute hydrogen. Today it's distributed and used a lot in the industry. We are distributing it in trucks or even in pipelines somewhere. And the most interesting thing maybe is and where we would like to use it. And the interesting thing here is that we can use it in the hard-to-abate sectors. That's the industry which today don't have any other opportunity to get climate neutral than to use hydrogen. The example Isabella gave you already, we can use it to produce fossil-free steel or so-called green steel. So that's one of the applications. And the other one, which I also mentioned, is this energy storage. We have a lot of wind power production, solar production, and so on. And here we have the weather-dependent production of energy, which we like to and need to store. So there's a second area, the second sector where we would like to use hydrogen. But also we like to use it in the transport sector. That property of hydrogen to be an emission-free link is so interesting. We can use hydrogen in a vehicle, in a car, in a train or a plane, and we don't have any other emissions than water and heat. So that's very, very interesting. And when we have long-distance transport, we can even use hydrogen to produce another fuel, liquid fuel, electric fuel. It could be, for example, methanol or some other electric fuel, and that could be used for shipping or for airplanes and so on. So we could use it almost everywhere, and it's really already identified to be a very large part of the climate neutral society. So in Europe or in China and so on, there are different kind of scenarios saying that between 10 and 25% of all energy used might go through the step of hydrogen in 2050. So it's a huge thing which we are about to transfer our society and energy system to.
Thank you so much. And we had a delegation here a few months ago coming from India, looking specifically at this in the hard-to-abate sectors, because this technology is something that now needs to be scaled and replicated, and of course has huge potential. Now, these companies are looking at partnerships as well, and looking at a government-to-government understanding of how to work together. And now I look at PAIR and Lead It, because of course you're working with both the corporate sector and the government sector. How do you see technologies like the ones Cecilia talks about, and of course Isabella has been part of developing in hybrid, being replicated and scaled under the auspices of something like Lead IT, which has that overarching framework?
Thank you, Rati, and thank you for the question. I think, first of all, we all have to realize the scale of transformation. I think Cecilia very well described the scale, what is needed here. So not one single player on any level, local, national, regional, or global level, can do this. So the strength of the partnership will probably determine our success. Can we be creative? We'll come back to this, to the Sweden-India scene. How can two partners, and we have India and a Swedish company in our midst, how can they show and tell a story, how to partner? I think that's potentially has a global impact. How do you do that? How do we, and these are questions that we are currently faced with, and when we are designing the next leap here. How do we create a safe space for companies on both sides to really spearhead the technological co-development that is so needed? We do know in this sector that lock-in effect, and some of the previous speakers have spoken to that. The lock-in effects on investment decisions are decades long. So whatever investments are made now, if we can change one or two of the investments, are huge, huge impact. So it's also coming to a scene where if LEADIT was formed in 2019, on those 4 years, the industrial policy globally have changed tremendously. You have introduction of the Green Deal in the EU, you have the IRA in the US, you have from the 1st of October the introduction of CBAM, which is directly related to the cement and industry segments. You have a growing discussion on the global level playing field in the sector. How can we help each other to de-risk investments? From our side today, we try to track and create transparency to investments in the steel and cement sector, so trying to track where the green investments are going. But we very much look forward to the future and how India and Sweden partnership can really spearhead this. Thank you.
And this is, of course, something that India and Sweden talk about a lot because it's a really unique, ready-made opportunity to collaborate and to actually share ideas, share technology, and actually try out, as you say, how do we work with pilots? How do we start these ideas? You can't necessarily be ready-made and pick them off the shelf. And Hitesh, I want to come to you next because you were nodding vociferously as Cecilia was talking because, of course, the power of hydrogen for grid sufficiency, the power of hydrogen in terms of transmission. You now, of course, sit here as Kalpataru Power, but also Linear Montage in terms of your business partners. What do you see when you look on both sides of this corridor about the real challenges and opportunities you face when it comes to transitioning?
It's a great question. I want to spend a few seconds to, first of all, explain what's going on in Sweden at this moment. So we heard about energy transition, industrial transition, green transition. So on one side, first of all, it is not purely the government in Sweden which is pushing the green transition. It's actually, we believe or we see that it's also coming very strongly from the industries directly. So the companies here in Sweden, you named few of them, LKAB, you named SSAB. All these companies are having initiatives, they have targets to go green, to transition from fossil fuel into a greener energy in the coming years. And they are lining up billions and billions of euro of investment over coming years to go green. And this is one of the key to their strategy. You talk about hydrogen, they all are focusing on using how do they use hydrogen or potentially other technology to help and develop these green projects. Because at the end of the day, this is now, I see this discussion happening wherein India is trying to move fast on energy transition. And a lot of Swedish companies would like to participate in that perhaps. And the financing could be a tool through which the Swedish companies can enter into this segment. And we talk about really large scale. So we don't talk about some few megawatts, 1, 2, 3, because that does not excite anybody in India. In India, people get excited when you talk about huge, huge, huge scale. And that is, again, companies like us could be enabler who are on both the sides. But that could be bringing in the investments towards the green transition, building really projects, perhaps on the hydrogen side, but also on other green energy projects in India, using financing from, and there are a lot of Swedish financing vehicle available. So using that tool, I think it could be a win-win solution.
That's really important because, of course, we can then talk about collaborative financing. So not just one actor, but a host of actors coming together, maybe using umbrella frameworks such as LEAD-IT to talk about that pivot. On January 4th, 2023, India signed the National Green Hydrogen Mission. So, of course, what we're hearing is that, as you say, Hitesh, India is interested. India wants to talk. India wants to understand what can be done. And the government has put their voice and support behind this transition and the need to have it. Now, of course, LEAD-IT, we talked earlier this day about Lead IT 2.0 and how we can use the opportunities that you've seen in the past few years, Per, to actually scale and to actually go forward in a new way and to take the learnings and apply them in this 2.0 initiative. You recently signed on a very, very important member to the Lead IT family, and that's Tata. And of course, that signifies how serious India is as one of the largest, oldest families, says, yes, we want to know more and we want to collaborate together. What does the future hold for Lead IT?
Thank you so much for that question, Arati. Yes, Tata Steel is our last member company in. Also remember the last member state in the United States. So I maybe comment on the future. The details maybe you wait for a cop. But a few comments on Lead It. From our side, we think that there has to be a global forum to discuss industry and green transition. It's often political. Some viewers view it as polarized. We have member states in all continents. That I think is a very, very important global policy discussion. How we make a just and equal green transition at all levels, be it locally, regional, or globally, between countries. I think what Hitesh spoke to, that it's about co-development. I think that's the story of Kalpataru is a very strong one. Maybe our ambition will be to give a framework or a forum for that kind of, where both parties on the corporate side feel that is a safe space to cooperate in. On the third element, maybe we will give way to partnerships that is spearheading the development. We know that, I touched on this before, if we know that the appetite is there and the ambition is there on both sides of Sweden and India to progress bilaterally. We know that if the two parties, this comes from someone who represents the Secretary serving 18 member states, but we know that if those two parties will do that, it has a global chain effect, because it's such a strong partnership between two very well-suited partners.
Exactly. You have India and Sweden taking the leadership role here that can really create these best practices that can be replicated, can be scaled. But also, I think what you say is so important, to create this safe space, to have that discussion and to know that you're having a peer-to-peer exchange between industry and leadership. Before I come to the Energy Agency to tell us about your 2.0 strategy for India, I'd like to ask our three panelists, Cecilia, Hitesh, and Isabella, to say, looking forward, we talk about India and Sweden celebrating 75 years of diplomatic relations. We talk about the need to collaborate, to pivot and go forward for our sustainable transition goals and industry transition goals. What would you like to see? If you could pinpoint one factor in this, what would you like to see happen? Maybe seated at COP28, but also what would you like to see on the ground in the next 25 years? Cecilia, I'm going to start with you.
Well, that's a huge question.
Huge.
but to give some examples from the research perspective, I would be very happy to catalyze and continue the work which we have started from the Luleå University of Technology more this year, to actually see where we do have research initiatives that could be a very good match. It could, as I briefly mentioned, on technology used in hydrogen vehicles, the fuel cell vehicles, where we have one type of expertise in our university, and there are other expertises in the universities of India, and there are also companies on both sides which do need this development. And personally, I like, since I also used to be manufacturer of components for fuel cell vehicles, I like that as an example to see that here we do have some components that are very expensive today, and we need to increase the lifetime and so on. And we do know that we have research expertise in both countries. We do have companies needing those components. So that's one of the examples, but of course not least in the hard-to-abate sector, the industry sector, where we also have both researchers and the capacities in the industry, that kind of cooperation could increase how quick we could solve these things. And I know some very good examples where there already have been development and cooperation this year, and we have seen the first products for a few months. Since I like your expression of the risk taking and the methodological way of working, when we find those type of matches that could help not only both these countries but also the whole implementation, I think that's very good example.
Thank you so much,
Hitesh.
There is a Greek expression or Greek word which I believe means the opportune moment. The word is called kairos. So I think this is a kairos moment, opportune moment wherein both India and Sweden are in the right position to contribute something to each other. So it's not one way, it's not unidirectional, it's a bi-directional relationship, and building stronger. I think when we engage more, Indian companies engage more with Swedish companies, not only on one or two sectors, but across the sector, we'll see a lot of action coming in. Sweden also needs a lot of infrastructure development, capability building, etc., which Indian companies can come and help. Whilst on the other side, India needs a lot of technology, scaling up, etc., to happen, wherein Sweden can go and help there. So I think it's a great moment. We really need to move fast, and we really need. This is one combination which can work well.
Excellent. Isabella, I come to you.
Well, the Industry Leap supports the whole innovation chain. So from research, the academia, of course, to testing and development, pre-studies, as well as investments. And I think that the last 5 years we have seen so much interesting research being produced through our support system. And now, for the coming years, I would love to see this research being implemented, tested, and scaled in Sweden. And this is something that I really look forward to. And I hope that both the academia together with industry can collaborate on making this a reality and making it happen.
That's great. I think you've given us the roadmap for the Energy Agency, but I'll come to Ludwig now. What you're hearing from the answers in the panel is matching expertise and research and development with universities in terms of what Hitesh is saying, kairos, the opportune moment for industries to speak, for government to speak, for researchers to speak is now. And Isabella saying, let's take what we know and put it on the ground. Let's implement, let's create pilots, let's do this together. I come to you for the closing remarks. What is the Energy Agency looking to do in India? You've done ISEA, the India-Sweden Innovations Accelerator. Over 10 years, over 200 collaborations on the ground. What are you looking to do with India in the next 25 years?
25? Well, we start actually tomorrow. Talking about the right time. When I started working with India, one of the strongest advices we had to give to the companies that we brought was that Indian counterparts are not interested in guinea pig projects. They don't want to play that role. They want to see proven technologies. And but what we have seen throughout the years, and just the recent years, is that now actually there's a shift in that view of development. Now Indian actors are actually scouting all over Europe and especially in Sweden to find the upcoming solutions. And also, if you look at it from a climate perspective, because we're also responsible for that, for the Swedish government, we want to collaborate with India on climate solutions, climate projects, but there is a hurdle because the government targets is set for 2070, Well, that is the Indian government. If you talk to the Indian industry, then they say 2045 at the most, or 2030, 2035. But no one say anything further than 2047. So, looking at the industry, they are actually moving faster than what the government want to commit to. So, what can we do then? Well, we have throughout the years, we have developed a strong network with these large players, the big conglomerates. You mentioned Tata, Dalmia, Reliance, Mahindra, and so on. We have already developed those relationships, and now it's time to understand how can we facilitate collaborations on a bigger scale, not just introducing small, medium-sized companies to India. Now we're trying to look at the big objectives. And that is how to work with the transition, industrial transition, of course, aiming for the climate goals. And I don't want to go into any details, but the steel sector could be one interesting area. And that also reflects how this is all connected. We're talking about green steel, but what we're actually talking about is hydrogen. And again, how to produce hydrogen, okay, you need the power. So everything is interconnected, and we need to bring that whole picture of how things are interconnected. We need to bring that into the future work of collaborations.
One thing that SIBC talks a lot about when we talk about India and Sweden is business culture, and how you have to match business culture to make things move forward. And in today's panel, we've picked up some key things when it comes to business culture and what we should have on the table as we go forward. I think ecosystems is critical. Triple helix, of course, research, government, and industry. And I think Hitesh touched upon it, and Ludwig, you come back to it, the importance of catching India's attention with scale. We need to be talking about how one solution can be replicated to scale, and that becomes an important aspect of conversations going forward. Thank you all so much for being with us today. Ladies and gentlemen, if we could give them a hand of applause for joining us on stage. Thank you so much. And please stay with us for our next panel. While we wait for the glasses to be changed up here, to give you a quick background of what's coming up next. The Sweden-India Transport Innovation and Safety Partnership started in 2020 on the sidelines of the UN Road Safety Conference that took place in Stockholm. It was inaugurated by Minister Nitin Gadkari, the Minister for Road Transport and Highways, and at that time, Minister Thomas Eneroth, the Minister for Infrastructure, Government of Sweden. Today, the next panel will talk about the importance that this collaboration has given us in terms of a roadmap for the future and what we need to keep in mind as we go forward in a green transition in the automotive sector. I'd like to welcome our speakers on stage, starting with Niklas Gustafsson, Head of Public Affairs of Volvo Group and SIBC board member. First on stage. Next, Maria Kraft, Director, Swedish Transport Administration. And Rowan Högman, Director and Head of Research Collaboration Ecosystems, Ericsson. We have with us online, Gaurav Gupta, Director of the Ministry of Road Transport and Highways, and Dr. John Frederick Gronvall, Chalmers University. Okay, so we've had a number of collaborations. We've talked about delegations coming backwards, going from India to Sweden, Sweden to India. We've had a number of years under COVID while this collaboration has been developed and strengthened. What I'd like to do today is talk about what does collaboration really look like when you have ambitious targets and governments and industry and partners on both sides working together to achieve these targets collaboratively? I want to start with Gaurav Gupta online with us today. Very, very happy to have you with us. You joined us in December 2022 at IIT Delhi, and you were part of a workshop that the CITES Partnership held on accident research. Now, the ministry has a number of ambitious targets to meet in the coming decade. Could you share with the audience here today those targets and why a collaboration like CITES is valuable?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. I would like to begin by expressing my gratitude for the opportunity to be part of this panel. It is indeed an honor to be part of an event that commensurates with the 75th anniversary of diplomatic ties between our two nations under the theme As we all know, road safety is a global challenge. That demands concentrated efforts and innovation to address. The Ministry of Road Transport and Highway in India has been dedicated in its commitment to reducing the number of road accidents and fatalities. Over the last few years, we have undertaken several initiatives aimed at strengthening the road system, the road safety ecosystem, which I would like to share with you. Our approach encompasses all four E's, that is engineering, enforcement, education, and emergency care. Under road engineering, we have made road safety audits on all national highways mandatory at all stages, including design, construction, operation, and maintenance. We have also accorded very high priority in identifying and rectifying black spots on national highways, and significant progress has been made in implementing both short-term and long-term initiatives. Model safe roads and model safe construction zones also being developed to set exemplary safety standards. Under vehicle engineering, we have issued several notifications to enhance passenger safety, including mandatory airbags, safety provisions for children, and the fitment of various safety technology. We have launched Bharat New Car Assessment Program, that is BNCAP, to provide a star rating to passenger vehicles and providing consumers an indication of the level of protection offered by different vehicles. Further, voluntary vehicle fleet modernization program also has been institutionalized in a scientific vehicle scrapping ecosystem for voluntary and environmental friendly phasing out of unfit and old polluting vehicles and their replacement with fuel efficient, environmental friendly, new generation vehicles. Government of India also has taken several initiatives to increase the adoption of electric vehicles, including exemptions from permit and registration, certificate fee for electric vehicles, advisory to states to waive the road tax, standards for aspects related to safety, range, power, type approval for EVs, production-linked incentives, etc. Under enforcement, the Motor Vehicle Amendment Act of 2019 introduced stricter penalties for traffic rule violations and targeted improvements in the safety of drivers, vehicles, and road infrastructure. Rules for electronic monitoring and enforcement of road safety also have been issued. And now we are actively working for the installation of automated traffic management systems on the entire network of national highways. Under emergency care, we have issued various rules for protection of good Samaritans who provide emergency care at accident scenes. We have made provisions for ambulances with paramedical staff at toll plazas on national highway corridors. As a result of few of these initiatives, we have seen a reduction in road fatalities per 100,000 population from 39 in 2016 to 29 in 2021. Per 10,000 vehicles from 6.6 in 2016 to 4.3 in 2021. While this progress is encouraging, but a lot more need to be done.
Gaurav, I'm going to stop you there because I'll move to Maria, but I think what you're saying is really important for us to start our discussion, which is policy needs to be the roadmap and the hand that points in the right direction to help the different stakeholders coming on board to understand what they need to do to move forward. And of course, following February 2020, when Minister Nitin Gadkari had joined us in Stockholm, we had the Vision Zero Ministerial Conference in June 2023 that Trafikverket held, Swedish Transport Administration, bringing together as a follow-up from what Gaurav is saying in terms of we need to set ambition. We need to set the roadmap. We need to be clear to our stakeholders that we are not changing direction. We're going to work with you to move forward. I'd like to ask you, Maria, what were the key outcomes of June's conference coming from February 3 years ago, when we were talking about setting these targets?
Yes, the focus was very much about how we better can use the conditions that in the transport planning that road safety is integrated in the 2030 agenda, and how we can use how road safety can become a significant topic for public procurement, for city planning, for occupational health and safety. And we had a follow-up conference this summer, and our main focus was then how the private and the public organizations' supply chain using the road system. And we're focusing on, since we are seeing that at least around half of all fatalities in Sweden happens in the private and public sectors, or the public and the private sector organizations' supply chain. And I would guess we will find the similar figures in many other countries. And that means that in the same way that companies report their climate footprint, they should report their road safety footprint and show how they will improve in a more systematic way. And especially for the very, very big companies, they normally start their supply chain in a low and middle income country, collecting raw material, ending up at the customers in somewhere else in the world. So by using this force and the possibility, that would mean that companies' road safety measures would make a change across the national borders. So what we are looking for, that we would like to have more collaborations between different countries, so that we can make this movement. And we need new technology, we need connectivity, we need innovations, and we need governments to work together.
And you mentioned, of course, the need for all sectors to work together, industry, academia. And what we've talked about in the previous panel, and I'd like to come to Nicholas in this panel, is the role that industry needs to play when we talk about taking forward ambitious targets. I think Hitesh in our previous panel said something that I'd like, Nicholas, you to reflect on, is that policy is a perfect starting point. Sometimes it can be moving too slow, sometimes too fast, but what will make the change is if industry sees the value in their own goal setting, in their own targets, in their own, as Maria says, supply chain pivots. What are your comments when it comes to road safety targets? You've been working with the India-Sweden corridor for some time now. And what are the opportunities that you've seen take place when the conversations and collaborations like CITES are in place?
Yeah, thank you, Arati. It's a very interesting aspect of it. And if you if you help me reflect a little bit about the triple helix perspective that we have been working with for decades, right? Society's government needs to do something, policies, regulations, industry needs to do something, universities need to do something, and so on. What's interesting to me when I reflect over a couple of years in traffic safety arena, but also in the green transition, actually, is that at different times, it's different forerunners in this triple helix, right? Sometimes it's research telling the right answers what to do. Sometimes it's policies that is pulling or pushing. And sometimes it's actually industry or the private sector that is the driving force. And I think what we can see in the green transition, we see a lot of industries that is now actually pulling this more than what policies are saying, not more than what research is saying, because they have been saying about the climate change for many, many years now. But still, I see the industry role, the private sector role in the green transition being really forceful since a couple of years. Not the whole world, not all companies out there, but a lot of them, and a lot of the big ones. Volvo, for instance. But on the traffic safety side, we need to get to the same climate of collaboration and on helping each other, who is actually pushing or pulling the other for the time being. And I mean, so I really like this, what Maria is into, that private sector engagement, and not necessarily based on the fact that, well, that's where accidents happens. For sure, of course. I mean, it is the industry activities that keeps the society running, so it's not so strange, honestly. but it means that the engagement from the private sector needs to be there, for sure. We still have 1.3 million deaths every year, right? And we can't just discuss it on global collaboration platforms, policy platforms, if you like. It needs to be more feet on the ground, and that's possibly where the private sector can actually help, because we are used to daily business is to make progress step by step. And the CITES collaboration is a good mix of academia, policies, and private sector engagement in it, and really trying to make change, put it into business, if you like. And reporting is one part of it, for sure, for the private sector, but maybe even more needed is to really make change quickly.
And I'd like just to comment on that, because of course CITES, the Sweden-India Transport Innovation and Safety Partnership, is bringing industry together. It brings academia together, it brings government together. And it allows, again, a safe space for that discussion, because of course, Nicholas, you touch upon the need for industry to take steps forward. You have to do that in partnership with your Indian partners, and do it in collaboration, of course, with academic partners to make application and pilots possible. And to have that cross-border conversation becomes a really important part of partnerships like CITES. I actually want to come to John Frederick right now on this exactly. I think the way Nicholas put it is really interesting. Every stage has different forerunners. Every stage has different leaders that allow for scale and replication. Now, you've been working in the R&D section for a while and working with CITES, and of course previously with Volvo. What have you seen as some of the key best practices as we go forward on data-driven applications for road safety? I think you're on mute, or at least... Yep, we can hear you now. Great.
Yeah, thank you very much, Arati, and thank you for the technicians that allowed me to speak also. Maybe I first have to correct. I was not at Volvo. I was at Volvo Cars, the car manufacturer, and organizations. But I have the 20-year experience from the industry, and now I'm at Chalmers University, and hosting the data that we gather together with industry and academia to give the researchers a better possibility to understand and do research. But I think the importance of having a good triple helix solution it's been very fruitful and very successful in Sweden for many years, for decades actually. And just to give one example, one very good example is the National Traffic Accident Investigation Team that we do with the vehicle industry. Of course, it's hosted by the government, the road, the Swedish Road Administration. But the industry and the academia is also very present in these investigations. And jointly and together, we are doing this triple helix approach to understand the causation of accidents and also give scientifically based solutions later on. And we have also at Chalmers Safer, where I'm placed at the moment, we have also a very good collaboration between the industry, academia, and government within this Safer competence network, where we jointly work together to perform good research. The other take on this that I would like to add on is now that we have another interesting dimension, and that is that we have Swedish and India two triple helix solutions or approaches, and that gives us another possibility to actually also work bilaterally, and that is very good. That Swedish academia can work with Indian academia, Indian industry, Swedish industry, and also of course the governments that have made this possible. But not only on that layer, but also between industry in India and academia in Sweden. So we have a very now multi-dimensional possibility within the CITES project, and that I think is very good. Very hopefully will be very successful also.
Thank you so much. And I actually want to come to Rowan now, because it's one thing to talk about Chalmers, Swedish Transport Administration, Ministry of Road Transport and Highways, Volvo and the OEMs. These are the usual suspects. But CITES has Ericsson. And we can talk connected services. And we can talk collaboration beyond the inner circle, perhaps. How does Ericsson look at technological improvements when it comes to CITES? And what does this corridor mean for you?
So thank you for that question, Arati. It's a super good question. And I must say, I mean, during my 27 years at Ericsson, I think just these triple helix projects are the ones that work the best. You know, they're just super exciting to have that collaboration across where you can do things. And I think India is in a unique position because India has a massive challenge in terms of the traffic, right? A lot of pedestrians on the road, a lot of traffic. But at the same time, what has happened in India during the last year? In October last year, there were 5 cities that had 5G. 6 months later, in April 2023, there were 2,300 cities and towns that had 5G. That's massive. Now, there's a pan-Indian 5G network. It's across the full India, 300,000 base stations in 10 months. That is actually a base station every minute installed in India. So with the situation, a massive traffic and a massive 5G network, India is in a unique position really, because now not only can you use the technology and experiment with it, you can research things like connecting the 5G to looking at the data analysis from all the traffic that's going around, doing AI on it. You can help the drivers predict dangers. You can look at congestion, those kind of things. So that's the first golden opportunity, really, to use the technology for the road safety. Now, there's also a second one, not as important as the first, but I'd like to mention it anyhow. So having this situation, which is pretty unique, you know, this massive traffic and this massive 5G network in place, India has a really the grounds, a platform really to do a lot of innovation around traffic safety. And this is the products and the solutions and the apps that you can develop here, you will be first in the world. So India can, at a later stage, start exporting these kind of things to other countries with the same kind of traffic situation.
I think that's excellent. And Rowan, you give us a really interesting segue, because one base station a minute in a country that is expanding and growing exponentially. But we have also touched upon the need to understand your user, the need to understand your consumer when you start applying innovation, technology, user behavior, nudging change. So I'm actually going to ask some of the people that were in India a little while ago. Rowan, when was the last time you were in discussion with India? You, of course, have a huge team on the ground. So I'm going to ask Nicholas, John Frederick, and Rowan to give us one example, just to have a conversation, to understand the business model. For those of you working with India, or for Indians here coming to Sweden, you know how important it is to understand what to expect. So if you're asked for dinner in India, you will get invited at 10:30, food at 10:30. The evening starts at 8. In Sweden, it starts at 6 p.m. Very different expectations. So I'm going to ask Nicholas, John Frederick, Rowan, when it comes to road safety and assumptions when you're planning for application and pilots, what have you seen, given your time on the ground and conversations with your colleagues, that are some of the assumptions that need to be kept in mind that are different to business as usual in a place like Sweden? John Frederick, I'm going to start with you.
Yeah, I think for all of us from Sweden or Europe, the first thought when we arrived to India is that everything is so different. But at the same time, it's very similar, actually. People are the same, the vehicles are roughly the same, the infrastructure is relatively similar, but the behavior is very, very different. So therefore, I think and also because of that the traffic situation is so extremely fast expanding. So therefore, I think that what we are doing in the CITES project is to understand not only the differences, but also the similarities, and thereby doing some research on the possibility of how to change behavior, how to change some infrastructural solutions. And there, in that case, we need fast communication, we need data, we need the 5G solutions to pick up the data that we are collecting in these experiments. So not only looking for differences, but also similarities, I believe.
Nicholas, Rowan mentioned data and traffic. What did you see in your time in India?
No, but absolutely. I would like to build a little bit what John Frederick said here, and that is that we have so much to learn from the traffic situations that we can find in India. Obviously, if we can make it in India, we can probably make it anywhere in the world. So this combination of India and Sweden, then Sweden being in the forefront in the world on traffic safety, it's a great combination bilaterally. Just to start there. And we need to learn, and data is everything, of course. Connectivity is everything. Maybe Europe lost the race on 5G. We claim sometimes India will not lose the race on 5G, so that's a good start. And anything nowadays that has to do with traffic safety development is very much about connectivity when it comes to the vehicles and vehicle technology. Another interesting thing is that we have passed the period, right, Maria, about the vehicles as an isolated thing, and let's make them safe, passive safety, and what have you. It's all about system solutions now, and a system solution is about several different components interacting together, right? So from a truck manufacturer perspective, that is what is the key interest to us, to really understand the really complex traffic situations that we can find in India, obviously, and find solutions that goes into a system solution, not only for the vehicles. We will do our part, obviously, as well, but you know, together in a partnership, work on that. And I'm sure we have already learned it, so we have already proven it, but I'm sure we will learn much more that can actually be brought back to Sweden as well in that direction. How can we implement solutions in Sweden that we actually learned in India? I just want to add one thing. This complexity with with all pedestrians and bicyclists and three-wheelers and cars and trucks and buses, all of it. It's so interesting. But there is one thing that we actually try to keep in the back of our heads when it comes to trucks, and that is business to business, right? So these are working tools that are out there transporting stuff to keep society running. And what does that mean from a traffic safety perspective? Well, for the driver, he or she is actually at office all day driving that truck, which is a little bit different thing from a passenger car or consumer products, right? There's no difference in importance. All of it is important, but solution-wise, and not at least talking about connectivity, software development, driver support in different contexts, it makes a huge difference for the guy who is actually at his office or her office a full day working. And we want to keep them safe, of course. We want everyone to be able to come back from their office every day, right? So that's something that we try to look into. What is the specific solutions for the trucks in society there?
And user behavior is, of course, very important.
User behavior, of course, and then if you buy a Volvo truck, for instance, in India, then it's connected with driver training. I mean, that's obvious, something we've done for many years. But I think that is something we can build on a bit also. And when we reach tipping points, when we have learned enough, implemented enough of solutions, we reach tipping points, and it will change, of course. And behavior is an interesting thing, because that takes time, obviously. But in a business-to-business context, again, the people going to their work, when we have reached that tipping point, it can go really quickly to change stuff in a company, which is not necessarily the case for a private customer all the time.
And that tipping point can be word of mouth as well, in terms of experiences, best practice. And you bring me to a very good point to go back to Maria to say behavioral change. That's at the heart of what we're trying to achieve in terms of how do we stay safe? How do we actually create the users, the truck drivers, the car drivers, the pedestrians, which sometimes get forgotten in India? How do we incorporate and mainstream this plan so that everyone has a part to play? The Vision Zero Academy is something that Trafikverket has as a product for skilling, reskilling, and training. We had a Vision Zero Academy under CITES very early into our time as a partnership in February 2021. That was made possible with the result of the Ministry of Road Transport and Highways, and we worked with their line ministries in all the states of India. And what we saw was a discussion, a very open discussion. Over 500 people participated, talking about wanting to ask questions. It's one thing to have the ambition, but it should be okay to ask the question that might seem a little bit stupid, but to create that safe space to have that discussion. How does Vision Zero do this? How do you create, because you're traveling in different countries every month, and of course we had a great experience in India. And Gaurav, after Maria gives us her comments, I'd love to hear from you about how trainings like this are valuable. But how does Vision Zero take this forward in terms of nudging this change?
It's very much about the system approach, as you were talking about, and the Vision Zero approach sometimes means a mind opener, because it says it's based on an ethical position saying that we can't accept fatalities and severe injuries. And that means we can't have a trading between mobility and life, saying that's the price you have to pay. So, and that means a lot of things, different steps you need to do in a systematic way. It also, important step is to realize that humans are humans, which actually mean that even if you have the best education ever, from like child all the way up, the collision, the crashes will still occur. That means that you need to have a strategy that you need to handle dangerous kinetic energy with several preventive solutions, so that when the crash occurs, you will survive. And that as a base and discussion, what does that mean? How do you develop a road system based on that? How do you combine the different components that you were talking about. So it's very much about that. It's very much about what is important indicators, what is important KPIs to follow, and it's really important to stay close to scientific evaluations and not going for, I think this is a good idea, or this feels good, or the opinion is like this. So it's really to follow the scientific baseline. That is a good start as well.
That's great, because of course to have this chance to retrain, to reskill, to have the conversation is important. And Gaurav, I'd like to ask you, because of course the ministry has your centres of excellence where you want to have these conversations on road safety, but not just at a conversational level, but a policy level, a project level, full commercial pilots, as we like to call them. What would you like to see in terms of a Vision Zero conversation happening regulatory-wise, but on the project level? Where would you like partnerships like such?
Yeah, Vision Zero concept has really given everybody a thought, which already ma'am was mentioning, that it makes you think that we can live our life by making our roads very, very safer. But definitely, one of the panelists has mentioned about the user behavior. So that is also one of the very important things based upon the various interventions we have seen in our country. Like a complete paradigm shift in the road user behavior is very much necessary. Like, just to add into this, an alert, attentive, aware, and skilled driver can avoid any mishappening in most of the conditions. Whereas an absent, lost, unskilled, aggressive, or drunk driver will most likely cause an accident, even in the best of the conditions. So here, in the government of India is putting all efforts to make our roads and vehicles as safe as possible. And further to give the point, we have launched a application, a program that is IRED/EDAR program to collect all the data about all the mishappenings or the crashes happening on the road, to do the data-driven interventions on all those positions. And further, we are working on various other initiatives to improve the system of road safety in the country. And we believe that innovations and collaborations, such as the partnership between Sweden and India, will definitely going to play a pivotal role in achieving the net zero future while ensuring the safety of our citizens on the road.
Thanks, Gaurav. I'm actually going to take what you say now in terms of the need to change and the openness the ministry has, as well as the government of India, in moving forward. And I'm going to come back to Rohan, because last year at the India Mobile Congress, for those of us watching the news at that time, we saw Prime Minister Modi driving a 5G simulated car from the comfort of Pragati Maidan in Delhi. He was very excited about being involved in a 5G experiment. And of course, 5G, in addition to hydrogen, as we mentioned earlier, seem to be the key words of how we can move forward faster. You mentioned to us, of course, how fast this application and rollout is happening in India. What do you see 5G technology and that integration playing when we talk about creating changes on the ground for user behavior in the way that Maria is talking about, and of course Gaurav is mentioning?
So I think innovation super important in an industry is changing a lot. And I mean, we as a company, we are reinvesting 16 to 19% of our revenues every year just to create new innovation, create new R&D and so on. And it's so important for 5G. We do have our own foundry, Ericsson One, where we look at new business ideas and try to take things further. But it's so important that we get the 5G and the services going for the operators to install new types of things in their networks. And this is something that's super important for all the consumers as well that are looking at 5G. We track consumers. We have something called the Consumer Lab. We just have a new report out. If you like have a look, please do. It's very easy to find, ericsson.com/Consumer Lab. You can find the latest around what consumers really are interested in terms of 5G. And what we're doing here is really we started our own initiative called Startup 5G, where we gather the best ideas that we can find around the world. We have some 100 companies there in the portfolio already now. We're gathering these ideas and then we're matching them with operators around the world so that they can implement the best of the breed services from around there. You mentioned IMC, and this year the theme for IMC is startup and global digital innovation. So what we're doing there is we're showing a number of new use cases in collaboration with Indian startups, and it's around XR and it's around smart manufacturing and other verticals as well. We're also working with Volvo Trucks, and we are showing just how an intersection could become more safer, being able to display extra information for the drivers crossing those intersections with the help of a digital twin. So do come and see us if you're in India. It will be super fun.
It might be crowded because Modi might be there as well.
I'm sure.
But I want to come actually with that to Nicholas, because we've talked about now, of course, Volvo Trucks and Ericsson are working on the India Mobile Congress coming up this year. We have collaborations with the partners within the framework of CITES as well as outside. But I'd like to talk about how we can use the bilateral conversation to reach the multilateral conversation, because you said something very important in the opening, which is that we have this climate conversation, we have this green transition conversation. The SDGs include road safety, they include decreasing global deaths, but we're not mainstreaming that conversation perhaps as much as we could. How can the bilateral reach the multilateral and reach actually COP28?
Yeah, that's quite a big question, but let's try to do something with it. I think it's important to get pragmatic and do things where we can do things instead of just talking, right? And that's where I think the bilateral collaboration between India and Sweden is so essential, because it's a do mindset that we have, which is good, and we shouldn't take it as granted. I mean, look at the world today. It's getting worrisome here and there, right? It's not a stable world, and we see a lot of protectionism all around the world. And for a global company like Volvo in 190 different countries all over the world, it's worrying, and we need to work with the friends where it's established. And I'm dividing it a little bit in layers, and maybe this is because I think the private sectors, the big multinational companies can actually play an important role here, where we see politics change over the world, governments changing and so on. But the global companies can actually secure that we build on something that is working globally based on bilateral collaboration, such as this one as a good example, be it on traffic safety or be it on the green side, doesn't matter. But we need consistency, and we need to work over these changes of politics, over this protectionism that we see in the world, and secure that things are happening, because we simply don't have time, right? And that is something that surprises me sometimes, that now it seems that everyone in society has actually understood that in the green transition we simply don't have time for too much of politics and, talk and talk and talk. We need to get moving, and that's good to see. In the traffic safety, I'm a little bit worried, honestly, because we stay on these 1.3 million traffic deaths every year. And we simply need to get going. And that's why I want to move into the multilateral discussions, because this is possibly something that we can bring from the cities collaboration between India and Sweden. How do we do things for real on a bilateral level? Why did Sweden and India work on traffic safety? And then grow that into multilateral, and not only on policy levels, because multilateral often happens to be on policy level, right? So, but also for private sector, how do we bring it into the global context? What our learnings, both good and bad learnings.
And some of the easiest ways to do that might be through R&D, might be through pilot projects on the ground to start the conversation so everyone knows what's being discussed. I'm going to come to you, John Frederick, to give us potentially an example of how R&D can be this enabling factor, this glue that brings both sides together to allow to understand the potential to move from road safety to a larger conversation that mainstreams road safety within the green transition, within the SDGs, where they are already present.
Yeah. First, a comment to the 1.3 million that Niklas brought up. I think I also agree that we're quite stable, unfortunately, on 1.3. But one of the reason is that many of the new expanding economies are the ones where we have the most difficult fatality risks. And in the Western countries, we have learned how to handle it, and there we are decreasing somewhat. But emerging economies like India, for example, and also Africa, they're booming with the fatalities. But coming back to your question, Arati, I think by building such platforms, but also collecting data, but also sharing data among the researchers, among the industry, and among the governments, that is a way where we can contribute to the possibilities to change traffic behavior, to change traffic accident risks, etc. So in cities, for example, we have a possibility to gather a lot of data with the help of the industry, the Volvo buses, Volvo trucks, but also the data transfer possibility, the data collection via Ericsson with the 5G system, and then also implementing examples of platforms for traffic management systems, so that someone mentioned in the beginning, you don't know when the meeting starts. You know when the meeting starts, but you don't know when you will be there. So therefore, we are testing traffic management platforms by Saab, where we can see, at least to predict the travel time, etc. And that will also reduce the risk of standing and waiting for a coach along the roadside if you know that the bus is 2 hours late, etc. But so I think the cooperation, the collaboration within Triple Helix is essential, and that we learn on a bilateral basis also to connect these possibilities. And then we will collect data that is also useful for a green transition, for example, travel distance, travel times, etc., and fuel economy. So there are a lot of possibilities.
This comes back to, of course, consistency and predictability being some of the key elements for security in all our different circumstances. Yeah. I would like to end today's panel by asking Maria and then Gaurav to tell us from a government perspective in terms of Vision Zero, in terms of the SDGs we hope to achieve, what would you like to see happen in the next 10 years?
We have a lot of exchange about infrastructure and vehicles and so on and so forth, but I really would like that we had a better collaboration when it comes to implement road safety with other SDGs. And then I'm especially thinking about occupational health and safety, because it's probably the most dangerous place to be in the traffic, but still we're not treating it as a high risk as it is. And I think if we're looking into that on a Triple Helix perspective, I really think we can move forward much faster.
That's great. Gaurav, I will ask you for the final words on today's panel.
Like Vision Zero has given the way to achieve the reduction in fatalities as well as injuries. Like we are very much committed in India to reduce the fatalities and injuries by 50% by 2030. And I'm sure that with the partnerships, collaborative efforts, with the help of various countries, academia, industry, as well as sharing our best practices, which has achieved the result of reduction or achieved the target of bringing the road fatalities and crashes to zero, those has to be shared. And definitely through these kind of partnership and collaborative efforts, we can definitely make significant strides towards a safer and more sustainable future. And target of Vision Zero will definitely be achieved.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, traffic safety is something that literally affects every one of us in this room. Together with the partners of cities here today, you'll find them probably at COP28, if not at COP28, Pragati Maidan, IMC, in Ericsson. Do stay informed about what cities is doing, and of course the collaboration towards Vision Zero on the India-Sweden corridor. Please join me in giving our panelists a warm hand of applause. To introduce our next moderator, I'd like to invite Cecilia Oskarsson on stage, Business Sweden Country Manager India. Sorry.
Thank you so much, Arti. Maybe I can ask all my panelists to come with me on the stage as well. So, warmly welcome to the next session here, which we call Tapping into the Indian Aviation Market. And we will here discuss Swedish technology and solutions supporting India growth in connectivity and through sustainable but also cost-efficient solution in air traffic management and air operations. Very long title. Before I introduce to you this very, very esteemed panel, let me start by setting the context a little bit. So India is one of the fastest growing aviation markets in the globe, and it really needs to assess the demand of the capacity expansion in many different projects, such as building new airports, adding new infrastructure to existing one, also improving operational efficiency, and optimization of the utilization in airspace, route optimization, and also adoption of innovative and digital sustainable technologies, all to achieve this. We know that today we have 150 plus airports working in India, and in the coming 2-3 years, we will see at least 50 to 60 more. Many of the major cities in India, such as Delhi, Mumbai, Chennai, already have and sees expansion of the first airport and are now seeing also expansion of a second one. Also, the government of India is enhancing regional connectivity and by that opening up more airports on regional basis. But with all these capacity getting added, we see a clear business case of enhancing capabilities within air operation and air traffic management, but also you doing that with sustainable and cost-efficient solutions. India operates in a very complex airport and airspace, majority of which is owned by the military and only about 20-25% by civil authority. And with this increased air traffic movement and also opening of the second airport in many cities, usage of drones for civilian application, it adds really to this complexity. And therefore, it requires air traffic management to be modernized. So in this context, I really would like to introduce to you this panel where we have Per Ahl, CEO of Digital Air Traffic Solutions at Saab, We have Maria Valpatrini, CEO for LFV Aviation Consulting. We have Gautam Hariharan, Director at Greentex. We also have Guillermo Brito from Heart Aerospace, and Ulf Rudebark, Independent Business Group. So I would like to start by all of you just introducing yourself and what you do within air operation and air traffic management, very shortly. If you could keep it to 2 minutes, I would be very happy. You would like to start?
Yeah, hi. Thank you very much, Cecilia. My name is Gautam. I'm the director of Greentex in India. We have been providing technologies in the aviation sector for the last 2 decades, in terms of software engineering as well as, technical provisioning of services for entire envelope of air traffic management services from, the surveillance part of it, the communications part of it, navigation, including en route and approach, but also we have been associated in the Gagan program, which is India's space-based, satellite-based augmentation system. So the entire envelope is covered. So with 2 decades of experience with some of the world's largest companies. Oh, sorry about that. I don't know, was I heard or? Thank you. So, so we have been associated, and of course with Saab, almost 2 decades of experience as well, very successfully working in 10 airports in India with the latest technologies. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. Per?
My name is Per Ahl, come from Saab, not selling cars. Instead, we are selling air traffic management system. We also are an air navigation service provider like Airport Authority of India. Our small ANSP calls Digital Air Traffic Solution, and we operate 4 airports from our digital center in Sundsvall here in Sweden. So we are both the technology provider, but also an air navigation service provider operational side. I feel very honored to be part of this panel discussion as we also will look into the future with Heart Aerospace and what the LFV Aviation are doing and also with the IBG. So I think we will have a very good look into the future as well, because digital tower is the part of a new infrastructure. We were the first in the world to get an operation approval together with LFV in 2015. We were the first in the world to create a center by interacting with different airports and so on. And I think that is a very, very interesting solution for the Indian market now with expansion. And we're working together with Gautam, our partner in India, very closely now, how we can support India in the future. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Per. Thank you.
So, good morning, everybody. My name is Maria Valpatrini. I'm the CEO of LFV Aviation Consulting, a consultancy company that was formed in 1984 and is a daughter company to LFV Air Navigation Services of Sweden. We signed a year ago an MOU with Airport Authority of India when it comes to both looking into the operational side, how it looks today, but also in the future. And I was very happy to hear Malin Petersson earlier from Vinnova discussing several projects that are ongoing between Sweden and India. And I'm really hopeful that it will be also some kind of research innovation project within the aviation sector in the future. So I think I stop there. Well, I can say also that we also have a center with 4 airports, remote tower. Thank you.
Guilherme Brito, Commercial Market Intelligence with Heart Aerospace. I don't know if everybody's aware, it's a startup which started in 2018 in Göteborg, Sweden. It's a company that started with 2 employees in 2018 and now counts with 200 people. We did a statistic before coming here. I wanted to know how many are from India. And 25% are from Sweden, mainly former Volvo or ecosystem of electrification in the city. The other 25 are Brazilians, mainly former Embraer employees like myself. And then the other 10% are from India. So India is representing a lot of our engineering powers there, right? And our solution, it's a mission of decarbonizing aviation, a very bold goal. Our solution starts with a 30-seater regional aircraft. It's solely on batteries in the short ranges. But as we know, batteries are evolving, and these ranges can increase generation by generation of the batteries. But airlines want to fly longer, and also we must abide to the certifications. And then our aircraft has also turbo generators, which can be fueled by sustainable aviation fuel. So it's a hybrid aircraft that can fulfill both the carbon emissions goals, but also fulfill the airline's operations. Commercially wise, we have 250 orders from big marquee airlines like United Airlines, Air Canada, Mesa Airlines in the US, and Rockton, Swedish lessor, which provides solutions for aircraft operators who want to lease the aircraft instead of buying. And also 120 conditional orders, right? And another 100 from mainly Nordic operators. So not only us believing that this is the way to go, but several big airline names in the industry. And we are super eager to soon have an Indian airline among this very selective group.
Looking forward to hearing more about that a little bit later. Yeah, Ulf?
Hello everyone, Ulf Rudebark. I'm the CEO of Independent Business Group. It was a consultancy and infrastructure company that was formed 2007 already. And through the years we have done roughly around 90 plus airport programs where we have supported the airports to redesign the airspace to and from the airport. We also do a lot of efficiency measures on the ground from touchdown to gate and from gate to takeoff in order to shorten the time, reduce the fuel consumption, and also lower the CO2 emissions. We have currently concluded a very large program in Qatar where we supported them for 3 years to prepare for the FIFA World Cup. It was a 1.36 million euro program, and I think I will come back to that later during the speech. And of course, we have a huge interest of India. Like always, I worked myself in India for 4 years, and I see that that will be the coming decade for the aviation development. So I'm looking forward to the panel.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you all for presenting yourself. Now you have an idea of what we will definitely hear from today. But let me start with you, Maria. As we heard, you have worked a lot in India. You've also signed an MOU with AAI. So how do you see, AAI, by the way, Airport Authority of India is the equivalent to Luftfartsverket in Sweden. But how do you see future collaboration, and how can you contribute to the aviation sector in India, and also what opportunities for this future cooperation do you see?
I see a lot of future cooperations with India. As you mentioned before, Cecilia, the Indian market is booming. The middle class is, it's growing, and a lot of people want to travel by air. And a lot of airports is going to be built. As we speak today, I suppose there are an airport inaugurated. It's a lot of airports. And they need an airspace, of course. And I think we can cooperate when it comes to airspace. We work also together with IBG on that area. Airspace and procedure design, but also the civil-military integration. We heard before that most of the airspace in India is military. And as we in Sweden have been integrated since the 70s, we have a lot of experience from integrated airspace. So that's an area where I think that we can collaborate on. As Per mentioned also, the remote tower, we were first in the world, as you said, Per. We have a lot of experience from that side. So we can help
out with pre-studies and things like that, and also implementation of remote tower. One other area that I think is very important that is safety. Safety is core for all air navigation service providers. And I have to brag a bit because we are actually quite good in safety. And I have one of my colleagues sitting down here who is actually also part of an innovation project when it comes to fatigue management. And I know that Airport Authority of India are quite keen on knowing more about that area. So, well, I think I'll stop there for the moment.
Well, thank you so much. To follow up with you, Per, what possible benefits do you see in the long run of using remote towers? And can you also specify some of the use cases in Indian context?
Then I have to have more than 2 minutes, if that's
No, you
okay.
can speak more than 2 minutes.
Okay.
Now you, no worries.
No, as we have a lot of experience here in Sweden, working together, Saab and LFE, starting already in 2006. And finally, we got the first approved system in the world in 2015. And that experience is very important to roll out the program, like in India. And we had a lot of discussion with Gautam and his team that the expansion now in India, as we heard now, is massive. But don't do it in the old-fashioned way. Look into the future. And we have a good panel here that we can have a new infrastructure, what we call a new ecosystem. I think that is very important to look into the future and pave already now with the infrastructure to the future. We are already present, is it 10 airports now we're working together? 10 airports. So we have a quite good knowledge, and one very important element is to work with a partner in India to understand really the market and the networking and so on. But as I said, we have a lot of experience. I will say we are leading in the world now with a lot of different programs rolling out now. And that experience is very important to have in mind when we start a program in India, for instance. And that's why we have a workshop with our partner here this week, just to see how can we support each other in order to support also Airport Authority of India for the future. We have also a very interesting airport in the border of Norway and Sweden. It's a ski resort called Scandinavian Mountain. It's a greenfield airport, similar to what we're going to see here in India. But they didn't build a brick and mortar tower. They went directly into the digital world. So we provide a camera solution and run it from our center, approximately 600 kilometers away from the center. However, they need that kind of air traffic service between December and April, because that's the season when the people coming in and into the slopes and so on. We can provide that ATC on demand from December to April. And that has been eye-opener that suddenly we can use this infrastructure at a certain period. And I know for sure there are airports in India that you don't need to have 12 months of a service, but maybe a half year or whatever. Then this kind of solution can actually provide that service in a very, very safe manner. So there are so many things that we can provide and support India in this. It's like a Swedish smorgasbord, so Airport Authority have to pick and choose where to go. But it's very, very important to work with our colleagues and partner in Greentex.
Great, and I would, of course, like to leave the word with Gautam, but before we do that, I think, Ulf, you wanted to comment.
Just a short add-on to what Per already said. When Maria and I had the fortune during April to be part of a Minister of Infrastructure trip to India, and during our trip there, the message to us was that actually it was around 80 landing strips, today very basic in India, and the ambition was to convert at least half of them into small regional airports. And I think what Per just explained would be perfect for these kind of solutions on these smaller airports.
Yeah, thank you so much, Ulf. Gautam, we already heard you are partner with Saab, but you also have a very long and extensive experience of working in the Indian aviation system. So where do you see the current bottlenecks, but also what possible steps are required to actually address this?
I would not call them exactly bottlenecks right now, because Prime Minister Modi has unleashed this aviation program today in India, which makes it, there's a lot of energy, like Ulf and Ori also mentioned. So there's tremendous energy. It's flown down all the way to every levels. So most of the bottlenecks, I would say, what we might have encountered in the earlier years, much of it, I would say, has kind of been taken care of because of the thrust from the government in terms of, India spending 98,000 crores. Now, that would be like 130 billion Swedish kroner, right? Minister announced this in June. And we all know that India is the fastest growing aviation market in the world and the third largest by volume. So in every which way today, there is a lot of focus being given to this sector. But I could say it's some challenges instead of, bottlenecks. So challenges basically now, I would say that, we all know India is a very cost-sensitive country. The whole world is vying towards India and trying to get a piece of this market. So how to find the right way in which we are able to meet the cost, I wouldn't call it a barrier, but I would say that, be creative in terms of meeting the cost. Now, Swedish technologies are some of the best in the world. Obviously, it comes with the cost, right? So I think it's a very important time, therefore, to see how Indian inputs and talent could be utilized in terms of cost reduction. We are working with Saab very successfully, and that's, I think, way before the Make in India came, because we were trying to win RFPs, as I said, 10 airports. And all these airports had to be won, again, based on once you're technically qualified, then it's always the price, right? So we started working almost 10 years ahead of the time to see how we could make indigenous or leverage Indian engineering talent. Now, of course, Indian software, everybody knows it's some of the best. We are delivering a lot of software now for aviation requirements. So how do we leverage the Indian engineering STEM resources? India is the youngest population in the world, but also there's a lot of STEM talent, right? So how do we leverage this to bring down our pricing and still not compromise on the quality? This is, I think, definitely something which countries all over the world are looking at India towards. Make in India, while it's an enabler, because it's Prime Minister Modi's, again, the thrust is coming. The earlier chairman, Dr. Mohapatra, when he left AI, he became actually the head of the DIPP investment, which is primarily looking after Make in India. Unfortunately, he's passed away now. But there was a lot of thrust, and still there's a lot of thrust on Make in India. Now, Make in India comes with its challenges as well. Because today, in order to be, being selected, one of the major criteria in India, as we all know, is to have 50% plus indigenous content. Now, 50% plus indigenous content in a high technology domain, what we are talking about, that's a challenge. Because, it's just not, you cannot do it one day to the other, right? Then there are also the IP issues. So these are some of the challenges that we are trying to overcome right now and see how to deal with this. The Indian legal system is definitely very good. So that means there is quite a reasonable level of protection of IP. So this is something I think Swedish companies can really consider, that there is not that much of risk in even the IP issues in trying to work, because India has, been having collaborations with, global companies for years now. And there's not been many issues on IP to the best of our knowledge, right? So that is one area. Second thing now, post-COVID, we all know that there has been a big demand in the requirement of latest and greatest technologies in the aviation domain, right? So this itself has brought a lot of shortage of resources, actually, among international companies. So while it's a challenge on one side, but again, the solution is that India can provide the resources and, support Swedish companies with, development in India. If there is a shortage, let's say, of engineering and software resources today, globally caused by, the spurt of demand due to COVID. So this is what I would think
Thank you. And with that, I would like to ask you again, Per, the collaboration you have with Greentext, but also with the broader Team Sweden, how important is that for you to really succeed in India?
I will say 100%. It's very, very important to have the footprint, so to say, and the network, but also to understand how we should work in India. We can't send Swedes all the time by aircraft. It's useless. And that's why we have more and more intense discussion on how can we better support Greentext locally in India. And I think that's the way forward to successful.
And the same question for you, Maria, for LFV. You work a lot with us in Team Sweden, and how important is that and for you to succeed?
It's very important, and I think that's the key fact that we got this MOU is working together with you at Business Sweden. You made a tremendous job for us because, we are not local. We don't have a representative in India. So we lean quite hard on you to help us out. And we have actually not doing much business in India before. So that's also something that you have to learn the culture and you are there for us also when it comes to that, so that you don't go wrong anywhere. So I think it's very important.
Thank you.
Very important.
So Ulf, you have worked a lot in India, as we heard before, and you really understand the aviation ecosystem in India. What's your assessment? And can you also, I know you have done a huge project in Qatar. Can you relate that to this discussion?
Yes. First of all, also when Maria and I was there, we had the fortune to have a lunch with the CEO of Air India, Mr. Wilson. And he just at that time signed the agreement for almost 500 aircraft. I know also during the summer that Indigo has procured almost 500 aircraft as well. And for a Swede, that is, of course, basically much more than we already have in the whole country. So going down to that, when we talked to Mr. Wilson, was that the issue to fill it with customers was not the problem, he said. That will come since you have a growing middle class and people want to travel and you travel for work, etc. The problem and the challenge he saw is that, first of all, to find trained pilots, then, of course, the crew and the ground staff and maintenance support and everything that comes around this amount of aircraft, and also the increase in the traveling. Also going forward, coming into the area where I work together with LFE, and is that you have already now constraints in the airspace due to the military. Connecting it to what we did in Qatar was that in front of the FIFA World Cup, FIFA put demands on the hosting country that you need to have a certain capacity for taking all the audience that will come and look at the games. And especially during the final games, you also have a lot of maybe richer people like Messi and Zlatan that also goes there, but they come in private jets. So the demand they had was that the Hamad International should be able to handle 100 movements per hour, which means a start or landing, on 2 runways. And the capacity they had when we started the program was 70 movements per hour. Normally, you build a 3rd runway, or you build maybe a 4th runway as well, but the time was not enough. So the only thing we could do was to review the airspace as such over the whole country. They also had huge constraints due to military. So what we did, that we brought in also experts from the military side and retired Swedish 3-star general that is really good in these integrated airspace issues. And together with LFE, we solved and actually opened up a flexible use of the airspace between the middle and sea level, which actually increased the efficiency on both sides. So that was really good. And then on the airport, we did a lot of measurements. Actually, it was around 32 parallel projects ongoing. So the end result of the 3-year work was that we, well in advance in front of the FIFA started, reached above the capacity they required. So we actually had 108 movements per hour on 2 runways 3-4 months before the FIFA started. And the FIFA, as you know, went fairly well from the organizer's perspective. Just to compare, I don't know the exact number, so maybe the expert here needs to support me. I think the maximum movements per hour at Arlanda is roughly around 40 movements per hour when they go up to peak hours. Is that correct?
No, it's 90.
90 now?
95.
Yeah. Okay, but then we...
Stretch it to 95.
Okay, then you're much more than I thought it was. But okay, 95, perfect, on 3 runways. And we succeeded with 108 on 2 runways. So I think it was a fairly good job done there.
Very, very much. And maybe also very needed in India. Maria, you want to?
No, actually, you can't. It's two parallel runways at Arlanda. And the other runway is hard to use when you use one of parallel.
If I can just do one add-on. Also, I think looking into India, of course, you have an ambition to build a lot of new airports. But I think it's equally important actually to improve and make the current ones more efficient.
Yeah.
And there I think IBG can support a lot. And their ambition is that we actually should increase our activities there from now.
Interesting. Looking forward to seeing more of you there then. Heart Aerospace, one of the most sought after aviation companies and also for the future to come, right? Your vision, as we heard before, is to electrify air regional travel. In India, we have heard that there is a lot of movements for the regional travel through very focused policy making but they use the existing aircrafts of today. So do you see a future for you in India?
Absolutely. It's a super interesting question. And I think it resonates with Ulf and Gautam were discussing. Well, there's a ton of potential, but if we look to the existing industry on the regional aviation today, on the US and here in Europe, it has some problems, which we call the 3 Cs. It's a problem of the carbon, it's a problem of the connectivity, and the cost. On the carbon, we call it, if you look at the emissions into 2050, it will triple. And we have these mandates of reducing carbon emissions. So we are providing a solution to mitigate that. The other C is connectivity. We all remember in the 80s and 90s on smaller regional airports where we had chances of flying to the big hubs with, say, 20, 30, 40 departures per day. And if we look at the majority of these airports today, they have no flight whatsoever. So these flights that they gradually were quit by the major airlines because of the increase of the operational costs that internal combustion engines have with fuel exposure and must be divided in only 30 or 40 or even 20 seats. So it's a major problem. And our third pillar is the C of costs. So our solution, which resonates of the cost sensitivity, right, is we aim to provide a solution that is a battery-powered ones, hence electricity. If you compare the fuel prices everywhere, there's fluctuations of anything that happens in the world has an impact on fuel price. This today, but imagine in the 20, 30, 40 years to come, there will be taxation, there will be several other issues that will make fuel even harder. In the opposite hand, electricity is getting more and more diversified, decentralized, and even better, greener. So our solution covers these 3 pillars on connectivity, cost, and carbon. So we think it's a really good solution for India. So having these airports that are built, let's fulfill them with sustainable aircraft.
Yeah, let's do that.
Yes.
Very interesting. So this will bring a completely new way of air travel. And how will that affect Saab when it comes to remote travel towers?
I think in order to meet the demand, like in India with all this airport, you have to have a new way of looking holistic, and you have to centralize in a complete new way, and that can be done through this kind of technology. And just as an example, that we know Heart will fly 2028 is the target date, I think. And we have all the new eVTOLs or electrical taxis in the sky and so on. That will also be flying now in 2030 or whatever the time frame. And Aviation Week, they had a report a year ago looking just in UK, what kind of new route structure can these new vehicle in the sky produce. They come up with a number of 384 new routes only in UK, because we need to look at this as a complete new transportation system, a new ecosystem. It has to be sustainable for the future. And that's why we need to have an infrastructure in place to control these small airports in a safe manner by 2028. So we need to roll out this digital air traffic service already now. So that will have a huge impact on Saab and my small part of Saab on the civil side, definitely.
And what do you say, Maria, for LFV? How will it really affect the air traffic controller?
It will affect the airspace and the air traffic controllers, and you have to have new planning tools. We actually got a new assignment from the Swedish government to be the sole partner to do the flight planning for unmanned vehicles. So it's coming up, and we are right now purchasing a system solution for this aim. And it will be different in the airspace with the electrical aircraft, at the beginning at least, between, like city hoppers at the beginning, and also the UAVs and the conventional airlines. So there will be a lot of changes for air traffic controlling, definitely.
And lastly, Ulf, what do you say for you? Will it change anything for IBG?
Maybe not for I think we will focus a lot of supporting maybe the training going forward as well, because I think as Per and Maria is mentioning, this will put a total new landscape, and also with Heart Aerospace, if we increase the short-haul flights in a country, I think that's perfect for India, especially in areas where the ground infrastructure is maybe not so developed. And there I think Heart Aerospace has a huge role to play. And at the same time, if you go down to the ATC side and air traffic controllers, if you are an educated air traffic controller, you don't want to sit in a remote place, maybe have 3 or 4 landings a day. And it's not cost efficient either. So I think from a resource perspective, to digitalize and to centralize the air traffic control is the only way to go if you look to the actual growth of the aviation market in India. Otherwise, you will not succeed.
Thank you. So final question maybe for all of you. I want to start with the Heart Aerospace here. What support do you really require from Indian companies or airlines or private operators?
Well, as we discussed, the value proposition of an aircraft like ours is that it must be green, right? So it doesn't make sense of having a sustainable aircraft that burns on electricity produced by coal, for instance. So we are eager to contribute on an aircraft that has been fed by a grid that it's sustainable. On the airport side, we are seeing several airports which are investing in solar panels, solar farms, storage facilities with batteries for grid alleviation. and also chargers for these aircraft. This aircraft of our size, they rely upon ground infrastructure for charging the aircraft and also managing the thermal side of the charging. So we need airports to be ready for it when it comes to fruition, right, for these airlines. And on the airline side, we are seeing here that aviation happens in an ecosystem with every part does its own thing, right? For the government and airlines, there must be a support for the airlines who want to join this transition. So on a form of incentives, tax alleviations, some sort of incentive to there is this demand is latent, but a little push from all the parts involved. I think it's super helpful to start this movement.
Per, what do you say?
I think it's super important to have this collaboration, not only government to government and what we have in place here. Because this is a new infrastructure, so it's maybe not only Airport Authority of India, it other infrastructure in place that has been looked into. For us, working with Gautam and his team in India is very, very important. But it's also, we have an open door policy in our center that whoever would like to come, please come and see, because to see is to believe what we are doing now with Digital Tower. Everything from unions to engineers and so on. And therefore, I encourage also that we have an engagement with the airlines, the pilots, and so on. So we can't do it by ourselves, but we can collectively do something for the future. So I think that's very, very important.
I think we have time for one last comment. Anyone? Ulf, Maria?
Yeah. So, sorry. Oh, sorry, please.
No, just I think it's important for Team Sweden to gather together, because if we're going to do something in the bigger picture in a huge market like India, I think that's essential to work together. And what do we need from the Indian side? An open discussion of the needs that they have. And we have started that discussion, but it goes quite slowly, unfortunately. You're laughing, Cecilia. But that's very important to start trusting each other. And I mean that takes time to build that trust, but we have to work on that one, I think. It's essential.
Yeah, I think Maria stole my words. This is where the problem lies, is the delay, So I think much more proactive engagement from LFV, Business Sweden, with the Ministry of Civil Aviation would definitely help a lot to push these projects, because while UDAN is a big enabler, because, about 100 airports are going to be, the plan is to include that now. So if the biggest problem for airlines is currently they don't see feasibility because the number of flights are not there as many, right? Because these are all like underserved, unserved areas. So a little more, I think, engagement between say, the ANSPs of international, LFV would be a perfect case here to push with the Indian government, Ministry of Civil Aviation, because you have already operated, say, digital towers in Sweden. You have a lot of experience. I remember we bought the teams from DGCA, Airport Authority, and Ministry of Civil Aviation almost about 7-8 years back to show the, the remote tower. So I think the certification authority, DGCA in India, also needs to be, safety is a very important issue. So they also need to be convinced that the new technologies, especially remote towers, could be the best solution for enabling the UDAN program. So therefore, I think more engagement from, NSPs like LFV, Business Sweden, with the Indian government. And then, as Gil mentioned, giving some incentives to airlines to come and start operating. Because otherwise, while all the policies are in place, but you still ultimately need the airlines to come and, start landing in, aircrafts over there. So I think it has to be a joint effort where this could help a lot if, there is more push from LFE, because you also have now MOU with Ministry of Civil Aviation, and involve DGCA in the entire process.
Absolutely.
So that the certification should not become a bottleneck.
Yeah, thank you so much.
You.
Ulf, did you want to end with something?
No, yeah, I can. As Per explained, to have a local partner and find a local partner, I think is really important in order for the long run to succeed, because you can't go back and forth every day. We have a really senior, good local rep, but he's maybe a single guy. So we need also to find, going forward, a local partner. And I think that's the next step for us. So I'm looking forward to it.
Great, good. So we can see that collaboration between our organizations, but also with local partners. And I think we also can add to that a long-term commitment. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Cecilia, and special thanks to Saab also for helping us put this session together. We'll be serving lunch, which will be here on the right-hand side, and it's a vegetarian rolls. We also have millets in this, so some climate-smart food in the vegetarian roll, but we also have some gluten-free and vegan options for those who would like that. So warm welcome. Thank you once again for your great insights. I think the call to action is very clear. There is a lot to be done, and we have to move fast to get there. Thank you once again.
Okay, are you saying that you're activating it? Okay.
Ursäkta, på inte meningen att...
Good afternoon and welcome back, everyone. I hope you had a great lunch. I did indeed. Now we have a session which is very important and very close to my heart, and that is with Emirates. And what we're going to talk about here is that with Emirates, the session will be on accelerating sustainable business travel. And someone that is working very much in the vision of that is Emirates. And on stage with me today, I have Björn Ekegren, who is the country manager, Sweden and Finland for Emirates. Welcome, Björn.
Thank you, Cecilia. I think I need to change the picture as well. That was an old one. Anyhow, nice to be back. We have been part of this event for many, many years, and a proud sponsor of this event and many other events connected to India. So what are Emirates doing within the sustainability? We are doing quite a lot. Are we promoting it? A little bit. So let's talk a little bit about what we are doing right now. We are a polluter. Yes, we are. But we are trying to minimize that footprint. And the most important part, I would like to say, is to have a modern fleet as possible. And by having a modern fleet that is lighter, burn less fuel, you will minimize the carbon footprint. Just to mention something about that, we have about 250 aircrafts in our fleet today. And pretty young fleet, I must say. But on order, we have 200 new aircrafts coming in, meaning that we will get the latest technology, latest engines, etc. And the first aircraft of the new ones will come into our fleet next year. But that's a little bit about fuel. And in connection with that, yes, we are using SAF. And we are using SAF from Sweden, actually. And by using SAF, we will reduce the carbon by approximately 80%. On ground, as what we have done in Dubai, where we have our hub, and we are a hub company, we have installed solar panels for many of our facilities down there, like flight catering, maintenance center, etc. And that will, of course, reduce electricity. And we have just launched our $200 million fund. And the objective is to invest in projects that will reduce the fossil fuel usage. A little bit about consuming responsibility as well. A few examples. We are saving about 44 tons of paper every month. And what we have done is that we have taken away a simple thing, the menus in economy class. They are digital nowadays. $150 million tons when it comes to plastics. Another small thing is what you can also see on the slide here. We have introduced a dry washing technique. So instead of using normal water when we are cleaning our aircraft, it's a dry washing technique. So that's small things that we have done to reduce the footprint. A lot on this slide. We are very much involved in different projects when it comes to stop illegal trade in wildlife and wildlife products. And one of the organizations we are part in is the United for Wildlife, and we have been there since 2016. And we are responsible for a big area in Dubai, in the desert, 225 square kilometers, to take care of the wildlife. And we're also sponsoring something in Australia as well, a one and only resort. So that's a little bit what we are doing. But while I'm standing here, of course, I have to talk about a little bit about other things as well. How is the traffic developing to India from Sweden? Very positively. If I look at the whole industry as such, I would like to say that the traffic, depending on which statistics you're looking at, it's up by 20 to 25% for the months to come. So that's a very positive development. The big destinations continue to be, not a surprise, Delhi, Mumbai, and Bangalore. And after that, we have Madras. The plan is that end of October, we will introduce premium economy to India, to 2 destinations, Bangalore and Mumbai. And I think that's a product that is perfect for the Swedish market, but also for the Indian market. In this part of the world, we are very used to that type of product and has been in Scandinavia for a long, long time. We are today flying to 9 destinations in India. So we are covering the big airports in India. And our objective is, of course, to fly more. But here is a discussion about rights and slots and so on. But we are doing very well to India. Then I have one slide. If anyone would be interested to get an executive summary, what we are actually offering when flying with Emirates, this one could be available if you would like to have. And that's about it. Should we then mention something about COP28?
I think it's a very good idea to do that here, yes.
COP28 will start end of November, and it will take place in UAE. And for UAE, of course, it's a very important milestone to host this big event. All the details about the event, I leave that to you, Cecilia, or Sanju, or...
I think, I mean, in regards to COP, that will be something, of course, we would all fly Emirates to, but here, focus, of course, is India, and India and Sweden and sustainability and what we do together. I'm a happy, of course, flyer of Emirates, so I fly Emirates every time I go to India, and I got a bit extra excited because I live in Mumbai, and I will be flying with Emirates to Mumbai on Wednesday, and I'm looking forward to that. We're very happy to have you a part of our journey between Sweden and India. Björn, as always, also very generously, he's sponsoring the mingle that is happening here today at 5:30, so please all stay back for that. We're also going to have a really interesting conversation with a delegation from India who, of course, flew Emirates, and that is a CII, and they will be just before the mingle, and that is going to be moderated by Robin Sukia. But again, it's 18 people coming up here from India, business leaders, so do stay back for the last session, and do stay back for the mingle at 5:30, again, very generously hosted and sponsored by Emirates.
Thank you, Cecilia.
Thank you so much, Björn, and thank you, Emirates. And I'm back on stage. So I think I was not supposed to be the person standing here right now, but I am here. And I would like to introduce to you the next panel. And Asim, who will be moderating it, welcome up to introduce your panel now, which is going to be one of the top panels of the day.
I think I don't need this one. Yep. Is it on? Okay, great. Thank you, Cecilia. Good afternoon. Seems to be still people are having it after the lunch break. Anyway, thank you for joining this session, a panel discussions on a very interesting topic, the next frontiers for India and Sweden, harnessing AI and Industry 4.0 to have an accelerated growth, and at the same time, meeting the sustainability goals. The economic relationship between India and Sweden has been having a fantastic growth over these years and driven by technology and innovation. In today's world, the temperatures, global warming is is still a hot topic for all of us. We as a world, we are not still able to limit our global warming towards 1.5 degree. And in such a situations, it becomes imperative for countries to come together and address the sustainability challenges. As two leading nations, Sweden and India, can leverage their collective strengths to deliver accelerated growth and at the same time help in sustainable growth. And with emergence of newer technologies like AI, Industry 4.0, we have immense potentials to have collaborate and harness these technologies advances. So today, to discuss this, we have with us Åsa Gabrielsson, Vice President, Research and Development at Epiroc, Cristiano Ferreira, Director Automations from ESAB, Ola Rignell, Senior Advisor, FAMAB, and Ashish Khusu, who is going to be joining. Okay, I can see Ashish, Chief Technology Officer for L&T Technology Services. So to begin with, let's go for a round of self-introduction. But at the same time, if I may request you to answer the first questions of these sessions. Out of all these shiny new technologies which is coming up, according to you, what is the most promising in Sweden context? So Ola, if I may request you to go first.
Hi. First of all, I want to say thank you and great to be here. My background, I work as Vice President Research and Development within Epiroc, and we are one of the global leaders providing mining equipment, ensuring electrification. And why is that? I will come back on that. I have a background also from Volvo and ABB. So I worked in several of the Swedish global industrial companies with origin from Sweden. You asked about the sciences that are most important for Sweden, Scandinavia, but I also want to connect with the global development. I mentioned one of them. I mentioned electrification. I mean, we know the planet needs solutions, and we need different power sources and infrastructure to deal with the challenges we have. So I would say electrification, but with that, it also comes with the technology development we are at. We have a lot of technologies are much more embedded today than they were in the past. So what has been success factors for several companies up to date will not remain going forward. So we need to work much more integrated with hardware, software, and of course also using the advantages in AI and other digital solutions. So with that said, I hand over to
maybe Cristiano.
You.
Good afternoon, Cristiano Ferreira. Pleasure to be here. As we have this opportunity to talk about Sweden and India, I want to introduce before myself. I'm head of the innovation team for ESAB once it comes to automation. ESAB, for those that doesn't have the background of the company, was founded in Sweden in 1904, so with a strong DNA once it comes to solving customer problems and, let's say, bringing new technologies to the welding industry. And after more than 100 years, we're still with this DNA in the company. And it's really, let's say, great to be here because ESAB has a great opportunity once it comes to the network of collaboration. We have this foundation in Sweden, as I said, but has been growing the business around the world. And India is one of our main, let's say, hubs today once it comes to manufacturing and also R&D. I have been working at ESAB for more than 20 years in new product development environment for shipyard, renewable energy, automotive. So a lot of place where goes in terms of welding. ESAB is the top player around the world once it comes to welding. And this connection between Sweden and India has been a big enabler for ISAB. As our colleague also mentioned, that new technologies are emerging, and the welding industry, we are a little bit conservative once it comes to bringing new technologies to the front, but we are trying to reuse a lot of technology that are available nowadays in Sweden. One of the key points for us is about connectivity. I was talking during lunch today. We have a small joke at ISAB that in the last 5 years, our welding machines are, let's say, more or less computers that can also weld. And it's a big challenge for us because we have been mainly driven by like mechanical engineers and really focus on metallurgy. And suddenly we need to develop a lot of software-driven products. And India has been a big player for us on that, where we have like an extended arm of our talent engineers. We have a big center in Chennai working close to the engineers in Sweden, Gothenburg. So this is a good journey for us, and I'm happy to be here today and talk about that experience from the welding industry.
Thank you. Ola, please.
Well, namaskar everyone, or namaste. My name is Ola Rignell. I have the privilege to work for one of the holding companies of the Wallenberg family called FAM AB. So within our holdings, we have companies like SKF, Höganäs Munters, Nefab, IPCO, and of course Stora Enso. But the first 5, everyone except Stora Enso is actually present in India today. And they have a fairly big operation in India. SKF celebrated 100 years in India earlier this year. Of course, we would like to expand our footprint in India. We would also like to have more of our holdings doing business in India, and I think we have some really interesting technologies that we could, share and jointly develop in India. And based on that, I wouldn't like to highlight just one technology. Personally, I think that there are many technologies from energy, from digitalization, AI, that we need to combine to get a very competitive business going forward, and also to develop the cooperation between India and Sweden. So I think I'll stop there.
Yeah, interesting. And last but not the least, Ashish, if I may request you to introduce yourself.
Good afternoon to everybody. Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Ashish Khushu. I'm the Chief Technology Officer in L&T Technology Services based out of Bangalore. Primarily, the charter that I carry is ensuring that there is more than enough innovation activities happening across the organization, because that's where we get our ideas and our roadmap from. And second is I'm also responsible for charting out the technology roadmap for our organization. What are the areas where we need to invest to build competencies and demonstrators and deliver value to our customers? 2 points as a part of the introduction. One is that as an organization, while we provide engineering services and there's a huge investment and focus on new technologies, as a culture, we have been able to drive home a point to all our employees, and sometimes are able to convince our customers as well, that new technologies need to be subservient to the verticals or to the industries. The industry use cases and industry business problems come first. Applicability of the right technologies come later. And that has been the motto in terms of how we invest. And that is the way I think it has to be in the future. While we all do get enamored by new technologies, we have to keep in mind that they serve the purpose of a particular industry, of a particular business use case. And second, the second point, which is a corollary to that, is what Ola mentioned, that more than a single technology causing problems or causing disruption or causing change, it is convergence of multiple technologies. That is a challenge as we go forward. And this is the way we are driving our capacity building or competency building, if I may, in how to grapple with new technologies as we go forward in doing business with our customers. Thank you and look forward.
Excellent. So, I mean, then before we get into the technology and divergence of technology or convergence of technologies, let's maybe spend a few minutes on economy. Nordics, among Nordics, Sweden is the largest in GDP, more than $635 billion and 10.4 million population. But not only that, Sweden is one of those, has very significant, I think 3 to 4% of Sweden's GDP is invested into research and development and innovation. So now, for this industrial powerhouse, to further solidify your presence, I mean, your presence in the global world, what you think we should be doing in Sweden? So maybe start with you, because you have an interesting perspective across the broad set of companies from the PAM.
Okay, thank you. Well, from FAM's perspective, since we are a holding company and all the different holding companies of the Wallenberg family is based on the betterment of Swedish society. So all the dividend that we are generating from our different holding comes back into the foundations, and then they divest roughly 80% of all the dividends back to academia, to interesting technology programs, and to thesis in different universities. And I think that is a way forward, and I think that is one of the reasons why Sweden has been so successful over the years. To continue, I think we need to also get more talent and more diversity from abroad. We are actually not getting all the engineers that we want being educated in Sweden these days. So I think we need to attract Indian engineers. And in the same manner, we should try to promote Swedish engineers to actually go abroad, because they need to understand that Sweden is just a very, very small part of the international society today. But I think we still are, on the top of when it comes to technologies. So that would be my conclusion.
So top in the research and technology.
Yes, but you need to get more talent and more people.
Ola, you? Osa?
Yes, I can fill in on that. From Epiroc, we work a lot with having open system solutions. And if I can elaborate on that, to have an open system that can be within our products that we are working in-house, and also attracting other suppliers and working with global competences in that. Sweden as a nation, we are too small to think we have everything contained in our nation. So we work a lot in the global context, and also with other global suppliers such as your company. And we can see, as our main customers are in the mining industry, we can also see that the larger mine houses around basically all continents, they are also part of this journey, and are also realizing that with their mining organizations, they need to be able to have open system with the connectivity, with the different suppliers, enabling ideally the green metals and minerals that we need for the electrification and all that going back. So to reach out and be able to collaborate, I think that, as we usually say, partnership is the new leadership, and I believe in this very strongly.
Cristiano, any views?
Yeah, just to highlight, I think they already mentioned the core, the word of collaboration and diversity. Definitely, I'm a good example. I was saying to them during lunch, I'm from Brazil. I didn't say that. Of course, Brazil and India, we have a lot of similarities. We can talk about that in another opportunity. But this environment where Sweden is bringing, let's say, different talent, and then embracing this journey of being, let's say, open to different communities, and let's say, making people feel welcome here, and then making this level of, let's say, next level of industrial collaboration. I think this is the key for Sweden, and happy to be part of this journey, of course. A lot has happened. as I mentioned, I have been part of the ESAP transformation once it comes to collaboration in the last 10, 15 years. And Sweden has been definitely a key enabler on that, where core technologies are available here, and we have been able to connect to that and then make it available to the weld industry around the world.
Ashish, I'll come back to you in a minute on the same topic, but it is interesting that this is actually my next topic I want to get into, that is the dipping into the collaborations in India and Sweden. Now, technology and innovations are the bedrock for the relationships we have between India and Sweden, and both these countries, we are seeing joint collaborations in JAP, the Joint Innovation Partnerships, Made in India, and several other initiatives Sweden and India are working together. Now, just to go deep dive into that, how we can deepen this relationship and leverage each other's strengths to achieve common business goal. Maybe we start with Ashish in that case.
I think the answer is in continuation to what the panel members just talked of in the earlier to the earlier question. I think small is beautiful, right? So it's not a question of being small, but if you look at the knowledge economy, the folks that are really sitting on top of a lot of influence are the people in the valley, Silicon Valley, and all they control is the IP, and they've forged tremendous amount of networks across different type of businesses for manufacturing, for design, but they retain the control on the IP. That's really the strength. If you look at what Sweden has from a perspective of somebody watching it from outside, it has fantastic brands. It has fantastic historical legacy in various industries where, you've got complete dominance of certain technology in certain sectors. Sweden also tops in innovation in some of these segments. So the corollary is the same. If you have the IP, you have a situation in the global market as it emerges to be a leader in certain segments. And for that, as somebody mentioned, you have to forge partnerships of different kinds. And it need not only be for skill, but for across the spectrum. I think what we bring from India is, as I mentioned earlier in the day, is aspirational demography. A set of folks who are ready to work hard to make a place for themselves under the sun. And of course, skill availability is there. Money is being put in terms of innovation, etc., etc. But when it comes to pure play innovation, we are way, way behind in terms of what Sweden and other countries have to offer. A combination of the innovation IP that Swedish companies bring to the table, powered by skills and capabilities of Indian engineers, could take the innovation and IPs that Swedish companies have to offer to the larger global market. I think that's the combination that works very well, because there's a lot of match at the economic level, at the cultural level, at the aspiration level, and even and a lot of support from various institutions and governments. So that's a fantastic opportunity that presents itself. And I remember, it's been 35 years for me working, and I remember starting my career in Pune, and there's a road from Pune to Bombay. And on both sides of the road, the first thing that would come to your mind is all these brands that are Swedish brands. So they've been present in India for a long time. There's a lot of trust and confidence that the two countries have in certain areas. So there's a lot of synergy and an opportunity that presents itself for both the countries to work together. And that, to my mind, is a natural fit.
And you have been, Ola, quite extensively working towards expanding into the relationship between the Indian and Sweden collaborations. You want to add anything?
Well, I would say like this, that of course collaboration is important, and there are talent, there are pools of people with high education. There is one, I think, key feature in India that we should be envious about, and that is actually the amount of connectivity. Because I think connectivity will be one of the drivers going forward to actually, expand your business. And, I'm sure there is someone from Ericsson here today, and Ericsson and Nokia are putting up, I think, 15,000 mobile stations every month each. imagine what that connectivity will do for the development of Indian society, but also for Indian industry and Indian finance. So I think that is one really good example where we can collaborate. Secondly, I think we can collaborate on sustainability. Maybe I'm jumping a little bit ahead, but sustainability might sound like there is a burden on your shoulders. Our view is that it's an opportunity. We are actually doing something within all our holdings now that we call future proofing, where we look into 7 different areas. One is sustainability, and the second one is digitalization. There are 5 more, but these are the 2 that we focus on right now. And I think India and Sweden can learn from each other on sustainability issues. We can definitely learn from each other on digitalization.
You want to add anything also?
Yeah, I can add on here then on the connectivity. And I mean, today, opportunities for global collaboration, they haven't been better, and they will only improve with the connectivity we have and with our different tools. I mean that you are able to participate here. It could be like you are sitting in the sofa ashes. So I think we are doing great here, and we are doing great in our different industrial companies also in this, with our management teams meetings, with our project meetings. In my organization, we have several of the development projects taking place in the VR tool, where you actually are in the new equipment that you are developing. And we are, as you all understand, we are inviting service technicians, future operators, etc., to be inside the equipment and take part of that. And we also then going forward, we have simulator trainings, etc., for the future operators. So we have a lot of new tools. So I think it's only to continue to explore and dare to test the new opportunities here for the global collaboration.
Christian?
Yeah, good topic here. And as we have seen in the Epiroc case, is the same on the welding industry. A lot of opportunities once it comes to new tools and new collaboration environment. I'll give an example from what Ola said about, for example, sustainability. In the welding environment, maybe we don't think about that, but I'll give an example. One of our main customers or applications today is about, like, for example, wind farms, like the wind tower manufacturers. And there, as we discussed it here, a lot happen now. What you can do from a simulation point of view, like you have like the full, let's say, production line being simulated and making sure that you have all, let's say, preliminary work being validated before you do the actual job. And of course, these are, as I mentioned, a major challenge for the welding industry to bring technologies from other industries, like, for example, AI and what we can learn, where we don't need to, let's say, weld a lot. Like, for example, in the wind tower, you have, let's say, long history of making, like, let's say, real mechanical tests, but now we want to do a lot virtual reality checks before we do this check. And for us, it has been quite intensive journey in the last 2-3 years, because we need to accelerate that, and then we are learning that this is something that we cannot really, let's say, do by ourselves. And I definitely see this becoming, let's say, more and more a great, let's say, environment for this Swedish contest, where a lot of other industries compared to the welding has already been investing time and money on that. So we, for those that doesn't know where ISAB, let's say, the technical center is located, we are in Gothenburg, in the Lindholm area, where a lot of, let's say, technology, let's say, is being developed on this field. And we are, let's say, glad to be in this core front here in Sweden.
Interesting. So, I mean, if I just take extend these conversations, I mean, I'll come to this sustainability in a few minutes, but connectivity is getting us in a next level of productivity. Sweden has a long traditions of being excellency in manufacturing, mining, and a few other industries. How you see the industrial automations, because automations brings into efficiencies and make you more competitive. How you see the level of automations in Swedish industry now compared to the world's best? How you rate it, Åsa?
I think there are selected islands where we are really, really good, and then in some other areas we are lagging behind.
And your perspective?
Well, for those of you who didn't listen, there was a previous panel regarding traffic safety, and I think automation will come to a point where we can actually do other things than focusing on traffic or focusing on welding or for that reason flying an aircraft or driving a ship. So automation is definitely something that we will focus on going forward. But on the other hand, we also need to find a good match between automation and manual work.
Ashish, your views?
I agree. Sorry?
I was talking about the industrial automations and how that can keep Swedish industries still on the cutting edge in the world.
I would not be able to comment on how it can keep them on the cutting edge. I mean, they are the experts and they know their industry the best. But when we look at the type of investments that we've made based on various industries and various segments, very, very clearly, it is the automation, the area of automation, which will get, which will leverage new tools like AI a lot more. There is no doubt about it. Because, there is data available, there are defined processes which is available, what the output you want. There are many, many finite variables because of which automation is where AI will come in a very, very big way. And that's happening. Having said that, it's also important to know that AI intervention in automation, which will help in accuracies and shorter time to complete your product validation, etc., is not, in my view, going to take away jobs. It will assist people and jobs will move to some other areas. I believe, personally, professionally, as well as on behalf of the company, that this is what is going to happen. AI is going to aid people to do their jobs better. And in automation, that is the first area where you will see a significant return on investment. We have done some pilots. We've worked with certain customers, and we have seen accuracies go up to 90%, and therefore freeing up people to do more and a more productive job in some other areas. I'm sure there is a lot happening in the organizations that are getting represented here, as well as who are there in the room itself. So they know how to do it the best.
Interesting. Coming back to a bit on the sustainable electrifications, we touched a little bit, or clean energy, which is your pet topic. I do understand. Now, EY is talking about 41% of all cars produced in Sweden between 2022 to 2026 will be electric models. Now, this transitions of electrifications or clean energy, how it is transforming the various different industries apart from the automobile. Maybe start with you, because you are very passionate on this topic and you are investing as a group.
Well, we are really interested in clean energy and the green transition. And within our holdings, we have several companies that are basing their overall process on hydrogen. I think personally that the EV vehicles will definitely come. Will that be the only salvation to mankind? Definitely no. I think we will have a mix of hydrogen. There have been previous speakers today alluding to it. And I'm convinced that hydrogen, be it in cars, ships, trucks, or even aircrafts, is definitely one thing where we will see a huge development the next 10 years. And we are trying to be on the forefront of that technology together with our different partners. So hydrogen, yes, EV, yes, but it's going to be a mixture.
Interesting. And for your industry, because that's a heavy industry, mining as a massive equipments, how you see the transitions towards cleaner energy or electrifications?
Well, first of all, I can say Epiroc as a company, we are committed to science-based targets, as I think the audience is well aware of what that means. And a lot of our customers are also fully committed to transfer to CO2-free mining and go into green mining. So when we talk about underground mines, where I work, just a comment there, surface fuel cells, etc., can be very much, so say, a needed technology. Underground, we don't see today that the safety can be ensured using fuel cell technology. So we can, once again then, taking a global outlook, we can see we have a great development in India, in the India society. We can also, if I can compare to other countries, China as one example, where we have every third new car that is sold is an electrical car. And Australia, where I visited, which I visited only a couple of weeks ago, we don't have the same development, and I can see that the demand from our mine customers is definitely mirroring the development that is in the society of the country or the continent. So we can see in Scandinavia, Canada, South Africa, also China, we have a strong interest, and also in some countries in South America, whereas others where you could imagine there would be a stronger interest in electrification, we are not there yet. So all in all, as in many technologies, we need to be able to balance and build the infrastructure in the respective regions together with maturing technology and maturing customers alongside the technology development.
That's a very interesting perspective, how society demands that technology saves for the industry. Interesting.
Yeah, and let me just pitch in. I mean, it's not electrification alone. Yeah. It's automation also. It's how to build safe workplaces. It's how to also have more efficient workplaces, going back there to the AI technology that we talked about earlier.
Cristiano, your views on electrifications or clean energy?
Yes, a good connection for us here. Believe it or not, there is a quite big synergy once it comes to electrification in other industries, to the welding industry. ISAB just recently launched, like a month ago, our first battery-driven welder. And why we are doing that? One of the main reasons, of course, the batteries are becoming more and more powerful and available, and we found a good opportunity, as we said here, about being more efficient. And one example, we're able, where in some areas you need to access, like remote locations where the power is not available in the grid. So you can just carry a machine with, let's say, hand tools battery. We did a collaboration, again, with the Volt. ISAB launched a welding machine that you can use, a hand tool battery from the Vault, and just connect that to the ISAB machine. And there you can, like say, weld and do some maintenance in remote locations, like in pipe, let's say, lines, and let's say, in locations where energy is not available. And there is, like we heard at the beginning, not just to use the technology just for the sake of the technology being available, but solving some real customer problems and making life a little bit easier and safe. So it's really good connection for us. And for those that are interested, it's called ISAB Volt. If you Google that, you see it was recently launched a product on that.
Interesting. Assis, your views on electrifications, green technologies?
So combination of whatever has already been said, but at a larger level, agree with Asa, because for us as well, science-based target commitment is the way to start. It's very defined. It gets you to commit to what you want to do over a period of time. And then it also allows you to break it up into various initiatives. And, you know, it's just not automation, as she said. It's also various other places where you can have intervention, alternate materials, digital twin, as Cristiano was referring to, additive manufacturing, the whole works. But coming to EV, and that's an area where we work a lot, I think one of the big challenges that we face is the battery disposal strategy, recycle strategy, second life strategy. That requires a humongous amount of attention in terms of complexities because of the volumes. If you go by some statistics, they say 50% of the vehicles that will be sold in 2030 would be EVs. Now, approximately about 100 million gets sold, and if you are looking at that number of the lifetime of a car and take it at 7 years, you can imagine the number of vehicles in 2030 which are EV, and there'll be a huge volume of batteries that would be available which would have exhausted. So I think that's an area that has to be handled and has to be addressed a lot more. Whereas hydrogen is concerned, again, agree with Ola, that's a very good alternative. But primarily coming back to this one issue of what does one do when you have humongous amount of batteries available, disposal, reuse, second life is a huge issue that needs to be addressed, and the solutions have to be found fairly fast for that.
So we have time for the last topic, which is very interesting, and we have already touched upon the talent conversations. So Generation Z is kind of the group which is going to drive and build on the digital skills. 2030, in Sweden, all able-bodied people, 32% will be Generation Z people. Are you seeing the Sweden currently moving towards a skill emergency? 30 seconds each.
Well, I alluded to earlier, I think we are not attracting enough people to the engineering sector. We need more engineers to keep our competitive edge. But I would also like to add that the young generation, they want companies to be interesting to work with. They want them to be sustainable. They will not work for an old, excuse the word, dirty industry. They want to have state of the art. And that is actually one of the other 5 sectors that we look into when it comes to future-proofing. That is, how do we attract talent? And how do we keep talent? Because it takes some time to get into each company's nitty-gritty details.
Åsa, your views?
Yeah, I agree with you there on what's the purpose of the company to build that story, but also attract more of the young persons. And with that said, we need engineering skills, but we also need other skills. Human sciences, we need to integrate different skill sets to be able to say, create the society that we want to live in.
I agree, and of course, for us in the welding industry, it's a bigger challenge because through the history, welding has been connected with like fumes, in terms of like being dark and danger. And then of course, from everything that we just talked this afternoon here, we are getting the opportunity to be a little bit more clear on the mission. We need to weld, yes, but with all these technologies, I mean, we have this clear opportunity. The future welders that will be working with our, let's say, technologies are these persons that nowadays are really, let's say, used to mobile phone and they want to be more connected. So it's a win-win situation that, and ISAB is definitely, let's say, driving this mindset.
Ashish?
Absolutely agree. The government of India has come out with a very interesting policy called the National Education Policy, which addresses how to address certain issues concerning syllabus and curriculum. But I hope CII takes this message back and lobbies with the government on how our educational system needs to be aligned to what is required by certain important countries. That slant of what is required to excel at the global stage, to work with organizations which are there in Sweden, somehow should get embedded into our education policy for this gap to be bridged quickly. The first step has been taken in terms of a quality of curriculum which is far better now, and teaching methodologies, etc., etc. But the second part is very important, and that can be a huge, huge accelerator for cementing ties and growing.
Interesting conversations, and time flies. So just to conclude, I think very interesting topics we talked about. We talked about convergence of technologies and the set of technologies to make it enterprises more productive, efficient, and being on the cutting edge. We talked about a bit around the electrifications, green technologies. Not one unique technology, but how a combinations of technologies and enable technologies like AI take us to this next leap of innovations. And the people front. Nothing can be possible unless we attract the best talents, we keep them motivated, create a working environment which makes talents more excited and proud to be working on the engineering world. Thank you so much for your time and joining us in the interactive sessions. Glad to have you here. Thank you, Ashish, and thank you all. Have a great day. Let's go.
Good afternoon once again. Great to be back on stage. This panel is one of the last, but not the least, because now we are going to talk about what is so-called the engine of the Sweden-India business corridor. And that is, as many of you might have heard, and if you have not heard before, you will know of it by the end of the day, Sweden-India tech community. My name is Cecilia Oldne, and I have been living in India for the last 16 years in Mumbai. I represent Sweden-India Business Council as the Chief India Representative, and I run Sweden-India Tech Community. I'm also an investor and so on, but my heart is in connecting Sweden and India. So, with me today on stage is a panel with active members of the Sweden-India Tech Community, and I would like to welcome up Malin Mendel. Applause. And we have Per Spångberg. Iman Puya. Yes, please. And Nagu Ria. Welcome on stage, Nagu, as we call you, short and sweet. The surname is complicated even for a Swede that has lived in India for many, many years. But you can read here, of course. We are very excited to have, again, we have Malin. And to give a few more words about what Malin does, is that she's the India correspondent for the Swedish National Television. And she's also a writer for Dagens Industri. She's also an author. And she's been spending the last 18 years in India. Iman is the founder of many companies, a serial entrepreneur who I had the pleasure of meeting in Mumbai about 4 months ago. He started companies such as Nibbler, Nblocks, Voxo, and Northwhistle. Wipro, many of you would know by now, and I am having a mic and a head mic at the same time. I will take this away. And Wipro is a company, of course, it's an Indian company, and they are in 66 countries around the world with 250,000 employees. And Nagu, he heads up the cluster, the business cluster, so to speak, for Wipro Nordics. Per Spångberg is the CEO of Levels, and Levels is a very exciting company that is a venture studio based out of Sweden, but he will also be talking a little bit more about what now Levels are doing in India.
Thank you.
But I would first like to say a few more things about Sweden in the tech community and what it is. It's actually a collaborative, inclusive engine, so to speak. We have everything from startups, scale-ups, grown-ups, academia, media, investors, incubators, government, and politicians. And we work together to connect Sweden and India. We have 170 people today. Half is Swedish, half is Indian, about the same men, women, and it's literally the red carpet to India and the red carpet, vice versa, to Sweden. And I'm very happy to see so many part of Sweden-India tech community in the audience here today, on site and online. So, Malin, first I would like to give the word to you, because you have spent 18 years in India, and you have seen how it's been transforming since 2005 to today, 2023. What has been your journey? Give us some lights on that.
Okay. Nice to be here. Thank you for coming, everybody. And thank you, Cecilia. Well, the first time I landed at Mumbai airport, it was a much smaller building. It was low ceiling. It was a little bit dark. And outside of the airport were taxis from the 1960s, waiting. And today, as you might know, it's completely different. It's huge airport, it's very designed airport, and it's not only in Mumbai. I mean, I'm traveling around India constantly, and I think we have now more than 220 airports, and most of them are new or renovated. And I mean, they look actually so much better than Arlanda, I must say. So, and India is also now the 7th largest aviation market. And in the next couple of years, the flights to India and from India will double. So this is so obvious that the journey that has been happening in India and that is happening right now is tremendous in so many ways. And I constantly just watch this in front of my eyes as a reporter. Many of my stories focus on this development taking place, and the interest is also so much more in Sweden towards India today. When I first came 18 years ago, I was supposed to deliver one story per month from India. That was what they could handle in the news programs, they thought. And then after maybe 10, 15 years, it was one story a week. Now I feel when I'm there, I could do one story per day. We should actually be a full team, I think, in India now. Not only me, I wish more Swedish media were there to cover India, but also to explain what is happening between Sweden and India, because this is like a perfect match. And there is so many stories to produce about this, and I hope I will be back with a full team and do it.
We're looking forward to having you back, and we have such fond memories, Malin and myself, from being in different parts of India, everything from Goa to Nasik to Mumbai to Delhi to Bangalore, Hyderabad, and I cannot wait to travel more with you in India. But what I do look forward to also is to travel with two very new friends, but that's Per and Iman, because they're part of the Sweden-India Innovation Bridge. So on the 20th to the 24th, we will be going to India together. But on the note of being in India, I did meet then Iman, and that was about 4 months ago at Soho House in Mumbai, and he was there for the first time. And what I found so encouraging was that Iman came to India for the first time, and he just made friends with everyone. And he had, came back to Sweden with, this amount of visiting cards, this amount of opportunities, and just, I think even better, Iman, tell us about your first impression of India.
Absolutely. Can everyone hear me? Great. You know, my agenda was very simple. You know, a lot of the things I do is kind of similar to Per. Innovation is our business idea, and what we do is trying to find industry-leading innovations, and for it to be industry-leading, it has to be bigger than what we can do in Sweden, all right? So right now, since we started 2 years ago, we have clients in 11 countries, mostly European. So we had a bit of a feeling what it takes to go from 0 to 1 in one market. If it's easy, if you can get market feedback fast, or if it's even more difficult in Sweden. So, you know, we tried out all the European countries. We knew what we had here, but we had a product that was geared towards developers. And as you know, the developer demand is increasing. And as we satisfy that demand, the demand is increasing even more. So what we try to do is to provide better tools so that all of you can be doing the stuff that developers do. So we actually evaluated the US, UK, other big markets in Germany, and also said we need to check out one more continent before we decide where we want to focus our energies on. So that's why we came to India. And I had no impression at all. It was actually just a test. We had booked like 5-7 meetings ourselves there to see if we can find a good target group there. And as soon as I landed, Cecilia pretty much quadrupled that amount of meetings for me. So you could say that our pre-market evaluation went pretty fast. I was very positively impressed compared to a lot of the other European countries. It went actually much faster to evaluate things. You can actually say that sales dynamic, we do a lot of B2B sales. You could actually get a more transparent opinion of your product directly there. So you could, you know, change it, pivot very fast, understand the value you can provide to the target groups there, and decide if is that the market that we want to go to. And, you know, the simple answer is now we're making a directed initiative towards India as one of our first big markets.
Well, woo! Yeah, that deserves an applause. We're very excited to have you in, and we can't wait for you to come back in November. But there's, of course, the discussion of then being Swedish and being a Swedish company going to India. But I think one very important note is also that we had such great companies, Indian companies in Sweden. We actually have about 60,000 Indians who lives in Sweden. And one of the reasons to that, I would say, is because of one particular company. And that happens to be Wipro. And Wipro Nordics has a head. And that is very much Nago Shimala Mari. And Wipro Nordics, of course, you do so much. You are, well, Wipro as a company has an Indian heritage, but they are in 66 countries today. I think I mentioned also 250,000 employees across the world. But coming then from India and being a global company, Nago, tell us more about what it is that you do with Wipro, and in particular, I'm very interested to hear about the Wipro Ventures, and that is something also that I know that would be very interesting also for Per and Levels to hear more about. So give us some more words about Wipro Ventures and yourself.
Good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me? Being a leading technology services and consultancy company, and also a system integrator of choice globally, we do a lot of investments in the technology, like AI. We have AI 360 initiatives where we invest more than $1 billion. So it's and also on the full stride cloud for the cloud transformation initiatives. And these are all our internal investments for building ecosystem of partnerships and building training and then getting the right talent, being able to serve our customers with the right solutions. But being a global scale player, we cannot bring all the innovation ourselves. We depend significantly on partnerships, where we build local partnerships both in Sweden and also across the globe. In addition, we also, like everybody does, we get into mergers and acquisitions. We have done a few, to name a leading design services company called DesignIt. Lean Swift, and also ITA. We have a few local employees and customers. They all provide us with the required competencies as well as local presence. But that is not it is not enough to bring the innovative solutions to our customers. That's where the venture fund that you talked about comes into play.
Right.
So out of our three-pronged strategy, our internal investments, mergers and acquisitions, local partnerships, but then the last point here is about the venture fund. So we have a venture fund, which is about $200 million fund. We invest in entry-level and mid-stage technology software companies. And currently we have about 25-30 active companies part of our portfolio.
How many Swedish?
Not yet.
No.
I'm coming to
this
that.
is very important.
Yes, that's the important one.
Yes.
Indeed.
So you have we have Iman next to you.
And we are quite excited about Swedish industry, and I know we are growing faster than the market here and gaining market share. We are investing significantly in Sweden. Currently, our ventures team is also evaluating a few possibilities here in Sweden.
Great.
Which is good to know, and good to have you both here on stage. So we have across AI, robotics, security, supply chain, various industries. We have about 25 to 30 companies part of that portfolio. Looking forward to having more.
Yes, and we are looking forward because we are so happy to have Wipro doing so much with Sweden in so many ways. But we're looking forward to also see more from the fund and the ventures being involved and doing investments in Sweden. And of course, there are also a lot of other interesting projects that you're going to speak about a little bit later. I'm going to go back to my little paper that I made before I came on stage. And I will introduce properly here Per Spångberg of Levels, because what I actually just outside we started talking, and I just saw one thing that I love to do is to connect people and make opportunities. And I can see already here there are some great possible opportunities for collaborations in the future. So a company and a person that I was connected with recently is Per of Levels. And Levels is a venture studio that creates, builds, and invests in brilliant digital businesses. With 14 active ventures at the moment, Levels has built a strong portfolio with a broad variation of companies within fintech, femtech, health tech, and more. So that's my short little introduction here, Per, about you. We met because someone came to me saying, I have a friend, he has started a company, which you will have to tell us more about Venture Studio, what it is. But he's just doing something very exciting with India. I cannot tell you more about it, but you have to meet him. So I went to meet him, and he's indeed doing something very exciting with India. And I don't think I'm allowed still to say much more, but I would like you, Per, to tell us more about Levels a little bit also, and what is a venture studio? And before we will then tell the audience a little bit more about the new exciting work with India.
Thank you, Cecilia, and hello everyone, really nice to be here. Yes, I'm Per. I have a few colleagues also here at the back. I have a background, you can say, with a various number of industries. But I've also always been really driven by curiosity and innovation and the new possibilities that new technologies bring. And I listen to Ola also. I used to work at Investor, the Wallenberg holding company, as a financial analyst and then as head of investor relations. And being at Investor and also with my previous interests, you see that a lot of interesting technology comes out of Sweden. And I mean, we built a lot of good things in this country on the export of technology and technological ideas since more than 100 years. And that's really a fascinating history to start from. And then you've seen some of these companies. Let's say, for example, we had Epiroc here and Atlas Copco as a story. it's taken more than 100 years, lots of physical products, and you would go to some of the large markets like out in Europe and in the US and so on. And then, of course, some companies have been present in places like India for a long time. Then when I started to think about founding Levels and what a venture studio actually is, I really saw the opportunity when the great innovation organization Apple created the iPhone about 15 years ago. You could really see that this is a device that will bring a lot of knowledge, a lot of innovation, a lot of democratization actually into the hands of a lot of people all over the world. And since then, yeah, we can just see what has happened. So I tried to formulate some ideas and then got Linus, who is here, and another person called Henrik, to join me to found Levels with the idea of, like you said, Cecilia, we create digital products and services and we invest in digital ventures. So the whole thing with the venture studio is we do share risk and upside. We never call ourselves a consultancy because we do not want to end up selling ours. That is an old business model, so we have also tried to innovate with our own business model. Be a partner to the people we work with, whether that's a small venture or a scale-up or a larger organization. So in whatever ways we can, we like to partner up and share risk and share upside. So just a few words on how we thought and how we think about India. One idea I brought into Levels from the start is because I had the opportunity to work a couple of years with Karolinska Institutet, and there was a great person. Many of you might have heard of him or listened to him or met him, Hans Rosling, who had very interesting perspectives on the world. And I was already curious on Africa. And Africa is for sure a very interesting sort of emerging continent with a lot of different markets, but a lot of different opportunities. So I kind of was curious to bring an idea into Levels that we could start exporting, like Atlas Copco and the others have done for 100 years, but now with digital only. You know, no hardware involved, no big investments into big logistical chains or anything. Because when some people speak about digital, they also talk about e-commerce or big logistical systems that might have a interface which is digital, but the whole system is very physical. So we concentrate on digital only. So what we did as a basic idea that has been with us ever since and is now evolving is a podcasting platform based out of Nairobi in Kenya. So we really wanted to be part from the start of Levels in some emerging markets. Then we also started to look at India at the same time. But this partnership in Africa has now grown, so we are working with more than 100 radio stations to bring podcasting technology. And the fascinating thing is with emerging markets, sometimes they move much faster than yourselves. So being a former financial analyst, I like to look at numbers, and the way India has climbed in terms of economic development, technological development, you could do any kind of numbering, statistics, whatever, is so fascinating. And sometimes, because we've now been exploring opportunities in India, which I can talk more about in a little while, some people would ask me the stupid question, oh, will you outsource something to India? Absolutely not. We will be happy if we could, join a global team that is working out of many countries and many continents. And the fact is that some innovations that we have in Sweden should definitely be brought to the Indian market that is huge and growing. And Sweden is like a small test laboratory where you can build things and then bring them into really interesting markets, like we've done with technology for more than 100 years. But now to do it in this context is really, really exciting. Thank you.
Thank you. That's good. I mean, Venture Studio was something fairly new for me, but the way that you explain it and the way that you work, I think, is fascinating. And also looking forward to see more of that work in India and what you do in Africa. I see all these things that you've done in so many other emerging countries can very much happen also in India. And I know they will. But on that note, when we talk about what is happening in India and why, and who best to give us some more words on that than Malin. Yeah, that's you. So Malin, what I wanted to ask was in general, you know, as a journalist and having been there for so many years, why do you think, or why is in India, according to you, so interesting right now?
Well, India has been very promising since I first came there many years ago. But now I feel it's really taking off. And there are, of course, many reasons for this. I mean, the current government has made so many reforms doing this possible, and many other things. I mean, global geopolitical things happening. But what I feel when I'm out meeting people is that since India has the largest young population on earth, half of the population are under 25, I think. And this is something very visible in India. And you also get that energy from people. Because it's like when I meet like my children, they are 15, 20. They are like, okay, they don't know what they want to do with their life, and their friends are same, and they're like, no, not study math, not do this, not do that. Maybe being a hip-hop artist or something. But when I meet young people in India, it's like, I will get the best education. I will be even better with my English. I will grow. I will do this. I feel so much energy from this young population. And I think that is really going to make a difference in the future.
No, I feel you. I mean, of course, I live there, and that's like that energy that you feel from the youth and from India in general. It's something when you go out on the streets in India. It's just that, you know, the jugaad, the way of just making things happen, and there's of course a lot of competition, but there is just that spark that I encourage all of you to come to India and feel, because it's different from many other parts of the world, for sure. I also know that Iman, you also felt that, and you really gelled with India. But I also feel, you know, why do you see this? And, you know, what do you also look forward to, I would say, and why in India?
Absolutely. So I was actually in the UK last week, and they speak of Europe as the old world, and India and Southeast Asia as the new world. And when you ask them why, it's because everything here, people need to transition towards something better. Over there, it's like a blank slate, and they are just leveling up directly. And you can hear it in the mentality, like in every direct potential client contact I had, or investor contact, or contacts like you mentioned, like you're just ambitious people, they're very adaptable. It moves so fast there, so when you have something that might benefit them and speed up something, people are listening. If you got something of value, they will try it out. Here, they need to evaluate, figure out things, get a couple of other peoples to sign it, so they're not, only part of the mistake. They just try it out. And if it fails fast, and it costs zero. So, from my point of view, just evaluating a market went so much faster. But it's also really, really nice to see all the ambition. You get fired up when you're there. So, the speed I'm used to working at, I feel it more there than back at home. So that makes me really happy. And you could feel it everywhere. Even if we were just sitting in an informal meeting that Cecilia brought me to, or somebody that referred me to something. It could, some of the meetings could be like, okay, this is not for us, but I know 4 other people that likes it. So they could refer us very fast. So, that's kind of a bit of the concrete things that I felt when I was there. And that's actually in relation to not only Sweden, but a lot of the different European markets that I've been working and expanding products to.
Yes, remember where you heard it. And if you missed out, then blame yourself. But we're all going to India.
One might think so, because we, like you said, you can have a digital interface, And you get leads from, for example, Italy. And when you respond in English, you can see that there is a friction, not because they dislike it, but they're not used to English. In India, that barrier doesn't exist. So one might think about the proximity, and we usually think about getting established in Sweden, and then in Norway, and then in Finland, and in Denmark. It's as much of a hassle to expand to a new country, whether it's close to you or far away from you. So you gotta try out where you can find your target group the best, and the bigger the market and the less friction, the faster you can expand.
Can I add something?
I'd love for you to add something, Malin.
Well, I just also wanted to add that the fact that India is so diverse with so many different languages, cultures, religions, everything, also I feel the people of India, they are already global in mind. So it's nothing strange to shift from Hindi to Marathi to English to Bengali to, just in the same sentence. Because most of my friends at least, they are very flexible. And I think now when the world is getting so globalized, it's a joy to just be there and just try to keep up with this.
Yeah, it's kind of I've heard so many people speaking before about, now, the time has come for India, and you can really feel it. Finally, people are like, I've been coming here for years, coming back to Sweden, right? And people, okay, India, a little bit interesting here and there, might have come. Now it's like, I can't even, explain how much interest there is in India, but yeah, it's a proud moment, because this is definitely the decade for India. And on that note, being an Indian heritage company, Wipro, you already done so much, of course, in Sweden. But I would still like to understand a little bit better how Wipro is working with Sweden, and also how I wouldn't question how you bring value to the table. When we spoke about it earlier, it was more about also you explaining a little bit more as an Indian company coming to Sweden. What is it that you do, and how would you like to work even more with Sweden, so that we all know, should we want to get engaged with Wipro? And I would say it's a good thing to do.
In terms of value, if you take the previous example of the venture fund and the portfolio of startups, from the startups perspective, what we bring as a value is the access to the large global customer base that we have. And while the startups are innovating technologically, what we bring is through our long-term relationships and insights of the customer needs, the market intelligence and the enterprise needs, and bringing that visibility to them is another significant value. We have global innovation centers. We have these incubation centers where we take their solutions and build specific use cases that are relevant for our customers. It is kind of a co-investing and partnership through which we bring that value. This also accelerates the adoption of the new technologies that the startups are bringing. And when you look at the customers, I know I have been talking to several Swedish and customers in the Nordics here. What they want are not just the technology solutions, but the solutions that are well thought out and that solve their business problems, right? So that is where we bring the value from the customer perspective as well, being the orchestrator of these solutions and understanding their business needs, looking at how this technology and the business problems can be bridged, bringing that glue as an orchestrator of choice is what the real value that we bring in as a system integrator.
Super. And this was not on my paper, but I just recall, because one thing that we work very closely with KTH also as a partner, we have KTH very much in the audience, is with academia. Do you work, Wipro, anything with the academia in Sweden? There's so many Indian talents and coming here for different reasons, but do you work anything particular with academia?
Yeah, absolutely. globally, that is another, like you talked about the young talent and another, in India, we align with a lot of the premier universities, not only in India, but globally across the world. We tie up with the local universities. And for example, in Sweden, last week we had a few of the KTH students, who have joined us as part of our consulting organization. So it's part of our overall ecosystem of talent building, and also bringing in the new technology and the new mindset, young people with mindset and local talent especially.
Very important. Good. Sorry for putting that question.
No problem.
I was sure you would have a good answer. Great. So thank you so much for that, Nagu. And talking about collaborations between Sweden and India, everything from the startups, the scale-ups, to the grown-ups, to the government and the academia, so to speak. But one company, of course, that we very much have here on stage today is Levels and Per. And I know that we cannot say everything about your exciting new venture with India, but I know we can say a few things. And I'm sure people like Malin, being a journalist, would be very happy to hear about this new initiative that is something that I got to know about very, very recently. But yes, you are not only talking about India and that you want to do things in India, you have gone all in with India. And tell us more about that, Per.
Thank you, Cecilia. Now we just go a little bit back. I can only echo what the other speakers on the panel say. I mean, if you have studied India for a long time, it's really fascinating with the investment in knowledge. I mean, also in the collaboration between different parts of India, the diverse culture that you have. And if you also look at the heritage, from my perspective, I practiced yoga for more than half of my life, and it's really, there's always the kind of spiritual element also, which is really nice. And if you've grown up in Sweden and done a lot of business internationally, you're usually very sort of close to the Anglo-Saxon practices of doing business. Sometimes they are a little bit aggressive. We have to thank the US for a lot, and a lot of interesting stuff comes from Silicon Valley, for example. But it's always a little bit aggressive cowboy mentality, you can say. So if you want to build a modern organization built on values, whether it's here in Sweden, where it's anywhere, I think India and the whole diverse society that you have in India, and also always having that little spiritual element into what you do, I think it's really important. So when we started to look into the world, because also, no, it's not logical to expand to Norway as a digitally based business. You would look at interesting markets. And of course, you would look at a market where you could both export some innovations into that market, but you could also make use of the knowledge that is in that market and bring it here. So we started to, about 2 years ago, to really look for international expansion opportunities to strengthen our capabilities to deliver innovation on a global context and into the world, more than just this sort of test case that we're doing in Africa that is growing really, really well. But then we looked around into the world, and I think it's quite clear that you very quickly land upon alternatives in India. And then we were lucky enough that we were contacted by a company looking a little bit like us, having experience of investing in digital-based and tech-based ventures, and also with a culture which is really similar, based on values, based on knowledge, and that has been around for quite some time, since I would say the big investment that India started to do in tech and knowledge in the 90s. And the experience that has been built up in this organization is extremely impressive. So since about a year, we have entertained discussion with a potential partner, and now we are a very few small steps away from actually finalizing this partnership that we're so excited about, and it means a whole new future for us. It means that we team up with an organization with a global presence, and we team up with an organization that has more experience and more knowledge than we have. And we really, in a very humble way, looking forward to learn from them. But I think they are also interested because where I started, Sweden is really a place of innovation, the whole topic of what we're discussing here right now. So for them to have sort of feet on the ground here that could pick up the startups from our ecosystem in a way that might be a little bit more difficult if you come. I admire all the, but Vipper is a huge organization. For this organization that's a little bit smaller, it might be tricky to have that local flavor. So I think we combine each other's strength and knowledges and also curiosity and values in both exploring, new opportunities, new cultures, new ways to collaborate, and not least innovation. So within a not so distant future, we hope to say more about this partnership and what it will bring to us and the possibilities between Sweden and India. So we're really excited about that.
So am I. I know a little bit more than you do, so I'm looking forward to share this with the world. But it's exciting, and what you shared in terms of what you already done with this particular company in this particular city is particularly interesting. So on that note, Malin, would you jump in on that?
Speaking of yoga and this Anglo-Saxon way of doing business, I just realized that what India also taught me is that you can do new things with old knowledge. And in today's world, we have great problems with health, for example. It's bad health is the biggest killer of everything. And also climate crisis is maybe the biggest challenge we have. And being in India for such a long time, I feel that the old wisdom of yoga and Ayurveda regarding health and climate crisis is knowledge that not is only ancient, but that India now currently is bringing forward to the world in their climate, climate solution package is life that is using this knowledge. Because, yoga is not only about inner peace, it's also about peace with your surroundings and your environment. And, only by eating vegetarian food, if we all adopted the Indian lifestyle doing that, it would make a big difference. And so this is also something I feel we can learn from India.
And if you want to learn more about that also, I'm not here to promote anyone in particular, but I like to promote people. And Malin is the author of many amazing books about Indian food and also Indian yoga. So you can read about that in Malin's books. Per?
Yeah, can I say something which I think is really interesting and, on the perspective of innovation as such? And you were saying, Iman, you were in the UK last week and speak about the old world and the new world. When I was a fresh student out of Stockholm School of Economics, now 30 years ago, I started working at consultancy in London. And then as a young sort of analyst associate in that firm, there was no internet, there was no nothing, so you had to collect a lot of data and make a lot of market research and stuff. And then you learned, and this is of course the typical Anglo-Saxon and sort of British view of the world at that time, and maybe even more so previously, that we made a number of markets. There was the UK, of course, coming first, there was the US, etc. Then at the end of every graph, there was ROW, rest of world, which is such a strange, and in there was India, China, a lot of really interesting markets. And if you then have taken a look at GDP numbers where, India has moved over the last 20, 30 years, and it's just a question of a year or so, and it will be the third economy of the world. This is really, really interesting, and I think everyone in this part of the world needs to realize that we are definitely, as they say, the old world, and we should be really happy and learn everything from the ancient things there are to learn, but also the new innovations. So I'm really excited to be in a position where I, from this part of the world, can join into this, this journey. So I'm very humble for that kind of view, that you've seen over your career and lifetime.
Yeah, and I think so much we can learn from India, and India is now where India is. But there's also so much we can do together. And there was one, talking about the ancient, but talking about the future, there is also the topic of AI, of course. And Iman, you had some interesting comment on Sweden and India and the importance of collaboration also. So maybe some comments on that, Iman, also thinking about the future of collaborations.
Yeah, I mean, all of you had a touch of AI for some reason the last years probably, so you know what it's all about. The interesting thing now is what can we do with it? What can we leverage it with? And Sweden is a small country. It's like 10 million people, and we're good at innovation, but the largest concentration of talent doesn't exist here. It exists in the rest of the world, ROW. But we can't muscle up, even like we have AI Sweden that has had huge funding and had great success and done stuff that OpenAI hasn't been able to do. As a foundation, it's still very difficult for us to, build the type of technology that you can see in the rest of the world. And a lot of that technology exists over there in India. But what they don't have is the data in Europe. And that's what you can top it up with. You can build fantastic businesses with the data we have in Sweden or in Europe. So bringing over that technology and that talent and the knowledge here in Europe, we can, build fantastic businesses, local. And that benefits both the Indian businesses that wants to establish themselves here. They can't access that data because of GDPR reasons, but we as a business in Sweden and Europe can enable that.
Good closing remarks on that. And on that note, we're talking about Sweden-India tech community and Sweden and India and the importance of collaborations. And you have proven that collaborations is something that is possible, will continue being possible, and we are here to enable that. I would like to give a round of applause to this fantastic panel, and thank you so much for being here with me on stage today. And I hope to see you all in India very soon, as I'll be flying there in 2 days. Thank you. And now, I would also like to tell you that there is a coffee break, or a tea break for that matter, as we would say in India. So I'm looking forward to interacting with you all on the floor. Thank you, and namaste.
I think we're getting ready to start our next session. So if I could ask everyone to come to the front of the room. There's plenty of places in the front. Please take a seat and be part of this conversation. And if I can ask for the doors to be closed at the back. To get us started for this next session, which is AI and digitization, the pragmatic approach to digital transformation, creating ecosystems that meet your business needs, we're going to do things a little bit differently. I'm going to ask two of the panelists to come up on stage and give us a teaser of what to expect for the next part of the discussion. So I'm going to ask on stage Martin Wahlgren, CEO Consat, and Andreas Grugel, Global Director Quality EHS Eberspacher. Over to you, 5 minutes, a teaser.
So, hello, my name is Martin Wahlgren, and I'm the CEO of the Consat Group. And to be frank, without digitalization, I wouldn't be standing here today, and I wouldn't be a proud member of SIBC either. So, Consat, we started back in '86 as an engineering company developing tech solutions for the automotive and the industry. So some examples, we have, for example, made all electronics and software and connectivity for the first pure electric Volvo, the C30 Electric. We are developing production lines for SKF, for the world-class factory production lines, for example. So in 2005, we made an outsourcing agreement with Volvo Buses and overtook their telematic development team. And today we are developing and delivering fleet management and traffic management solutions around the world. So we are present in Australia, in Canada, by far the biggest one in Scandinavia, in Dubai, in Brazil, and we're now also entering into India. So our journey it is an amazing journey, I would say, and it's actually enabled by digitalization. So for all of our customers around the world, we have one code base. We are working agile, and every third week we are releasing a new software for our customers, and that software is updated over the air to all the buses and all traffic management systems. So without that wouldn't be possible. So digitalization is super important. And when it comes to electrification, it's even more important. So because when you're going electric in a city, you need advanced systems to be able to manage the electric fleet. So that is super good for us, I would say. And with our team in India, which we are trying to also get into India when it comes to public transportation, and with our team in India, we have also strengthened our ability to use connectivity and digitalization towards industry. And one can say the winning recipe for digitalization is what we claim domain knowledge, and you need to be present over time with the customer so that you will be able to apply continuous development. And then, of course, you need to have a great system. And your system needs to be able not just to fulfill your own purpose, it also needs to be able to connect to other systems, because nowadays a system is a system of systems. So our winning recipe is, as I said, domain knowledge, continuous development, and a great system. But for Industry 4.0 and IoT, there it's actually harder. So many companies have tried some big bang projects, and some companies are still waiting, because in industry the need is there, but the need varies. So it's harder to get a critical mass, more generic solutions to fit all. So then we have experienced that one need to add one extra one extra ingredient in the winning recipe, and that is the pragmatic approach, which we will talk more about today. And I would like to welcome Mr. Andreas from Eberspächer.
Thanks for handing over, Martin, and thanks for having me here in the panel today. I'm working for the company Eberspächer in Germany, which is well known in the Scandinavian countries more for the heater side. In India, it's more known for a brand name that nobody can pronounce, actually. So I'm working for a business unit called Climate Control Systems, Bus and Coach. So that was a perfect match with Consat, dealing with public transport as well and fleet management systems. And we also have a large presence in India, in Bangalore, with a production plant and a market share of 30%. And just jumping into what Martin has just talked about, it was an amazing journey that we have taken in terms of digitalization and putting our first digital footprint into the world with a system developed together with them.
Thanks so much, Andreas. Martin, if you could take a seat, I will call our other two panelists to the stage. I'm going to call Anup Sharma, Data and AI Expert, LTI Mindtree, and Vinay Dar, Head of Digital Services, Consat Orahi. We heard earlier this morning, and I think it's important to kind of keep the connection going throughout the day because we're not having different conversations. We have different speakers on stage, but we're having the same conversation. And that is the hardware and software component coming together. So I actually want to start with you, Andreas. Now, you touched upon a little bit about how Consat Orahi and Eberspächer found each other, but your story in terms of how you saw potential and you found Consat to deliver that potential was something that's worth all of us hearing. So take us through that case study.
Yeah, I would like to go a little bit into the whole story and explain a little bit what Eberspächer has done in that time, coming from a company that is really non-digital, selling air conditioners and heaters for buses and coaches, moving into digitalization. It was actually triggered by a strategic discussion that we were having in Eberspächer back in 2018 or 2019 when the buzzword or the keyword digitalization popped up. So we identified that to be key in future and said we need to develop something, we need to become more digital. And actually there are several ways of moving into digitalization. One is you create wallpaper-like business cases, you discuss in circles, you go in rounds with the upper management, and you are not moving forward a single step. The second approach that you can take, and that was exactly the pragmatic approach that Martin was talking about, is just to start things and to think of a first potential business model, a minimum viable product that could be sellable to a small group of customers. Actually, we are calling it the so-called beta user club. And then one other key is to put together a team of people that is working on that digital approach. And what we have put together was a very diverse team, an international team. We created a lot of trust in that team and we're acting together. And it was amazing to see with how much fun the team was moving towards a complete product roadmap just within a short period of time. And that's actually how we came to our product, eConnected, that is serving the bus and coach operators around the globe right now in a first test setup where they can monitor their buses, the air conditioning system, the performance, the maintenance status, and lowering their operational cost. So really amazing.
Yeah, I'm just going to ask Andreas one question. What was the why? Why did you go looking?
Why we kicked it off, actually. Actually, it was the strategic discussion that we were having at that time, and there are a lot of buzzwords around, like Industry 4.0 and digitalization. We identified that as one of the key megatrends around the globe, and that was actually kicking off. So we had not even a single clue how we can get digital at that time.
Martin, you were saying something.
Yeah, and I think you will. You forgot to mention that you will launch your product at Busworld this week. In Brussels.
And that's actually happening as we speak, right? Exactly.
Absolutely.
So you mentioned, of course, many things when you talked about the solution and the problem. And one of the things is how you bring together different teams, how you bring together different solution providers. And it could be, and you touched upon it, Martin, the system of systems, an ecosystem approach. Vinay, this is something that Concert Orahi is working with and has been applicable in this case study, and of course, how you work with your other customers. A few comments on that.
Of course. Arti, first of all, I should compliment the organizers here. It's a fantastic event, a lot of energy, a lot of good discussions. And I noticed that one key word that's been repeatedly used since morning is ecosystem. And I think everyone understands ecosystem is very important when you talk about digitization. And if you think of it, I mean, world actually includes, the whole world includes a very large ecosystem that hangs together. And this large ecosystem includes many small ecosystems that have to interconnect with each other. And digitization is basically a concept of actually using limited resources that we have in a best possible way. And if one does not understand ecosystem, you can't be smart. Digitization relies on gathering and analyzing data that's produced and consumed by actors that are participating in that ecosystem. So the key is to really have an open framework that allows the sharing of data between the actors in the ecosystem. And I would, to that extent, would want to actually talk of an example that has had a very massive success, an example of a financial ecosystem in India. Those of you know, who have traveled to India, UPI was in a platform that was launched 4 years back in India to connect basically the banking system with merchants, large, small merchants, to run on a mobile infrastructure on a pan-India basis. And if you talk of Sweden, I mean, we have not had cash in our pocket for the last 10 years. And if you traveled India 4 years back, you would not live without cash. You have to have a cash in your pocket. But I was actually in India this summer for 3 weeks, and I actually didn't use cash even a single time. For going into a large store to a smallest merchant on the road, it was everything digital. Such a massive, massive success. I've not seen that ecosystem being built in such a quick way. And I think, of course, it requires participation of government, it requires participation of industries, it requires participation of merchants, civil society, citizens, and that's a good example. I mean, it runs almost close to 9 billion transactions every month and does almost 1.5 trillion worth transactions every year. So ecosystem is important. I mean, at Concert and Concert Orahi, this is actually our DNA. We understand and we rely on actually understanding the bigger picture. We understand what it takes to really bring experts to integrate all parts of ecosystem. And one of the ecosystems that we're working very actively, which unfortunately is not a good example, is what you see in most cities, in terms of driving the carbon footprint down, the concept of electrification, which has been discussed since morning. If you look at ones who drive EV cars, you require 10 applications today on your handset to guarantee an access to a charging infrastructure. So on and contrary, a very immature ecosystem, an ecosystem that requires a lot of actors to come together to really bring a seamless experience to the end consumers and create value for the society. And I know, Martin, you're very passionate about that discussion. And this is one of our very active topics that we're working across all the actors in Nordics.
And we've had this great conversation, of course, Concert and Concert Orahi and SIBC about how we can make this and scale this in India in terms of interoperability, in terms of standardization, in terms of how to take the transport system forward in all these different ways. But of course, smart systems approach. Digitization is one step of this, and we take one second step, and it brings us to generative AI. It brings us to the world of ChatGPT. It brings us to the unknown. And now, Anup, of course, coming from LTI Mindtree, a recent acquisition as well, you stand on the cutting edge of what can happen. You're working with, of course, your own generative AI model, and you have, of course, a global footprint. What do you see in this conversation when it comes to digitalization and AI as the next steps when it comes to Sweden and India, but of course what's applicable globally as well?
Hi everyone, my name is Anup and glad to be here. I mean, I've lived and studied and worked across the globe from India. 20 years ago, I moved to Nordics, Norway and Sweden. Since then, I'm doing AI and data projects in Nordics. So whatever I've learned here. We live in uncertain times. Uncertainty is the new certainty. We live in the era of pandemic, war, economic instabilities, things like there's a big disruption coming also from technology as well as the ESG and sustainability growth. Everything is changing around. So that's where I think most of the leaders are going towards AI to get the decisions, to understand how should they be prepared for the future. Some of the most common things that I have seen, application of AI, one is around stitching the whole story of silos together and getting into the decisions and the decision science. I myself have been visiting at least 10 to 15 CEOs during the COVID times where they want to know, what do we do now? They are against an unprecedented situation. So how do you take decisions? The vessels, the ships is in the sea. They don't know which one to bring it back, which one to dry dock. The second situation is because of big challenges with mobility. Now, how do you really do remote operations? How can AI use computer vision for quality inspection of remote sites? How can you put automation so that there is a decisions taken remotely? How do you use AR, VR, augmented reality? That's the second. And third, in the ChatGPT, generative AI world, how can you augment it knowledge, right? So I think, and how do you really train and build capacities, capabilities, and do it remotely with the help of ChatGPTs, Gen AI, etc. This is where we see most of it. He gave a great example of Indian economy, 1.1 billion mobile users using mobile transactions, from somebody earning 50 krono a day to somebody earning 5 million krono a day. Everybody is on the same platform. And we are working with the Tax Authority of India, so we are directly responsible for increasing the tax and increasing 6%, 8% year on year. It's such a complex ecosystem. We still have only 350 million users on the platform, but the level of complexity without AI and without data, it's impossible to crack. So that is one good example. Another example is what COVID has done. It has brought a huge amount of users to digital world. Were we ready for it? From both customer experience as well as identifying fraudulent transaction. That's where I think AI is playing a big role. Now, Sweden, I see, is a hub of innovation. Starting from Spotify. Now we engage with a lot of companies. Of course, Nokia, Ericsson are the ones that we're helping with 5G rollout. So that connects the whole world. But the real implementation happening in automotive industries with the self-driving cars, self-driving trucks. The whole world of combustible engine is changing to more electrifying world. There is big disruption in business model. So we are trying to apply AI onto that. And then you will see a lot of other industries using AI. So we believe this is the time where we have to all come together in an ecosystem. And of course, work towards both businesses, society, and for helping people, both safety as well as innovation.
I think what I'm going to do now, when we heard again earlier today, the importance of this transition is that we must find our place in it. There's a lot of fear around this transition about, is my job safe? What will happen tomorrow? Where am I going? What should I be looking at in terms of my skilling? And when we look at Sweden, for example, the recent report by the Swedish IT telecom industries puts the tech talent gap in Sweden at 70,000 people. And this needs to be filled for Sweden to stay competitive by 2026. Working with the panelists on the stage today, I'm going to ask you, of course, you're working now with digitization, with AI, generative AI, but you're also working, as you mentioned, with diverse skill sets. What do you see as the challenge and the gap and the opportunity with what we're seeing now on paper, which is we need talent and we need it fast? How do we actually mobilize this? Martin, I'm going to start with you.
It's always challenging, of course. That's why we manage talking about this topic. But digitalization also, it's also possible to achieve more with less people. That's one important factor. But for our concern, it was like a strategic initiative to start our team and joint venture in India with Consultorari, primarily because we want to be able to scale faster and get access to really skilled developers. So it's not just like a price issue, like outsourcing. It's more to get access of really skilled people and being able to scale faster. So that's that will not solve everything, but it's an important piece in our way forward.
And then Vinay, I'm going to come to you next, because concept RIA, of course, is a outcome from this discussion.
I mean, just to add on what Martin said, I mean, if you look at digitization now is almost at strategic level, actually in execution with most enterprises and industries, especially in Nordics, quite matured. And it's no more a discussion on the PowerPoint now. Andreas alluded to it. I mean, they're implementing it, and they're implementing it in a very pragmatic way. I guess the challenges are not so much now on the technology side. I mean, 15 years back, if we were sitting here on the sofa, we would be talking about, is cloud scalable and is edge scalable? I mean, how will you code here and how will you code there? I mean, we are living in a very interesting times when technology is not an issue. We're living in a very interesting times when actually there is now opportunity to bring technologies together, which is called cross-technology convergence, to really drive and support industries to drive digitization. I think the challenges lie more on people, culture, organizational capabilities. And I think that's where India and Sweden is an interesting, extremely interesting mix, because you bring on one end more top-down, pragmatic, very pragmatic way to innovate. I think you need to give that to Sweden. Amazing innovations in a very small country, very top-down, but very pragmatic way. And then you come with India very bottoms up and ready to sort of, execute. If you have a plan or not, just execute. And bottoms up approach, but bottoms up approach to really bring scale from day one. And I think this basically marriage is an amazing marriage, which brings the engineering mindset and the engineering innovation to digitization capabilities that India is so strong now on a global level. And it can only sort of build a value which is not a decimal value. It's a binary value. 1 + 1 = 10. So I think it's amazing. India and Sweden is really at that phase where they can bring a lot of value to take care of problems in their countries, but also on a global level.
So with that, I'm going to move to Germany and say, from the customer side, now you've heard what Vinay and Martin have said, kind of the pragmatic approach, bottoms up, top down, have a solution. When we spoke, you mentioned something very interesting that I want to come back to and want you to unpack for us, again, when it comes to the question of talent, and that's intercultural trust.
Absolutely, and this is what we are living at Eberspecher, for example. So we also see the talent gap in Germany, actually, also on the mechanical engineering side, due to the demographic change that we are faced with. I think in Sweden it's exactly the same thing. And the intercultural trust, so we have a very diverse team sitting in Germany, sitting in Bangalore, sitting in Monterrey, Mexico. That brings a lot of value, but it needs to have the trust within the team. Besides that, we are using also the digital tools to collaborate with each other. And I think there is a great benefit also in this international teams that we are working with and the hybrid working models, since we can use the different time zones to be much more efficient as such.
I know, of course, LTI-Mindtree, of course, has a footprint that spans the globe as well. So talent is not something that is strange to you.
Yeah, I think there's a big shift these days. I mean, McKinsey did a study for Nordics for artificial intelligence, and they said there's an $80 billion, additional value AI can add. This was 2017. Post-COVID, the value is $200 billion, mostly in logistics, transportation, manufacturing, and services sector. Now, this is what we want to do. But if you look at the reality, 20 years in Nordics says that Nordics and Swedish, customers, they are the first to do the experiments, to do the POCs, to do the proof of concepts, but they are the last to operationalize any new concepts. And I think maybe because of the consensus culture, maybe because of budget things, maybe because of collaboration, but that's the fact. But there is a big shift in the momentum. The clients used to tell us, hey, please come help us and please transform us. Now there's a big shift. They're saying, please transform the business with us. So they want to be equally in the boat. right? Now to achieve that, there is a big skill gap. And to fulfill that, I think we have to bring, of course, a lot of talent, but also new ways of working. Now, ChatGPT, Gen AI, and other technologies, they can do a lot of things for you, right? They can act as a sauce chef. So you can look into the ingredients in your fridge and decide the best recipe for your food. You can write a song. You can help your kid with the homework. You can put a best personalized marketing campaign. And then you can also help with debug a code. So I think we use various ways to help us for that. We have a vision. We are building a center of 1,000 local people in next 2 years with AI technologies within Nordics. The whole idea is to marry this with the local talent and then create a future, what we call it, a lab and factory model, where you innovate and then also deliver at scale. There's also a big component. We're visiting a lot of universities. I think we believe that doing a lot of such projects, you need to have a lot of diverse team. So you just can't have a technical background. So we have a concept called DIVA in LTI Mindtree, which basically means women in data and analytics. We realize that 50-60% of data and analytics teams come with women and people with different background of sex, age, orientation, social background, education background. So we realized that we started getting a lot of value in addition to the engineers. If you put people with statistics background, art background, social background, sometimes even drama background, because we are in the end, if you're delivering a solution to somebody, we have to know that world. So I think we have seen a lot of these changes. So you will see very diverse resources and strategies from our side.
And I think we talk a lot about, of course, digital bias. So the more diverse your inputs, the more diverse your outcomes. Martin, I want to come to you with 2 questions in one. We call this panel the pragmatic approach. I'd like you to unpack the pragmatic approach for us, but focus it on command and control centers for transport. Of course, take Gothenburg as an example, and then I'd like you to look in the black box to say, what can we expect to take this and scale and replicate in India?
Yes. So first, the pragmatic approach, which we're actually applying the pragmatic approach also for public transportation. As I said, every 3rd week we are launching a new release. So taking things step by step and learning by, sometimes we do mistakes and it's now easier to correct them. So that is, you continuously learning. So I think that is super important. And what we would like to bring to India is, for example, when it comes to electrification. So to be able to run electrified buses, you need to master 3 different areas. You need to be able to manage the bus and see the state of charge, state of health, be able to preheat and pre-cool the bus before it takes off when it's connected to the grid. You need to be able to connect it to the chargers. And those 2 pieces are quite many companies that can master, so to say. But the 3rd piece, that also being able to manage the traffical part, knowing when the bus will leave next morning, how much energy is needed for that specific route. That is not that common, and that is what we are doing. Putting these 3 pieces together, not just for a research project, but for a daily basis. That is what we can contribute to, for example, to India. Not just to mention all the safety features and collecting data about closest collisions and all that kind of stuff that we can talk for hours about. But so I'm convinced that we can support India. And I've read that in India, you will go for 500,000 electrical buses in just some years. And we are really eager to help India.
And there's a platform for that. And it's cities, but we should talk more. But I'd like to now end this panel by asking each of you to give us a 1-sentence answer. We have this digital future that we're looking at. Digitalization and AI play a strong role in where we are going. If I could ask you each to pinpoint 1 factor that will be crucial to optimizing this transformation and this journey, what would that be? Anup, I'm going to start with you.
I think if you see there is a 2.4 trillion to 4.1 trillion business value market for AI, as per the experts, and we see the use of ChatGPT in November last year was 100 million, in January was 200 million, and now it's somewhere around 1.6 billion. So if you have 1.6 billion subscribers globally, basically that means there is a huge amount of adoption, and that's the only thing that works in digital world. So we believe that we are on the verge of an S-curve. There will be a big difference between the leaders and the laggards who are investing onto this and who are getting ready for the future. So we should be there.
Andreas.
Take the pragmatic approach. We learned a lot during the start of the project since we failed with a couple of the efforts that we have taken in the beginning. So we took the pragmatic approach, started with a one single point, and it was amazing to see the journey, how many digital products have been developed on that road, actually. So you need a starting point. Don't be scared of digitalization, and just take a good partner, a good intercultural team, diverse team, and that will be successful.
And I would say that you started off with that, Vinay, but I think that one of the most important topics for electrification globally is to create a common marketplace for like roaming, for charging and other digital services. Otherwise, it will not take off. Today, every OEM has tried to make their own solution, and it's really hard. So here, there is definitely a room for improvements that can combine electrification and digitalization.
Yeah, I'm the last one, so I'll give 3 short sentences. I promise I'll do it in same, one large one. So first one, pragmatic approach. I think we talked about it. That's the only way to create value at every small step of a digital journey. There's no other way. Second, engineering and digitization is a perfect match, and that's why the partnership of Sweden and India has huge potential. And last, give and take. Digitization is about ecosystem, and if there's no give and take, there's no value.
I'd like to actually add to the panel. I think hopefully the audience agrees with me. What we're actually seeing is a really strong example of partnership. And pragmatic approach is actually staying close to business and doing what is possible fast. And I thank you all so much for sharing that with us. And I'd like the audience to help me give them a warm hand of applause.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
So ladies and gentlemen, we move to our next panel, which is focusing on smart cities. I'd like to welcome on stage Rupali Deshmukh, Country Manager, India IVL, Ulf Borbus, International Project Manager, Swedish Incubators and Science Parks, CISP. And I believe we have 2 speakers online. Yeah, great. We have JVS Ramakrishna, Global Head, Sustainable Smart World, L&T Technology Services, and Rajendra Inani, Business Unit Head, Smart Cities, Tata Projects. Thank you for being with us today. Now, the panel before, and I think it's important we have these segues, is that digitization and AI is all well and good, but there are still hardware solutions that need to be looked at and problems that need to be solved. And when it comes to smart cities and what's happening there's a lot of opportunity with conversations that we've heard earlier today. So I'm actually going to ask all of you to introduce yourselves in a 1-minute introduction before we move to the panel discussion. Ulf, I'd like to start with you, and then I'll move to Rupali.
Hello, everybody.
Microphone is good.
Hello, everybody. My name is Ulf Borbos. I work as an international project manager for an organization called Swedish Incubators and Science Parks. I've been working with the Swedish innovation system since 2008, and international collaboration and efficient collaboration is what I'm passionate about.
Great. Rupali.
Hi, myself Rupali Deshmukh. I work at IVL, Swedish Environmental Research Institute. I have 2 hats. I'm country manager for India at IVL, Swedish Environmental Research Institute, and CEO at IVL India. Thank you.
Thank you very much. JVS.
Hi, my name is JVS Ramakrishna, and I've been with
L&T for the last 25 years, and currently I hold the responsibility of Global Business Head for Sustainable Smart World. We are one of the largest system integrators in the smart cities business, and I'm based off India, Hyderabad. Thank you.
Rajendra, over to you.
Hi, I'm Rajendra Inani. I'm business head Smart City Business with Tata Projects. I'm based out of Mumbai. We deal with smart cities in India, multiple projects.
So, Rajendra, I'm actually going to follow up with that introduction with a question to you. Now, of course, smart cities as a mission in India has been running for some time. It's been broken down into different sectors, be it waste, be it power, be it transport. What have been some of the key challenges and opportunities for you when it comes to smart cities in the projects that you've been part of?
I believe this question is with me.
Yes.
Okay. So just I give you the background of the business I'm involved in. Presently in 4 cities, Nashik, Pune, Noida and Ludhiana, we are managing the street light networks of the cities. Each city is having average 1 lakh street lights, which we have taken all on PPP model, where we finance and we operate them for 7 to 10 years. And we achieved 55 to 75% energy saving on those model, and we are managing them. So what it start with the challenges you asked for? Most of the smart cities project are not in private sectors. They are with urban local bodies, which are the municipal corporations in the cities. And these municipal corporations are not rich. So the financial viability of a smart cities project, so they get a central grant and the project can get launched. But sustaining those projects is one of the biggest challenge. So where these are done on a PPP model, public-private partnership model, which are financed also, and this, from the savings achieved or in that kind of business model, they are very much sustainable. Traditionally, in electrical side, the infrastructure is very poor in this ULB bodies. So when we take up this project, a big challenge is to invest heavily in this business and then ensuring the returns are achieved. Technologically, once we take this project on PPP model, we have much flexibility and we can bring best of the breed technology. And there is enough scope to put all kind of IoTs to collect different sets of data, and then you can invest well in data analytics and AI to make decision making based on them. But first, you need to invest heavily and ensure that these projects are financially sustainable.
I think that's a really important point. Sorry, JVS, I'm just going to take it, sorry, Rajendra, to JVS, because you raise critical points about financial sustainability. There's a lot of ambition in India, of course, to push forward smart cities to create sustainable models of local leadership. But as you've said, the ULBs, the urban local bodies, become the voice of how those plans are operationalized. I'm going to ask JVS if we have him with us, and if you can hear us, I'll keep talking. JVS, L&T Smart Cities, of course, is responsible for the first smart city in India in Jaipur in 2019. And I believe you also worked to provide safety to 250 million pilgrims during the Kumbh Mela. Now, innovation and collaboration under a public infrastructure becomes an important way for India to move forward in smart cities. I'd love to hear from you what have been some of your experiences in terms of making these examples sustainable and robust, and what is the role, of course, of the ULB, as Rajendra has touched upon?
Great. First of all, thank you for having me here. See, smart cities has been a learning for all of us, to ULBs, to us, to technology providers. When we started the first smart city, like you mentioned, the Jaipur, we were trying to figure out what the components could be. Is it about connecting the sensors, or lights, or meters, or people, or whatever it is, right? But as we kept learning on, we started doing, every city has got its own priorities in terms of somebody says safety, somebody says traffic, somebody wants utilities, and so on and so forth. But when it came to, the implementation of one of the Prayagraj smart city in India, where 250 million people come for holy dip in a river in a span of 4 months. I think it's been a big challenge for us to maintain in an open environment or a river bank using AI for public use, public good, right? So the issue is how do we help the authorities in terms of the crowd and queue management, which was a big concern when so many people come. On a one particular day, I'm told that almost 30 to 35 million people come into one place. So as many of the technologists felt, we said that let me get into some partnerships from some global companies. We brought a global company, and then we tried to put in, boom, day one, it didn't really work. Because what a crowd seems to be for a global company, in India, the definitions are changed. It is a different metrics and different norms altogether. So we had to literally take the global technology, redo to solve the local problem in terms of, you would find 3 or 4 people in a square meter area. Whereas normally when you say crowd in outside India, I mean, it's like, you would find 1 or 1.5 sort of people per square meter. So I think that was the biggest challenge. And second challenge was so many people were coming in. You need to look at the people, top to bottom. But, in that crowd, you can't really figure out who is who. So the whole algorithm, the whole models will have to be retrained. But where do you get the data? I think the challenges to adopt some of these global technologies to solve the problems in India was a big learning for us. We do work with quite a lot of global companies, and also almost 20 to 25% of our project spend actually in smart cities go to smart city to the startups. We actually play this role of global technologies, local technologies, blending them together for solving the local problems. I think inevitably, more or less, all the problems statements, what we see outside could be Sweden or could be Europe or somewhere else. The problems are different, but technologies are actually pretty similar one, which we need to leverage. So the experience has been very, one of the speakers earlier was talking about pragmatic approach. We had to take a pragmatic approach in terms of solving the local problems. The technologies cannot be lifted and dropped. So that's been our experience. And subsequently, we did quite a many such large events quite seamlessly, because now that we have mastered how to solve those population scale issues.
I'm just going to ask, before I move on the panel, to the audience here, Rajendra, JVS, could you give us an example or kind of a bracket approach of how many people are you talking about in your projects? You mentioned 250 pilgrims dipping in the Kumbh Mela, but when you look at your smart city projects, just so that the audience here understands the concept of scale, what numbers are we talking about? Rajendra, I'm going to ask you to tell us about the different cities you're working at and their populations. Ballpark. You're on mute.
Each of the cities where we are doing on PPP model, there's street lights. Those are each cities having almost 1 lakh street light poles and population beyond 5 million.
So cities of 5
at a minimum.
Million. And are they considered cities or?
Yeah, these are cities only. Whereas I didn't talk about, we provide in one of the state, Chhattisgarh state, emergency response system. It's equivalent to 911 in US. We do dial 112, where population of the state is almost 10 crore people. You can say 100 million.
Okay.
No, 1,000 million. Yes.
Lot.
And there we run a command and control system to dispatch vehicle, and we meet the SLAs to reach in urban and rural population to this. That kind of the people, the numbers are big. In India, whatever you talk, it is much bigger number. The challenge lies where whatever technologies we bring in, we need to indigenize them completely for many. So for electrical thing, we have very good IoT devices, but when you want to deploy them in India, you need many surge suppressors. The electrical basic supply is so much unregulated, and using those devices directly won't be possible.
So the deployment has to be adapted. JVS, just to get, again, a number concept of what you're working with in terms of population, so we can understand and put a number to scale.
Some of the scale, like I talked about 250 million people taking a holy dip, but one of the smart metering project, currently what we are doing and what we are going to do is close to, I would say, we are talking about 15 million in one project. So we are going to touch 15 million households in one project. Effectively, if you were to put a number, I think with our work in 25 cities in India, I think we are touching close to 150 million urban lives today with our solutions. That's a scale.
So this is setting the scene in terms of what the challenge and the opportunities are, of course, on the ground. And we need translators. You mentioned, I think that's a really important word you use, localizing, indigenizing technology and solutions. Now, we have the AI and the high-end tech solutions that we're hearing about today. We also have some very everyday problems that are still untackled, and that's waste and wastewater treatment. Rupali, I want to come to you, and of course, you've been working with smart cities for many years now. And now, of course, as CEO and country manager of India, you have on-the-ground solutions that understand and are localizing some of the solutions we're taking from Sweden to India. Tell us about what's happening in waste and wastewater management, and what is IVL doing?
Wonderful. Thank you, Aarti. Thank you for the question. And thanks, Sanju, India Unlimited, and Indian Embassy for arranging such a wonderful event. Coming back to your question, Aarti, we have to understand smart cities. It's a totally different dynamics. Smart cities should focus on two important aspects. That is eco-governance, which I don't know how much Indians are familiar about it, but our success here in Sweden is because of eco-governance. And then the second aspect is circular economy. So what is eco-governance? Eco-governance means all the verticals, all the sectors working together, complementing each other within smart cities. And then our focus for the action within those circular areas, it should be on circularity. Then coming back to your question, because I work mostly with waste management and wastewater are my areas within smart city. So everything is very, very different when we talk about smart cities and how smart city is complementing these areas. I would say different or several ways. As smart city view those area or other areas within smart city as its sustainable goal. And how they are complementing, these are the areas they view, like smart city view those areas as a sustainability goal and aim in reducing waste generation, maximizing recycling, and the third very, very important R of circular economy, which we always talk about reuse, reduce, recycle. But the most important pillar of circular economy is recovery. And smart city focused on that, recovery of resources. It is very important, and that's why smart cities success is to the different level and several ways. If we are adding like sensor or data analytics to monitor the waste system or wastewater system in real time, can predict the different defects and gives us early warning, which reduces the downtime or risk of environmental impact or hazards, or even on the health, human health. So you get a really good time with adding those data analytics or sensors to your waste or wastewater systems. Second, I would like to highlight here, smart city can contribute in reducing your carbon footprint. Again, another example, having smart bins with a good communication device can give an indication to waste collecting truck when they are full. So you don't have to go for repeated inspection whether the bin is full or not. So you can reduce on fuel consumption, thereby reducing the carbon footprint. Third important, means there are several, but third important, I would say, smart cities and smart city focuses on different apps and a platform which engages the stakeholder or the citizens. These platforms give education to the stakeholders or a public, and also they have this system like rewarding for good disposable or responsible disposable of waste. So these are the areas I feel important. And scale up is also important, and we need a proper regulatory system to scale up those.
So there's a lot there, but I want to pick out something and come back to what Rajendra was saying. You're talking about smart cities, and the examples you're giving, these are ULB public decision-making action points. And a lot of what needs to happen then to lock in budgetary decisions is to educate, is to share information, is to talk about what can be done, what is the problem, how can we work together to solve this. Now, CISP is working together with IVL, of course, to create this sharing, to create this conversation with public and private players to say, there are ways in which we can work together, the pragmatic approach, low-hanging fruit, to resolve some of the problems you're facing today. Ulf, if you can tell us about how that's been in terms of the smart cities engagement you've had.
I will start with taking an approach from how our Swedish innovation system, when it comes to Swedish Incubator and Science Park, which is part of the Swedish innovation system. So I will try to address this sustainable city from that approach. First of all, I think sustainable city solutions is a very big task, because in the Swedish innovation system we are early adopters. We are good to create startup and scale up companies. But when it comes to finding, and there we come a lot of good technical solutions. But when it comes to putting a total solution together, we need to be better at cooperating with big companies or organizations to help us to create solutions. Because usually technology, when you come to big countries, they say technology is not the solution, it's not the problem, it's the solution that we want to have. So I would like to address that kind of challenge that we have from the Swedish innovation system. We have some activities that I think can help us to do a better job from the Swedish perspective. We have a program called Ignite Sweden, where we do an innovation matchmaking between startup and scale-ups towards corporates, Indian corporates. That is one of the parts we are trying to develop. But we also trying to use already existing organizations doing a good job in India. And that I would say IVL and Sweden-India Business Council is good actors, and Business Sweden, so we can interact with them in a better way. But this is some like a lesson for us ourselves to be better at. And also we are doing what we call delegation trips that are educational, because there is a huge need of learning more about Indian culture and get this inspiration that we heard from other speakers earlier today, because this is what the journey I've done. I just started working with India 2 years ago, and I didn't realize what kind of potential there was. But now I know there is a huge potential, and I think what has also been said that we can use much better is using the people, the culture that is both different between our countries, but also we can create value together. So when it comes to sustainable city solutions, I think our biggest challenge and how we try to work now is to find this packaging of our great innovation ability in Sweden with corporates that have bigger muscles. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Ulf. And I actually want, now, none of you are strangers to each other, of course, because you talk about sharing and these delegations and this conversation. And of course we see, and I don't think you have to be sitting here or in Delhi or in Bangalore to understand the value of seeing is believing, to start the conversation, to make the investment decisions, to actually deploy solutions. IVL took a delegation recently to India to start these conversations. All of you were part of that delegation. I actually want to start with Rajendra, JVS, Ulf, and then end with Rupali as to what the delegation brought up in terms of conversations, what you saw that was interesting, what you would like to follow up on, what perhaps is being followed up. Because this delegation was a kickstart in terms of conversations and solutions that we can work together on the India-Sweden corridor. So Rajendra, I'm going to start with you on the delegation that IVL brought to India recently.
So what I look forward to that there is a lot of technologies are available, but there is challenges in deploying them in India. So what can be taken forward is a proof of concept kind of thing, where we take a small city or some part of city, where we invest into creating a proof of concept and realize them in Indian conditions, whether it is equipment, usage behavior, or what are all other local challenges that can come. It can help us realize at what value this will be feasible in India. The very first thing is bringing the equipment from overseas may not be financially viable. They need to be produced in India, make in India. That's where it can make them. And the economies of scale can play a big role. So, but once we establish those POCs, I am carrying out in Nashik city with 1,000 street lights. Those are Swiss-made light, but we want to, along with them, deploy a number of IoT devices, traffic management and whatnot. But once we realize, we will be more confident what value this can be delivered in India and what value proposition we can come up with. And then we can go and propose to those ULBs bodies what business model or financial model we can follow for a sustainable deployment of these services.
Great.
So that kind of approach can help a lot.
JVS.
Yeah, we did a very good, discussion when the delegation was in India. I mean, quite a lot of people. One big takeaway, in fact, two takeaways for us was, I think the Swedish delegation has come with very strong sustainability, as a theme in terms of the solutions, which is a very, very important subject even in the countries like India, especially given the volume what we are talking about. And we also briefly discussed at that point of time, if we can incubate some of those things in our innovation centers in Chennai and see how we can, localize those technologies and solutions for the local requirements. I think there's two, more, pragmatic actionables that we discussed upon. There were a couple of follow-ups, if I were to say, Arathi, in terms of, what to do and all. I think we will take this forward.
Great. Ulf, I'm going to come to you next.
Okay. What I see in the future here in our collaboration is that we need to enhance the ability of this incubation process in between us, because we sit on something like 7,000 Swedish innovative companies, and we are really looking forward to having an exchange process where we can find a way to evaluate and see what is the best technology to match into your needs, and then develop that as a strategic joint program. So, and we are bringing our innovation environments to India because we think this is something that also in the mind of our Swedish incubator has to be developed and educated, because they don't know the possibilities right now. We still need to force it out to them and realize that this is huge potential.
So, Rupali, I'm going to give you the last word because a lot has been said here. A lot of focus on matchmaking, proof of concept, financial viability, localization, incubation, and of course conversations between stakeholders in Sweden, of which there are thousands, and the solutions they can actually work with in India. IVL, of course, is the spider in the web here in terms of bringing different stakeholders together. You've been doing that for the last number of years. We've traveled many times to India on smart city solutions. What would you like to see going forward, taking all these discussions and deploying them in the next 5 years?
I totally agree with what Rajendra said, that we have to check the feasibility of what we are offering. And I understand their concern when it comes to the costing and the business opportunity. So what I believe together, I think everybody in the room will agree to me, what we are offering will not suit in India. So we have to develop the solution for local condition, for after understanding the entire dynamics, what the trends are, what are the problems are, and what solution which is feasible economically to Indian condition. And for that, such a type of delegation visit from India to Sweden or Sweden to India encourages a knowledge transfer. Knowledge transfer along with a business opportunity, those open many doors. Second, third thing, I would say the research and innovation is going to other level than before now after this exchange of knowledge. And when RTV took this delegation, it was a road show, 3 cities, the same question came forward, that how we can build the stronger partnership for India, Sweden in innovation side, for business side. So I would like to mention here, Vinova is in a room, and Vinova has given IVL a project to find out the feasibility of Center of Excellence, Sweden-India Center of Excellence, where we will see if it is feasible, our innovator, our researcher come together, and together with Indian side, it is not only for researcher, businessmen, industrialists, everybody come together, discuss the problem, bring the solution together. So I hope I have submitted the project plan, I get approval, then we start working on that. And then of course I will need all your support, L&T I need, Tata project. Of course I need SIB, CRT, you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. What you've heard, Smart Cities has been a story that India and Sweden have been working on together for some time. And we have actors on both sides of the corridor really looking forward to taking the discussion further. With people like Rupali, this conversation will not end here. Stay tuned, and we welcome you back next year to hear the outcomes of the Center of Excellence. Let's give them a warm hand of applause. I welcome Sanju Malhotra on stage.
Thank you, Aarti, and thanks to the great Smart City, session. And now we are moving from smart cities to circular economy. I guess it's not really far.
No, that's very close.
Yeah.
We're not talking about cities really, but it's happening within the cities.
Exactly. So I have with me on stage Anna Söderholm. You're the acting CEO for IVL. Can you give a short introduction to yourself, please?
Yes, my name is Anna, and I've been working at IVL for a long time, but I'm also been working with sustainability for more than 30 years. So it's quite a lot of years, actually. So, and IVL has been working since more than 50 years with sustainability issues. And we are a research institute, and we were actually founded really to solve the environmental problems for the business sector. Because at that time, there was more a fight between the authorities and the business sector, and there was more legislation and everything. But we were founded really to find the creative solutions to solve the environmental problems in an innovative way. And that's actually what we're doing also now. And we work with 3 different parts. We want to achieve the sustainable society, but working with scientific solutions in reality, so really implement it in reality, not just doing research and do a report. And the other thing is actually, it can sound a bit like a cliche, but finding the environmental problems to see it as a solution, the possibilities to find the really how can we gain from the environmental problems, to find business solutions. And the third part actually is how can we turn the linear processes that we have in society into circular economy. And it's not just the industry that needs to be circular, it's also actually the legislation, because today all legislation is about the linear process. It starts with raw material extraction and end when we consumers has used these products and put it into a landfill. So we really need to close these loops, both in the policy sector but also in technology.
Yeah, we'll come back shortly to the whole textile problem and the textile Berget, as we heard. We had one of a journalist ask this question today. Berget means like it's a mountain of textile that's being dumped, and mostly dumped into countries where it should not be dumped. Because, so that whole process. But we'll get back to that very shortly. I'd like to also introduce 2 other speakers who are joining us. Puneet Arora. You are sitting in India, and you're the senior business developer for IKEA Textile, representing IKEA in Asia or South Asia. Puneet, can you tell us a little bit about yourself and the work you're doing with IKEA?
Certainly, Sanju. Thank you. Hello to you. Hello, Anna and Bjorn, fellow delegates, and respected audience. I'm Puneet Arora, responsible senior business developer for textile products business based out of IKEA South Asia. Additionally, I'm also responsible for leading the circular transition that we are making for our textile business globally at IKEA. So that's what I do. You can call me a sustainability enthusiast. And I'm really happy to get to live my passion every day at IKEA. So looking forward to the discussion. Thank you for having me here.
Okay, thank you, Puneet. And last but not least, I would love to welcome Bjorn Vedin. I see, Bjorn, you have this background picture. I guess, is that in Domsjö, in the northern part of Sweden? And you represent Aditya Birla. And this is probably one of India's largest investments in Sweden, is the Domsjö Fabriker from India. Bjorn, can you tell us a little bit about the work that you're doing and what is that happening behind you there?
So first I'd like to introduce myself. So Björn Vedin, CEO of Domsjö Fabriker. So we have, what you see behind me here is what we call a biorefinery. And we have 3 products. And that's dissolving cellulose, lignin, and bioethanol. And they are produced out of wood. We are probably, I would say, the most circular biorefinery in the world, and we have been for a very, very long time striving for circularity and sustainability, and that is normal kind of work for us, I would say. So what you see behind here is our part of our mill and our company. And we are, as you said, part of Aditya Birla Group, part of Aditya Birla Group here in Sweden.
Thank you, Bjorn. I think it's interesting because you also cellulose or as a fabric is considered to be more sustainable than many other fabrics, and we'll just get back into the problems of fabrics and what happens to fabrics. But Anna, I want to first come back to you and ask you a couple of questions. The first is about what are the primary environmental and, of course, the economic benefits of closing the loop within various industries, and how does it contribute to resource efficiency and waste reduction? And the second question, which I also have, I'm putting it together, and of course you can take your time to answer both, is that textile waste, because this is a significant issue. It's being discussed all around the world. It's part of, I think, I don't know exactly the figures, but it's a huge contribution in terms of everything that's wrong for the planet and what's going wrong. So how can circular economy, from a principle perspective, from recycling, from upcycling, help reduce both waste, and what are the solutions out there, and how can they be scaled? Because at the end, it's great that there is solution, but can it be scaled? Can we really make a difference, or are we going to be stuck with this big pile of textile that we're seeing in and around the world?
I think we should not be stuck with that big mountain of textiles. So, I mean, in EU, just between 2015 and 2020, we doubled the production of textiles used within the Union. And each one of us are throwing away 11 kilos of textiles per person a year, but we buy 27, so we accumulate a lot in our wardrobes. So still these 11 kilos, there will be a ban of throwing it into the waste 2025. So there will be a lot of investments for new innovations to really collect and reuse these textiles. So there is a lot of things going to happen in the textile value chain. But I mean, the problem is created, I think, mainly because of the fast fashion way how we are buying new clothes and everything. Of course, we're also using it in furnitures, as IKEA is doing. But so many of the solutions are very high up in the value chain. It's already on this design stage, I would say. But still, we have these huge waste problems that we really need to start to work with. And some years ago, I think it was around 2015, we took an initiative with a Vinnova-founded mission-driven project because we saw that there's a lot of happening where you can recycle the fibers. So a lot of innovation, and there are really interesting innovations here in Sweden for how to reuse the fibers. But there was a missing link, and that was the sorting, because there's a huge mountain, as you say. And today, all the recycling of textiles is done manually. And that is not very industrialized and is not very efficient. So what we did was that we brought together 21 different partners here in Sweden to work together with a solution how to sort textiles industrialized with very advanced sensor technology. And this equipment now is built in Malmö. Mm-hmm. So it's a municipality-owned company, Sysav, who actually did the investment, because you need to find someone doing the investment. Mm. And it's a large-scale sorting machine. It can sort 4.5 tons of textiles every hour. And I think for Sweden, let's see, I think we produce 140,000 tons a year of textile waste. So there is a lot of these machines that is needed.
Mm. In every town?
Yeah.
And village?
Yeah,
and cities?
in all cities. Yeah. And I think we should really see these textile waste as a resource. That is about closing the loop. So it doesn't help that now EU will ban us just throwing it into the waste. There is also need to be some incentives to use it as a resource. Mm. I can come back. Maybe we can hear a little bit more from our other.
Definitely. Yeah. So I'll head over to you, Puneet, and it'll be interesting to understand from you if recycling is a crucial component in the circular economy. So how can we improve recycling rates and the quality of recycled materials to ensure they can be reintegrated into the production process effectively? And the other question which I have is connected more with circular economy models, and in terms of how do you involve extended producer responsibility, and you know, how can you really bring together the textile industries and the policymakers to work together to promote responsible product design, manufacturing, and end-of-life management of textiles. So that maybe is the second question. You can get back to me a little bit later, but that's more to do with, of course, how IKEA is working. But the first part will be also interesting to hear from a technical perspective.
Absolutely, Sanjay. Thank you for these very good questions. And now you have asked me too. Let me take you a little bit to what we have set ourselves to at IKEA. We have an ambition to be climate positive by 2030, and to do this, we have actually put circularity at the center. How we do that? We have identified 3 key directions that we believe will take us forward to this goal to be climate positive. We call these three roads or directions as sustainability, accessibility, and affordability for the many customers that we serve. Let me talk briefly about these three directions, and I think it will get to the answer that you're looking for the first question. First, talking about sustainability, we realized quite early within our organization that material would be the biggest footprint that we'll have to solve if we have to be climate positive. With the consumption trends that Anna just cited, you can very well imagine where we are up to. And to do that, we started, being a production-oriented retailer, having an end-to-end approach. It was to our advantage to have a closer look and look at all the actors in our whole value chain, right? From the design phase. How do we design for the feedstock or the waste recycled materials that we have access to, up until manufacturing, and then going back to our supplier partners. And how do we do that? How do we make all this accessible? That is where the second direction of accessibility comes into play. Sanju, at IKEA, we are really obsessed with finding better solutions for our many customers. And that is where we see that clean waste would be, it is equivalent to pure gold today. These recycled materials will be the raw materials that we work with in the very near future. So we have, since past 2 to 3 years, we have heavily invested into knowledge building of these raw materials, what these can blend into to find better solutions for our customers. How do we scale this knowledge up until our many supplier partners, being a production-oriented retailer, that is where we see at the shop floor, the whole magic happens. So we have now a good knowledge base. We have built models to work with recycled materials, and we have scaled up to find solutions in the form of products that we are selling today in our many stores globally. All this doesn't stop here, the third direction that I'm talking about, which is affordability. That I believe is the most important to make this whole effort that we are talking about on circularity to be more democratic and widespread use. This cannot be, only for a handful of people. We have to make sustainability really affordable for the many. And we are proud to say that the way we are approaching circularity at IKEA, our customers do not have to pay premium in the name of sustainability. Rather, it is part of the inbuilt offer that we have for them. Let me illustrate this with a very small, I'll just take a minute to share an example. We have this curtain in the range in the name of Lenta curtain. We are selling this since 1992. You'll be happily surprised that today, improving this product, making it more circular, we have made this product with 40% recycled cotton. We are using 33% less energy, 30% water savings. And to get all this, our customers are paying a lower price than they were paying for a normal curtain with 100% virgin cotton curtain. So this is just one of the many ways in which we are making sustainability affordable. And there are similar movements happening in other materials like recycled polyester or plastic. So I'm really happy with the way we are going. Summarizing again, these three directions, sustainability, accessibility, and affordability. These are the key directions which are taking us towards being climate positive. And I'm really happy to be a part of this effort.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Puneet. And I think what we'll come back to this if we have some time, is also talk about that it all starts with the design, because that's a critical thing. I think one of the biggest challenges with the textile recycling is if your textile has many different types of fabrics, even if you're sorting, it's going to become really like a hell to imagine taking out those fibers that are being entwined into those other fibers. I mean, just to explain a very simple recycling or upcycling process, I mean, that's not an easy process. So whatever is designed today has to be designed with this in mind, that everything has to be upcycled or recycled. And that is almost a story of yesterday, not today anymore, Today we need to talk about using also materials and fabrics that are sustainable from the beginning. And that brings us to you, Bjorn. I mean, you're working with cellulose, you're working with bringing, you know, a fabric that's already ready for as a sustainable product. But beyond, of course, you can tell us a little bit about that. But many industries face supply chain challenges when transitioning to circularity. And how can companies work with suppliers to source sustainable material and promote circular practices throughout the value chain? And I think as an expert from your background, it would be also interesting to see like the role that how are you incorporating technology to solve this in terms of whether it's IoT or blockchain or in tracking and tracing materials within a closed loop systems, and how does that sort of support transparency and accountability? Can you share some of your insights from your industry?
Yeah, first, also from Birla Cellulose, we would like to be net zero. Our goal is to be net zero by 2040 and reduce our greenhouse gases by 50% by 2030. And if you look at circularity and supply chain, it all goes back to responsible manufacturing. You have to look at yourself first, always. For us, it's talked about closed loop processes, then follow certain standards, of course, all of them. But then if you look in EU, we have the BAT standards, but for us, it's very important outside, also in India, to follow the BAT and to be 100% BAT compliant. If I then go into circular or responsible manufacturing for us, for example, is that, as I said, closed loop manufacturing is important, and to go through our own business first of all, but then to implement the circular supply chain with suppliers is also very special to go through and to assess all our suppliers within the circularity and have those circularity glasses on, the sustainable glasses on. And for example, we are producing sustainable products from sustainable raw material, and then we have to look at for example, wood is our main raw material. So to have a discussion and talk to our wood suppliers, go through the sustainability, see that we are getting certified wood, for example, and then be out in place also and assess the supplier by themselves regarding sustainability. Work together with them. That's extremely important. Then if you look at you said blockchain and what kind of role it plays. The technology helps us to get traceability, how that works, and to get full traceability the whole way from the final product down to all the raw materials. Makes it a lot easier to see where all the things has happened, but also to see where it comes from. Extremely important that it enables the creation of records and transactions and real-time tracking and tracing of goods throughout the whole supply chain. You need to have this traceability also, and it's important for our customers to see where things are coming from. And for us that are circular, is also important to be able to show in real time how it looks like. Yeah.
Yes, Anna, you had something to add.
Yeah, I just wanted to comment because, of course, there is a lot of things that needs to be done in the production value chain. But then it comes to us consumers. Then we get lost of this traceability. So I know, I think it's about the value of a certain material. I know for sure now when we're going to produce the fossil-free steel, they want really to trace this fossil-free steel also when it's used to take it back, because it's very valuable, because it's zero emission steel. They don't want to mix it with some other dirty steel. So I think the problem maybe for textiles when it comes out to our consumer is it gets lost. So here we need a lot of solutions and find ways of really keeping track of the textiles in order to be able to reuse it. So I don't know if you're also thinking about closing the loops, also taking back the material. For in your production chain. That's a question for Björn. I just want to know. Or IKEA. I don't know how you're thinking about that. Sorry for asking questions.
No, it's a good question.
But I mean, if you look at the textile business, if I go outside of Birla, we have in Sweden we have Renewcell, who is actually starting to get taking back the textiles and remaking the fiber. But also we in Birla are doing that in India with we have products now that we can do, and that we are actually circulating back and try to do the circulating back the cotton also into our process again. It is working. It's still a lot of challenges involved in it, but it grows very fast, and it's needed. I would say that Renewcell is probably the one that's been coming the longest, but there are a lot of other companies behind also trying to pick up on this, and we are supporting Renewcell, but we're also working on it ourselves to try to get to circulate the used textile, and especially then cotton.
So I just wanted to comment a little bit back on what you said. And in Sweden, we have these areas where you can recycle. And yes, you can recycle your aluminium or cans, and it's basically a lot of the, your cardboards, your paper, glass. But where is the textile recycle? All you have is these bins where they say you donate these clothes, and this goes to a country that needs clothes, which is basically another kind of a textile dump, and we're creating more of these. So first of all, those solutions are not there, from the consumer perspective, that we don't even know where to go and actually think. And that's the problem here. And imagine how we're going to, how do we manage this in the rest of the world? So that was one thing. And the other thing is, I wanted three of you to think, if you had a crystal ball today, and you would look, we are talking, today is India and Sweden, 75 years of our, in the next 25 years, like, what do you see with circularity and with, imagine that it has scaled up, and what's the vision, in the next 25 years? And if you had a crystal ball, what would you like to, what's your positive vision of the future? Puneet, we'll start with you.
Thank you, Sanju. I know about the next 25 years. Let me take a shot at the next 5 years. I'm maybe in a bit of a hurry to reach there. I would say, today, what we have discussed so far in the past 20 minutes is there's a lot of interest, but there's also a lot of different efforts are happening in different compartments, and there are different segmentations, I think what I'm looking for is one view. Today, when we develop for different markets. We see legislations, markets putting different kind of requirements on the same materials, while the different customers, the basic needs are same. Everybody wants to live on a good and safe planet. Everybody wants safe to use products. Still, different markets pose different legislative challenges, and that makes it difficult for someone like us who is providing solutions in the form of these products. So if we can have one unified view, wherein we have to comply with a unified code of requirements, I think that will make the job a lot more easier, both in terms of complying and rather than finding market-oriented solutions, we can look for global solutions that can scale up. And that is what we will really need, to make sense of these new circular supply chains. Scale will be really important, and that is one way to get there. Yes.
Bjorn, you'll get the last word.
Yeah, I believe. I mean, I would not. I will not use 25 years either. I think we're much closer than if you look at what's going on, and I believe that we are. I mean, we know there are a lot of companies today that can do circulate or reuse or rework the used textile. I believe that in 5 years we have come a lot longer, and it's getting to be a normal use. And of course, there are many companies, and we are one of them that works with this. But there are still a lot of challenges involved. But we have the technique, and we know how to do it, and we can see that the customers, which I think is together, I mean, with all ourselves, but the customers are asking for this, and that makes it a big push for us also to take it to the next level. So I believe in 5 years we have if we would say sit here in 5 years, I believe we have a totally different industry when we talk about circular or reuse or rework of used textiles.
Thank you, Bjorn. And
now I see the time is almost
yes.
I think I also would say 5 years, 5 to 10 years. And I think we will see a completely different textile value chain. And there will be a lot of new businesses. It's not just fiber to fiber recycling. It's the whole value chain. So there will be a lot of business opportunities. There is needed a lot of digital solutions. So I would say I missed a little bit more connection earlier today because we talked a lot of digitalization and, for example, smart cities and these things. But really to connect the digital solutions, sensor technology, AI, and really solve this problem, and there will be a lot of opportunities. So I think I'm really positive.
So that's what we're trying to do today, is basically break the silos, connect the dots between the different areas. I think this is also a way for new opportunities to come up and understand how we need to work together. Thank you so much. We want to keep this discussion on, and we want to continue with this. 3 of you represent 3 very important aspects of the value chain. And Puneet, I'll end with what you said. I mean, I think the need to create some kind of global standardization, and that companies and organizations like IKEA and Aditya Birla and IVL, I mean, you all can all push the agenda, both on the global level, but also on the national level, for these kind of actions to actually take place. Thank you so much, everyone. And thank you to our excellent speakers and contributors. I now hand it over to Robin Sukhia, the president of Sweden-India Business Council, who started this day with a beautiful song.
Okay.
Your song was Fly Me to the Moon. Yes? Okay. And someone has dropped their wallet, and it's from DCNYZU Life Science. Is there
drinks on that person tonight?
Yes. Dennis Eriksson. Who's winning this?
Dennis is very generous.
Dennis, we're going to give you a real special prize today. Is it you? Okay. Over to you, Robin.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, thank you very much, Sanju, and everyone. I'm so glad that you're all here. And you know, we have a wonderful CI delegation here, and to represent that delegation, we have a few people who will be joining me on stage. But what better time to, after COVID, and now when things are opening up completely, to have these delegation come up and forward, because then we can meet, finally. I mean, having all these Zoom meetings, having telephone meetings, emails, it is just not the same thing. Meeting, creating these meetings, meeting outside, networking. And we can always see, because it's always fun to be in the networking session as well, to talk to people, right? And having delegations coming now from India, it makes me so happy, because it really gives the more value to the work that we try to do, which is not only connecting people, but providing that, you know, value to everyone. And what better time to have it than the India-Sweden Innovation Day of 2023, where we have so many celebrations going on. It's not only 10 years of this day, but in Sweden, India at 75, Sweden in a business council. We turned 20 this year, and some of you were there, but it's a long time. And so I can unequivocally say that this is a milestone between Sweden and India. So let me allow to invite the guests up on stage. Sanjay Kapoor, Chairman of Comstar, and you were here earlier also the Chairman of Confederation of Indian Industry, the European Committee. So please. And then Rajinder Singh Bhatia from Bharat Forge Defense. And we have Samir Sinha from Savvy Industries. Please join. And Manisha Singh, yes, there. Also from Lex Orbit's partner and founder. And Tito Kishan, there you are. Please join. Free seating, anywhere. From Pro-In, that's how you pronounce the company? That's right. Okay, wonderful. Come. I will sit here. So we have a panel called Will Make in India Help Drive Innovation in India? We will get into that in a little bit. But before that, I think it's good that we all get a little bit of a feeling of which companies these are and the people. So I'm just going to ask all of you to share a little bit about your company, about 3-4 minutes, and also touch upon what you're doing in innovation today. So we get a little bit of that flavor today also as well. So yeah, please.
Thank you, Robin. First of all, thank you for this wonderful opportunity. We've traveled from India, and it's been a wonderful realization to hear people talk about India. Sometimes living in India, we don't get the perspective of what people think about India, and it's very, very heartening to see the way people are looking at India today. So thank you for this opportunity. My name is Samir Sinha. I'm a real estate developer based out of Ahmedabad in the western part of India. And we are committed to sustainable development. And we also have a sustainable consulting company. And my interest here is to collaborate with the leaders of sustainability in the world. And that is my interest for coming to Sweden. So thank you for this.
Thank you so much. Rajinder, would you like to?
Sure. Thank you so much, Robin, for conducting this session, and Indo-Sweden Business Council for giving us this opportunity to be here. You asked me to describe a bit about our company and what I am doing. I'm part of a mid-sized Indian company group called Kalyani Group. Bharat Forge is the flagship company of that group. We do have one entity in Sweden, which is BF Kilsta. And of course, we have some entities in other parts of Europe. What I do in that company was a bit like a startup. I joined this company 13 years ago, and I was asked to set up a defense and aerospace business. I can probably say that we made quite a successful foray into that group. This year, we would be doing about $200 million. 70% of that would be exports out of India. And I started as one person. I have about 700 people reporting to me. I have 6 companies which have been established since that in that group, and I'm chairman of all the 6 companies. That's the introduction about me.
Thank you. Yeah, you have a mic, I think. Thank you. Tito, please.
Okay, hi. Thanks to CI and SIBC for having me here.
My name is Kishan, Tito Kishan. I'm an inventor. I'm a TRIZ and organizational transformation coach. We teach how to invent. And we work with corporations on defining two things: how you can build innovation and IP strategy, and very specifically, how you develop inventions. Proin is the firm that I've started with, is founded. It's process innovation, product innovation, and what we do is we groom professional innovators. The intent of being part of this is, we have so many MNC R&D firms back in India. And now, how you can actually increase the value chain of the teams back in India, they can actually give you tremendous value back to the businesses. That's something which I thought it would be right to put across. And being a startup, we work with large corporates and funded startups and actually contributing to significant inventions. Thank you.
Thank you. Manisha.
Hi, good evening, everybody. I'm very glad that I am asked to give introduction after Kishan spoke about invention, because I was since morning attending the session and there was a lot about the big corporations, investment, manufacturing and all. But the title says innovation, and I'm an IP lawyer, intellectual property lawyer, and I practice patents, trademarks, its protection and enforcement. So what Tito said is that he trains for innovation. Would love to connect with you on that. And I represent my law firm, Ex Orbis. It was started in 1997. And it was a unique venture because at that point of time, scientists and engineers were not taking up career as a patent attorney in India. We used to goad them to take it up as a career, and today we are very glad that it is happening. And it's a testimony to that initiative which led to changes in the Indian Patents Act, which made mandatory a technical qualification in 2003 amendment. And here we work for many of the Swedish companies, and they're very confident about the Indian ecosystem, IP ecosystem. So shall cover more in further ahead. Thank you, everybody.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Manisha. Sanjay.
Thank you, Robin. And good afternoon to everyone. So we are an automotive technology manufacturing company, and I specifically use the word technologies because of all the disruption that's happening in automotive. We continuously invest in technology. We used to be a pure play combustion engine business. 30% of our revenue comes today from EVs, going up to 75% over the next 5 years. We've also invested now in autonomous driving because we believe that is the future. And we're continuously looking at automotive as a technology platform and not just a manufacturing platform. We're trying to create a hub in India for the world from a manufacturing perspective, because we believe that in India we have the talent, we have the skill sets, we have the ability to create a large manufacturing operation in India with a very well-defined supply chain, specifically in the automotive industry. So we're, primarily today I wouldn't say we're in automotive, but we're in mobility, because anything that moves becomes part of our customer base. So from the traditional vehicles to drones to bots to anything that actually moves, and we supply to. So we're in the mobility industry.
Thank you. And do you see that now moving forward, given that automotive industry in India is one of those industries you can produce from A to Z, car and bus, everything, do you see that the knowledge coming out of that as ripple effects in other industries? Could be drones, could be other things, but also in technology services particularly. Because we see like in Gothenburg, there's this huge automotive industry, and the software companies popping up there are amazing. Do you see the same thing happening in India?
Yeah. So, the competitive landscape is changing in our industry. When we used to compete, when we went out to see companies that were innovative, you'd see Bosch or ZF. Today, you're seeing plug and play, Microsoft. So your industry the competitive landscape is completely changing. But to your specific point on collaboration, there's a huge benefit from collaborating with the electronics industry. Because we're going to see a large content of import in India across industries, close to, I'd say, $250 billion worth of imports over the next 5 years if we don't localize. And localization is something that the government is driving. When you talk about Make in India, I would say we need to look at design in India, because it's very important for us to learn how to design, spend money on R&D. In fact, going back to our own business, our spend is between 3.5% to 6% of revenue on R&D. The industry average today in our auto component industry is about 0.5 to 1%. So that needs to sort of increase. And with the import of electronics, the only way we can find the way to localize and scale is if we align with the electronics industry. So that again is, so there are great collaboration opportunities that will come up. To your point, in software as well, sensors, and several technologies like that, data analytics, that would actually become a part of the automotive industry, or a big part of the automotive industry. So you need to look at our industries in very different, from a very different perspective.
And if we connect this with the entire Indian startup industry, which is, I think, 75,000 new startups in the last few years, which is an incredible number.
90,000.
Okay, so now we're up to 90,000 just in last year or something. Manish, I want to ask you there, do you see let's take the automotive business as an example, do you see an increase in the number of patents coming out of India now than for, like, let's just say 10 years ago? How do you see this development, and in which sectors do you see a bigger development?
Thanks, Robin. And I'll just go a bit back, almost 20, 30 years back when the India signed the TRIPS agreement. Indian patent system had hardly 5,000 to 7,000 patents coming in, and that also had just started coming with the new economic policy of the government of India. But today, what we see is very different. The new numbers will be announced soon, and I think we have already crossed 85,000, and of which it is 50-50. So the Indian ecosystem is also moving into R&D and has substantially moved. The government of India, through its various institutions, like you have the STIFAC, in the biotechnologies, NRDC, Department of Biotechnology, and the DRDOs or the CSIR, the Indian Oil Corporations, Auto Component Manufacturing Associations, have been giving impetus to R&D. And trust me, the multinationals also have increased the R&D activities in India. Like name any, like IBM has the highest number of innovations disclosures coming from the Indian R&D centers. Samsung and I can give a count of multiple numbers. Even your own Ericsson, sitting from the Chennai out center over there, they have a huge R&D. And another section which I want to say, which Sanjay said about automotive industry, we had a past support R&D growing up in Gurgaon, Manesar area, Tamil Nadu, that is southern part of India, where many of these Japanese corporations had their R&D centers, manufacturing plants. So ancillaries were growing around that. And it has come out very well. And startups also, the government has given a lot of support has provided a lot of incentives to the startups, to the women inventors, so that innovation multiplies. Another thing what has enabled more innovation is that when the multinationals came to India, did investments, they had an advantage of tapping into the brains of the intelligent brains of the country, which we are very famous for. And so they also became more innovative. They learned a lot. They moved on to do their own enterprises, and they came up with very good innovations. So hence we see many startups, corporations getting absorbed by or bought in by the multinationals. Also, the MNCs support many startups. Like we have Qualcomm in India, they have a startup initiative. They shepherd it, and they multiply it, and then they sell it off also. So I think, my own experience is, like, we have an office in Bangalore, and we work very closely with the various incubators and startups, and it is doing wonders.
And that is in tech sectors and in, say, industrial startups and small companies?
Oh, sorry, I missed that question. Automobile is there, definitely. Mobile telephony is there. And many of the Indian corporations are also taking initiatives to take up the telecommunications, like the 6G and related
Of course, and now that's happening with 5G, which is amazing.
Yes, and it's very aggressively aspirational.
It is, for sure.
I was attending a session and with the ministry, and I was like taken aback. I was representing Swedish corporations, and I was saying, "Oh God, we have to gear up faster."
Yeah, there's an incredible pace right now.
Yes, substantially. Even though I have been practicing since '97, I see, oh God, so many things are happening, and I have to keep up pace with that.
Let me say, from the defense sector, Rajinder, how do you see this, the same development in the startup? Because now the resilient or the self-reliant India is coming into play in a very, very strong way, and you want to produce everything in-house, basically within defense, which means that but there's quite a long way to go, both in the startups, both in the innovation space, having gone from one licensed manufacturing to your own, right? Yeah. So can you comment a little bit on that? How do you see the innovation going to play a role here?
Robin, I'll get back a little into history and then get back to your answer. India had a defense at what was called the reserved sector, which meant only the government-owned enterprises were handling them. At the start of this century, it was moved on to the licensed category. But all this really didn't move the needle. The needle started to move when we started to talk about Make in India. And Make in India compulsion actually came from the demography of the country. India today has a very young population. We have about, our average age of an Indian is about 33 years. It's going to become 29 in the next few years, which will unleash a workforce of about 400 million Indians. And manufacturing is the only way you get a multiplier when you start doing work in that. In service industry, it is 1:1 compared to the revenue. Manufacturing gives you a multiplier of about 6. Now, the white spaces which were available to the government lied in the area of defense and aerospace. So when they started to say Make in India, it was not meant to be an exercise to isolate yourself. It was to address a demographic requirement of the nation. The second part, when we talk about Make in India, it's meant to be all-inclusive and not excluding the word out of it.
What does that mean exactly?
Yeah, I'll give you an example. When we say Make in India and self-reliant, it is not just meaning that you start manufacturing everything yourself in the country and cut off from the global supply chains. Far from it. In fact, Sanjay did make a mention of it. What Make in India means is that the intellectual property lies in the country. It is nothing more than that. You will continue to depend upon global supply chains, but you're not dependent for intellectual property for anybody else. Because the recent examples of what is happening in some of the conflict zones is that if you do not have the intellectual property and if you are dependent upon somebody else, when the chips are down, nobody is going to come and help you. So what was really wanted was to keep that IP within the country. The second part about the ecosystem and whether Make in India will lead to innovation, let me answer that in a little different way. I think there was a mention by Manisha regarding Indian brains being used. I can give you some figures. There are 813 MNCs working in India, employing close to 600,000 Indian engineers for research and development. Average saving for those MNCs is about $82 billion in terms of the cost of frugal development in the country. The cost of development in India is still about $37 per hour for a very good R&D specialist. Compare that to Europe, I think it should be 160, and US should be around the same. And here it is euros, I'm talking about dollars. So there's a great saving in doing this work, but this work was being done for somebody else. Where did that innovation spark came, which converted this work for outsiders to your own country? And that's where the Make in India came. So the question, will it drive innovation, is slightly misplaced. It will drive innovation. I'll give you one more example and finish my argument. What really drives innovation? When actually you can tell a person, a startup, that in a reasonable time frame, you'll be able to convert your ideas into money. If he can see that light at the end of the tunnel, he will go and start working out there. In India, they started a program called IDEX, Innovation for Defense Excellence. India spent $6 million only, and 864 new startups came up in defense with $6 million. Today, that expenditure is still only $60 million, and we have 1,000 people with tremendous amount of innovation being done. So that is what is driving the innovation in the country. And that probably answers that question, that will make in India help to drive innovation. I think that's no longer a question. It will drive.
It will. It's yes, for sure. Samir, on within sustainability and infrastructure is probably one of the most important areas for, I think, any infrastructure to have is sustainable. And do you see that there are a number of startups coming into play? Do you work with that in that way as well with startups, or do you see new technologies? For you, it may not be the same thing as self-reliant India, right? You can get technologies from anywhere in a different kind of way. But how do you work?
So interestingly, Robin, real estate and infrastructure development is probably the biggest culprit for the problem that exists. Yep. We contribute to 40% of the greenhouse gases. We create the largest debris and construction waste than any other sector.
And that's included the entire value chain.
The entire value chain. We consume more water than any other sector, almost 40%. And so the responsibility of sustainable development, I think, lies squarely first and foremost on real estate and infrastructure development in the country.
But the rules and regulations are there.
So that's exactly the point I was trying to make, is the good thing is that probably the government of India is the most progressive developer in the world today, because not only are they the largest developers, but they're also very, very progressive in terms of their commitment. India, as you know, is one of the only G20 countries that has actually met its Paris commitment, and we are very, very aggressive on meeting our carbon emission targets. So the regulations that are in place in every state in India, practically, if you follow what is known as the government GDCR, which is the government guidelines for making a building, you end up making a gold certified green building just by following the bylaws. And there is really no such thing as a non-green or a non-sustainable building being built in India today. Most urban markets today, fly ash brick is cheaper than red bricks, which is to be made from the topsoil, which is non-sustainable. This is the economies of scale that the country has already achieved. And I think now the next era needs to look at how technology or how digital twins can be created and how we can make this whole sector more efficient. And there's a lot of work that is being done in terms of the technology that is available, BIM solutions, AutoCAD, and the technologies that are there to create models where we can reduce efficiencies and make this whole more efficient. Also, the entire air conditioning, HVAC, and electrification and water. These are areas which are huge in terms of sustainable development, which needs to be addressed. And that is where countries like Sweden need to collaborate with India and to bring those solutions, which they have already built. And there is a market, there is a huge scale. Whatever may even not be as viable here is easily viable in a market like India. So those are the opportunities that I see coming up.
So I think water is one area which Sweden and India is working a lot on. And there was the World Water Week the other week when our colleague Arti was moderating the entire week. And there's clearly a huge interest in that area. And water is, of course, very scarce. But then also, I think do you see that they're more like in basic cement? There's a huge companies in producing cement. Are they also driving innovation?
Cement and steel obviously remain the largest culprits also. Yeah. But let me tell you, going back to the point about water, not only water and air. The challenge with India is that Indians perceive air and water to be free. And that remains our biggest challenge. There is hardly any city in India which has metered watering.
So don't we all, but okay.
Right. And it is till we start paying for these resources, we will not value it.
But it's very interesting. Sorry, we interrupted. We had a huge CEO delegation in March, and we were tasked by identifying a couple of startups in India to talk about the green transition and what kind of solutions India would require. And air was one of them. And we found a number of them, which is hugely interesting, like Carboledger, which is very...
You know why that is, right? Because people live in Delhi and it's the most polluted country in the world.
It's getting better.
It's
but
a necessity. Yeah. It's coming out of pure necessity, which is a great thing. But even then, people still don't value it in other cities who don't go so for this. And Delhi is already too late, I feel. There's no solution immediately that you can apply.
No, not immediately.
Months are going to be bad.
So, but when we come to innovation in India, it's a very broad word, obviously. And I want to ask you, Tito, because you work with companies and, any large companies, small companies, and groom them into innovation. How do you do that? And do you think this is something India really needs? Because if you look at the numbers, generally, I think Indian industry has some of the lowest per investments in R&D in the world, right? 0.6%, which is very low. Is this something that you're working on and methodologically sort of progressing in money? Now, there are, of course, other companies, the larger ones, which have higher. And I'm sure Sanju and you guys sitting here, I know you, and especially also defense is investing more. But how do you work on this?
I think, Robin, that's a very important point. One is about the investment. I think there's no substitute to that. I think corporations are understanding the hard way. And there's no free lunch. People need to invest. But I think where they invest is very critical. Like Make in India is something which is a direction. Like what Sanjay talked about, design in India. But I think I would say it's invent in India. That's a trademark that I own. So when we talk about what Rajendra talked about on IP being in India, it's very critical that you need to build the capability. Because if the capability is not there, this is the opportunity. And if the capability is not there, you can't do. And when you're talking about a workforce of about millions of people, and that's the biggest strength what India brings to the entire world, if you can't build the capability of the people to invent, because traditionally, people have been, I've been part of MNC for 15 years. And when you look at the entire evolution, people are pretty much taking work and trying to contribute to it. But now, as long as you work in that model, you're only being a part of the entire value chain and not seeing the big picture. But when you start empowering your people to think beyond what they have been asked to do, that's where the invention, structured innovation methods of TRIS, that's where I teach. TRIS stands for Theory of Solving Inventive Problems. An inventive problem is one which has two conflicts. For example, the earlier circular economy, the discussion which came out. So if you're talking about, if you want to have traceability, right? It's very important to find traceability so that you can able to recycle it. But you can't build traceability because it invades privacy. It's a conflict. Now, unless and until you don't find conflicts of conflicting requirements, you can't come with inventive solutions. So how we build the capability is basically two things. One is we impart the methods of TRIS, and we impart the methods of design for patentability. For example, many times people pat themselves with one patent filed. But once it is published in 18 months, it's in public domain. Now, your competition can circumvent your patent in no time. And actually, I work with them. But the positive side is you make sure that your invention is not circumvented by others. So that's where we bring the design for patentability, where we work with people, come with inventions, and then strengthen the invention such that no one can circumvent it.
So that's also, because you talked then about you have to do it in corporate culture.
That's right.
That's a culture that you need to incorporate in the company. And I'm going to ask Sanjay that is also later on how you work on the same thing. But it's also a country culture sometimes because, of course, in India it's not, the historic has been very hierarchical. So having people just go out there and invent is not really has not been the local culture. Unless it's jugaad. Then everybody's an expert, obviously, right? But here, how do you see that in the corporate way? That are people, is it easy or is it?
It's really tough, but what is changing? I think the exposure is changing. The necessity is very clearly evident to everyone. Now, what is happening is, in any corporate, primarily in corporations, it's a top-driven approach. If the boss doesn't ask it, no one will do it. And even someone would do it, it's just a silo of excellence. It just falls down. So what is happening, and what is very critical for India to succeed, and the entire context of collaboration with Sweden, I think the leadership of the companies should empower their people. And that once you empower, I've been groomed in that country culture for 15 years. You be empowered and you be challenged. And then you deliver something which is beyond the normal.
Sanjay, would you comment that, please?
Yeah. So I think, what Tito said is absolutely correct in terms of top-down approach. What we've done differently is we've said it's okay to fail, which a lot of companies in India don't do. We've spent a lot of money on products that have failed, but they brought us to a certain point which allowed us to develop products that were extremely successful. And I think that learning curve comes with the mindset of an organization where you realize that the only way you can win is through innovation, through design, or through spending. It's private sector's role to put money in R&D, and we need to realize that and be responsible for that. And going over and above that, I think it's very important for companies to understand that collaborations and joint venture and technical agreements are there for you to learn technology and to absorb technology. What has happened in the automotive industry specifically, and I go back to the component industry, when we started off our journey in 1987, 1989, when Suzuki came to India, we all signed joint venture agreements. What we did differently was we bought our joint venture partners out because we learned the technology, because they restricted us geographically. So it's really our responsibility to learn technology, to learn from our partners, learn from the technology agreements, etc., and then build our own or invent our own products. I like that, invent in India. I think we need to first design in India before we get to invent in India. And we need to position ourselves. We also have a very unique market which is very price sensitive. So we need to have frugal engineering, etc. So we get sort of, sometimes that can become a challenge. However, what we need to look at is the world as a market and not just India. Whilst our domestic market is huge, it's extremely large, extremely attractive for a lot of companies. For us, the global market is also a huge playground.
How important is export from that point of view in terms of your own?
Exports is, in our business, we do about 80% export. And today, at the component level, at the component industry, we are very, very small in the grand scheme of things. We are doing a revenue of $70 billion and an export of $20 billion with a mission to go to $100 billion in 5 years. So we've got a tall order. However, that's our mission as a component industry. So it's extremely, extremely important for us to be able to export.
Just briefly, we spoke about that before on how important it is also for India to showcase the best companies and the best cases in India going abroad as well, and that's where you see the exports, because that's where we get exposed.
Yeah, I think success stories, and I'm glad Manisha is here, because the one question I get asked often is, will our IP be protected? I have a lot of companies we work with in Israel, etc., that worry about IP protection, and then it's there. So we need to look at it from that perspective. But yes, we have several success stories in India, in the manufacturing industry, in IT and software, and these are things that we need to expose to the world to show them what you can build in India.
And Manisha, is the IP that protective? It's on. Yeah.
As far as the IP ecosystem in the country is concerned, yes, we were, I'm sorry I have to admit this, but we were not so great at one point of time. But today, as we stand today in 2023, we have a very robust IP ecosystem of not only for protection, but even if somebody infringes and the enforcement, with the IP division courts we have in Delhi, in Tamil and Madras High Courts. So we have the best of the best standards litigation taken place in India, with the division bench of Delhi High Court saying that Competition Commission has no say in the SEP cases because it's a proprietary of the patent holders. So many of the companies which could not enforce their standard essential patents in China, where there was a huge amount of rights were being infringed, they managed to enforce it in India. We had Ericsson, we had Xiaomi, we had Interdigital, we had Dolby, Nokia. All of them had successful cases of enforcement. So this establishes that, yes, we have a very strong and robust system of protecting and enforcing. We had a lot of challenges in the patent system of long delays, inordinate delays, rather, patents coming in the 18th year, but the term of the patent is 20 years, so coming in the 18th year, which was a very sad and disappointment I used to be very embarrassed to go internationally and say, oh yes. But now I can proudly say to the world and to myself also that we have cases where the patents are being granted in their 3rd year of the term, which is a very unique thing. And the biggest reason for that is digitization. It has made everything accessible globally, and thanks to the European Patent Office, USPTO, and WIPO for training and contributing. Coming back to the innovation factor, the startup segment started innovating because of the investments they were calling for. The investors were not willing to invest if there was nothing unique in the business. And that's how innovation had started. So making in India can be collaborated and corroborated together and bundled together, and that's what's making it happen successfully. So investors were significant drivers to innovate. So that's how it started. So they said, okay, we don't invest in you if you do not have a patent or a patent application. Because India historically doesn't have the culture of keeping all the knowledge to oneself. It's about spreading knowledge. Indian corporations were not very agile or alert about, they were doing good business. So you don't need to innovate to do a successful business. But being in the global ecosystem, you cannot do business without, by stepping into somebody else's innovation. So if you have to buy 5G technology, or if you want to use 5G technology, you need to pay for the license fee.
Right.
So that's how. So now the awareness has come in. System is very good. Innovation is happening. Incrementally, it will gradually grow. Maybe we'll do wonders in the 6G.
It's such a scale as well.
Yes.
So in the last 3 minutes, where do we all see, from your perspective, in your different industries, where do you see, from an innovator perspective, where India is from the Make in India, sustainability, innovation? Where is India in 5 years? I'll start with you, Samir.
Before I get to that, one of the things we have left out, which we did not speak about, is mission life, which is something that Niti Aayog has taken on as a mission, which is to nudge the citizens of India towards sustainable living.
Yeah.
And that is what is taking India truly towards sustainability, because like we talked about throughout the day, what we do as manufacturers or industry also needs to be reciprocated by what the consumers do as responsible consumers. So that is one initiative which is, again, India has taken.
It's one of the biggest during both G20 and B20.
That's correct. So that is, again, and is having a huge impact, and that is what truly will convert. Coming to your question, I believe that the two challenges that we face as humanity today is AI and climate change. And both we will only resolve and solve if we collaborate. And much to the entire debate on IP, we will need to collaborate. And pandemic has taught us that the only reason we could overcome this was because we could invent a vaccine in a year, which we had never done in history of humanity before, only because we could collaborate. And so I think that is where we need to look at things differently. AI is something which is a challenge which is much bigger, I believe, because we still haven't started collaborating on that. Climate change is something that every government has a policy on. There are collaboration, there are events like this which are happening, which will lead us to a solution to the problem.
Yep.
So I hope something like this is being done for AI also.
Rajinder.
In the last, I think, about 7 years, we have moved from 87 to 40 on the innovation index. I presume there'll be unshackling of innovation. There'll be breaking down of barriers. And we'll find India moving much further up in the next 5 years, maybe in the top 20 to say the least. But one small suggestion, and I wanted to give that, because you are part of that very important India-Sweden group. There should be some kind of a collaboration which should be on critical and emerging technologies between Indian industry and Swedish industry. There should be a formalized platform. We have recently signed a similar platform between Indian industry and US industry. UK is asking for a similar platform. France is asking for the same platform. I think something like that is strongly recommended to be taken up. I think that will help us move much faster into the innovation index.
Thank you very much. Yes, Tito.
I think the crux of all we are talking about comes to the point of capability of thinking. And if that thinking is different, then only someone can able to make it sustainable, someone make it AI, because AI is, you're talking about application, developing of next of AI. Or if you're talking about developing any new thing, it all comes to the fundamental fact that ability to think and invent. I think unless and until, if you don't nurture the capability of inventing thinking, as long as we start doing it, I think we will be just growing much bigger.
Much bigger than.
And I would take one step forward for what Rajendra talked about. I think India would be in top 10 on Global Innovation Index. I think as we start building the capability in the country, we can invent for everyone.
Everywhere. Conquering the chaos, win in India, win everywhere. Like the book
I mean,
says.
we collaborate. I think that the point is, I'm just trying to bring the context of the capability of thinking.
Yep.
And anything in a global world and environment, there's no substitute for collaboration.
Nope.
So collaboration is given. But collaboration happens when there are partners. The fact that how India can build partners is the capability in the thinking. And if the thinking can be brought in with the inventions, we can bring anyone on the table with the capability as a partner to that. I think
stake in the game in that sense also, yeah.
Absolutely. That's how you are part of a game.
Yeah.
And you can play that.
Thank you very much. Manisha and Sanjay, very briefly.
Yeah, taking forward from Tito, collaboration is very important. I have one latest update from India is that a very US corporation, InterDigital, which acquired Thomson also, has signed up with IIT Kanpur for more technology development, in particularly 5G, 6G, those type of areas. And personally, I'll be seeing what from 97 till today, whatever has happened in intellectual property, innovation, patents, enforcement. I'm very confident that it's going to move further ahead. Not having a single Indian patent application to manage, today we work for many of the R&D centers, including the DRDOs and all. So we know it's happening.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sanjay.
I think from my perspective, in the next 5 years, we're at the 5th largest economy. We should be 3rd or 4th largest economy. We should, from 4 trillion, we should be about 6 or 7 trillion. We're going to grow no matter what. And I would just say, jump on the bandwagon because, we're here. It's India's time and we've seen some great success and the economy is just going to grow leaps and bounds.
Jump on the bandwagon. Thank you very much, everyone. Let's give him all a warm applause. I know there is a wish to have the CIA delegation, all of delegation, with a photo up. But first, I would like to thank first Sanju and your entire team. You want to just briefly point at your team? All the team back, please stand up and give those guys a warm applause as well for today. Very nicely job. Thank you.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Yeah, thank you, everyone. I really wanted to say a huge special thanks to CII for really supporting us to celebrate the 10th India-Sweden Innovation Day. For our first one, also CII brought a delegation. So it's fantastic that they are back with a bigger delegation this time, and we hope this to become an annual event along with CII. So thank you so much, and really wanted to thank all our partners and sponsors and everyone and all of you who have been with us from very early morning today. Some of you have been here from 7:30. And just to add that after this we have a short mingle outside, so warmly welcome all of you to join us. Thank you, Robin.
And thank you, Sanju.
SIBC, for your fantastic support, and the Embassy of India, and Mr. Ambassador Tanmayalal. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Big round of applause.
Kommer upp. De kommer upp. Indian delegation. No. Okay, yeah, the one. Come, we'll come out together a little bit. Whole delegation, come.
Thank you very much. Nice to do it.
I'm crashing the delegation now. So. We have photo. Come. We'll come in together. I think we stand a little bit on the side, so we can, yeah, come in the middle. Yeah, you can stand there. It's good. Yeah. Rana, you got it? Yeah.
We can all turn a little like
Yeah.
this.
Okay.
Middle.
Where do I stand?
Oh yeah, that's right. Tall.
नीचे आना है? अच्छा.
Now we have some video.
Okay.